So it is 8:30 and I am going to call to order the council meeting of October the 8th. There is an agenda in front of you and I have a number of things that need to be added. Under closed session, we have 3 things that we need to add. One is section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party. And then there are 2 items under section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations. So we'll add those 3 in closed session. And I have a update from Division 7, so 9.1 under council and committee reports. Are there any other additions? Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
Could I add under council and committee reports, Red Deer River Municipal Users Group verbal report.
Okay, so 9.2 Red Deer River. Any others? Councillor Christie. Community Futures 9.3. Any other? Councillor Cunningham.
I'll do a Division 5 update under council committee reports, please.
Division 5, and so 9.4. Any others? Councillor McGee.
I want to be included, so I'd like to have 2 minutes just for Cape, thanks.
Cape. So 9.5. Are there any others? Yes, Community Futures. Councillor Christie.
If nothing else, I'll move the agenda as amended.
All right, if there is nothing else, I'll accept that motion to accept the agenda as amended. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The regular council meeting minutes of September the 24th have been pre-circulated. Are there any errors, adjustments, corrections? If not, Councillor Cunningham.
I was going to say I'll move to approve the regular council meeting minutes of September 24th, 2024.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to approve the council minutes from September 24th. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. So the first item on our agenda today will be 4.1, the 2025 budget setting the stage and proposed projects. And welcome, Ms. Von Merbach.
Good morning.
Delightful to have you back.
Thank you.
I don't know whether to say I'm looking forward to what you have to present, or you're going to keep us awake and involved. And
I will do my best.
anytime you're ready.
Welcome, Council, to the start of the 2025 budget presentations. Before diving into the specifics of today's Setting the Stage and Proposed Projects presentation, I want to take a moment to express my appreciation for the effort and dedication shown by individuals across our organization in preparing the information for today. The team has worked tirelessly to ensure that the budget reflects Council's strategic priorities and the evolving needs of the community we serve. This presentation is the result of countless hours of collaboration, analysis, and careful planning from departments at every level. With that said, I will move on to outlining the planned process for the 2025 budget and then on to the agenda for today.
I guess we're staying for lunch.
So today, October 8th, is Setting the Stage and Project Introductions. This session will set the stage for the 2025 budget, including reviewing budget guidelines and financial comparators. We will also review all proposed projects being put forward for council consideration. Administration's intent today is to gather any questions and requests for additional information relating to the items presented at this meeting. Administration will then coordinate the required resources to address those requests at the budget meeting with council on November 12th and or the 26th, depending on what that information is and how long it takes to compile in the background. On October 22nd, we'll go over the core operating budget presentation. Then on both the 12th and 27th of November, we've got the opportunity for budget discussions. So this includes bringing requested information back to council and any presentations on specific projects or operating budget items as required. And also that administration will facilitate discussions to balance the operating budget. In addition, at either November 12th or the 26th council meeting, administration will bring forward the Q3 variance report to provide council with year-end projections as compared to the 2024 budget. Following the sharing of information from administration and the conclusion of budget deliberations, administration will make any necessary amendments with the intent of having a finalized draft budget for council's consideration and approval at the December 10th council meeting. So today's agenda includes an environmental scan, which will provide an overview of the social, cultural, environmental, and economic factors that affect Kneehill County. We'll also look at budget planning considerations, which outlines council-approved 2025 budget guiding principles and identifies significant trends considered by administration when preparing the budget. Next, we'll look at fiscal comparators and conditions, which provides a reference point for the county's financial condition in comparison to several factors with comparable counties in Alberta. Next, we'll look at proposed projects, which will outline each proposed project for council consideration within the 2025 budget. Finally, we'll look at the 2026 to 2030 project forecast. An MGA requirement is for municipalities to prepare forecasts each year. They are intended to provide council with a forward-looking view of potential upcoming projects. Financial forecasts do not approve any funds for the items on that forecast. They're simply meant for an information piece so that as council is making decisions, they also understand what's coming down the pipeline in future years. The presentation itself has a high-level overview of the forecast, and the detailed forecast is actually included as an appendix to the report itself as well in this council package. So now I'll move on to do an environmental scan, which looks at economic, social, and cultural and environmental factors that have been considered within the budget. In terms of economic items, the tax holiday for oil and gas is ending for the 2025 budget. An ongoing item of concern in the past few budget cycles has been this tax holiday. The province has indicated that this holiday will end for the 2025 taxation year, which will have a positive impact on non-residential taxation revenues. However, there's also uncertainty around provincial policies, decisions, and their impacts. There's the assessment model review, which is still lingering with uncertainty around what that will look like and the future impact for the county. There's also talk about a mature asset strategy by the province, which relates to oil and gas assets with low production volume and how they are assessed. There's not enough information available to know how this will affect the county, but given the way oil and gas assets are and the age of them, it is anticipated there's likely to be some impact if this moves forward by the province. Inflation is steadily returning to normal levels.
Oh, sorry.
No?
Councillor Cunningham?
Sorry, I was gonna wait till she was done that one, but anyways. So just with the tax holiday, have we received confirmation from the province that this is 100% ending in 2025? Because I know there's been some discussion about that. I mean, we've been promised that, but I would just like to know when we're going into budget that 100% they are taking this tax holiday off.
Through the Reeve, the only information we've had is that it is ending. We've seen no indication that it is not ending from what I've. So if it is not ending, that will be a surprise to all the municipalities and that this is affected by.
Is there any way at RMA or any discussions with any of the ministers or MLA we could get confirmation on that?
Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Chair, when Ms. Van Meerbach is talking about, we've had several letters, I shouldn't say several letters, we've had letters and correspondence and statements from the minister that this tax is ending as scheduled. So that has been received. There might be some confusion out there as people are talking. The well drilling equipment tax, which was also canceled, is likely never coming back. Okay, thank you. But they are two separate things. So I know in some conversations people have talked about them interchangeably, but this is, by all indications and through formal correspondence from the province, this the tax holiday component on new facilities is ending. The well drilling equipment tax, which was a long-standing tax on new wells, is likely never coming back. Yeah.
And they've never surprised us before.
Okay, Councillor Forbes.
Because I did receive a question in regards to the last line on this little screen that you have here, if inflation's returning to normal levels. I was asked to ask if you could explain what normal levels are coming back at, because they don't believe that that's taking place after they sat through our capital equipment.
Through the chair, actually, my notes are, as expected, inflation has continued to slow and return to rates deemed normal by the Bank of Canada. However, prices have not necessarily dropped and continue to put pressure on budgeting for the core operating budget and for proposed projects. So we see that those trends are becoming more normal than they have been in the last few years. That certainly doesn't mean we've returned to normal by any means, nor are we planning based on a return to pre-insane inflation levels of things. Absolutely.
Well, and the inflation rate isn't commodity specific, it's a wide range of factors that are considered. So where in general it might be slowing in a given area, it might not be in other areas.
That's actually something that we've also looked at, is some municipalities look at doing a municipal price index rather than a CPI. And because the basket of goods that municipalities purchase and need to operate are very different from what that typical basket of goods is for CPI calculations. It often is actually determined that MPI is higher than CPI based on the stuff that municipalities actually utilize. That's something we're not quite at a high enough level to calculate on our own. There's some municipalities who kind of try to do it on a individual basis, but there's not really like a broadly calculated MPI out there. It's one of those things that's sort of on our radar to see if we can determine, so we can kind of look at how those trends are impacting our budget a little more specifically to us, but it's not, we're not quite at that level of sophistication yet. Working on it.
Which is nice to hear that it's in the back of your mind, you know, you're putting all the options out there, so, and looking at them. So thank you for bringing that up.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions, I'd say go ahead, continue on.
Thank you. In addition, there's investment return rates are decreasing. So despite high rates for the previous few budget cycles, administration did not increase investment returns in the operating budget and instead council opted to contribute returns in excess of the budget directly into reserves. So as such, this change will not impact the operating budget, but it does affect those additional contributions to reserves. As we further understand our infrastructure gap, lower investment returns may result in increased recommended contributions to reserves within the core operating budget. I will note that as we look at that reserve strategy, one of the recommendations is to pull that investment return revenue out of the operating budget and into directly funding reserves. But that's something that we're looking at strategically implementing so that there's no one significant impact in the budget in any given year while we make that transition. Core operating expenses continue to be pressures in the budget. So sustained high inflation rates increased core costs within the budget. While inflation rates have stabilized, prices for municipal goods and services have not dropped. And in some cases, the increase in costs for those goods and services continue to exceed inflation. We've also got some aging infrastructure, which requires a balancing act of proactive maintenance and replacements versus available funding. High quality infrastructure, which was identified within Council's strategic plan as a major priority. Administration is working diligently on advancing this goal of Council. With looking at that, we're looking at improving asset management, which helps communities manage infrastructure assets in a manner that maximizes the lifespan of the asset at the lowest total cost, while maintaining an acceptable level of risk and a satisfactory level of service to the community. While our infrastructure gap is aging, administration is working to advance the asset management maturity level, which will see us continue to transition more to proactive versus reactive maintenance models, further increase our understanding of future investment requirements, for example, putting out a 10+ year capital plan and a more robust reserve strategy, and also will provide data that supports evidence-based decision-making for both council and administration. Finally, within economic, investment attraction and retention continues to be an area of focus for Kneehill County Council. In 2024, the county completed the hiring of an economic development manager who is focusing on the finalization of an economic development plan that aligns with council's vision. Moving on to social and cultural impacts, there's a trend of an increasing mix of cultures within the area which could affect council strategy in the future. While Kneehill County's population population is aging, we are not seeing a significant decline in our youth population. The median age as of 2021 is 42 years old, and approximately 27% of the population is between the ages of 0 and 19. This is in line with historical trends that we've been seeing for the past few years. Another item that is considered within the budget process is rising public expectations. As expectations of the public shift, we see greater demands on our services, not just in the services we provide, but more notably on how we provide them. To support ratepayer expectations in relation to having flexible, convenient, and timely availability to municipal services, administration has and continues to analyze how we provide services in order to enhance efficiency for both administration as well as for ratepayers. A good example of this is the recently launched Kneehill County Connect, which is an online account center which allows residents to manage all of their county accounts. These changing public expectations also provide consideration for additional opportunities for public participation related to decision-making. Through Council's recommendations, administration has endeavored to include additional public participation on a variety of items, including the development of the Municipal Development Plan and for wastewater management in Huxley. In terms of an environmental lens on our scan, there's increasing costs related to regulatory and environmental compliance. This is a trend which may continue to put pressures on project and core operational budgets. There's also a growing public and business interest in renewable energy solutions, which is an item proving to be contentious, and with continued interest by the business community will continue to be an item of consideration for Council. We also have a much greater social awareness around conservation and recycling, which brings with it many benefits including things like energy conservation, reduced air and water pollution, reduced greenhouse gases, and conservation of natural resources. However, it's also resulted in more complex and expensive regulatory and environmental compliance and regulations, and this is where it becomes relevant to Council budget discussions. The last piece within the environmental scan that I'm going to speak to is the roots of the municipal infrastructure deficit. An infrastructure deficit relates to capital projects that are necessary to expand, upgrade, or rehabilitate the municipal infrastructure system and that have been deferred as they exceed the current funding capacity. Key contributing factors relating to this include a structural imbalance of the sharing of revenues. For every dollar individuals spend today, 42% goes to the federal government, 50% goes to the provincial government, and 8% goes to the municipal government. However, there's a significant disconnect between the allocation of funds and the allocation of responsibility for building and maintaining core infrastructure. Municipalities are responsible for building and maintaining about 60% of total infrastructure, yet only receive 8% of funds. This is also compounded by continued reduction in funding levels, primarily as it relates to grant funding, which is well below historical actuals if you look at inflationary impacts and what those numbers look like today. Collectively, this results in a municipal infrastructure deficit that ultimately means service level reductions, deferred maintenance and rehabilitation, increased taxes, and increased reserve draws. There are undoubtedly challenging decisions ahead for councils as they seek to mitigate the impacts associated with the infrastructure deficit. To date, the county has held its own, but we will need to be intentional on strategically addressing this in the future, taking into account the factors shared today and the trends that have been highlighted for consideration. Administration is supporting council in this endeavor through the building of a robust reserve strategy, enhancing the maturity of asset management to ensure provision of valuable data that helps support evidence-based decision-making, and continued strategic and financial management of county budgets and investments. This concludes the environmental scan component of my presentation today. Are there any questions before I move on to the next section?
Okay, I'm not seeing any at this point, so I would say if you'd like to move on.
Wonderful. So the next item is budget planning considerations. So the previous section highlighted trends on a broader scale, while this section will focus on the specific items taken into consideration during the 2025 budget process. The first is Budget 2025 Guiding Principles. On May 28, 2024, Council adopted the 2025 budget guidelines. Within those budget guidelines, there were 6 guiding principles. The first is alignment with Council's strategic plan. This ensures that administration considers Council's priorities when developing both core operating budget and proposed projects. The second is sustain existing service levels. which means that we aim to ensure that the budget aligns with existing service levels or service levels that have been directed by council to be adapted. 3 is maintain competitive tax rates. Administration acknowledges that competitive tax rates are an important function of ensuring long-term viability of the county for both residential and non-residential growth. 4, review and recommend adjustments to service fees and rates as necessary. This means that administration reviews rates and fees to ensure they align with comparator municipalities, and that we are prepared to recommend rate adjustments with respect to balancing the budget. 5, continue to implement and monitor a proactive infrastructure renewal strategy. Administration continues to work through the development and implementation of an asset management plan, which will enable the county to make more informed, data-based decisions related to investment in asset repairs, rehabilitation, and replacement. The plan will also ensure that the county is compliant with the guidelines identified by the Government of Alberta in the Guide for Municipal Asset Management Plans, and that the county will be eligible to participate in future provincial and federal grant funding programs. This work will also form the basis of developing policies and structuring future capital and operating budgets. 6, enhance the customer experience, which ensures that stakeholders are considered within operational and project plans. These guidelines provide administration with a formal set of guiding principles for the budget and forecasting process. With the guiding principles in place, administration worked towards the development of the 2025 budget. It's important to note that the budget continues to follow a rigorous budgetary process that is focused on containing costs and implementing best practices with the goal of demonstrating leadership in financial management. To support the lowest possible tax increase while maintaining service levels, administration has established and followed a strict process to evaluate funding requests, utilized a thorough multi-layered review process, and reinforced priorities through business planning and best practices. The next piece is notable budget pressures. So some of these I kind of discussed within the environmental scan, but these are sort of the ones that are really the key pieces that have affected the 2025 budget preparation. The impacts noted have been classified into 3 categories, acknowledging that much of what impacts us as a county is beyond our ability to influence locally. Globally, we've felt the impacts of inflation. While the correlating interest rates have been a benefit to the county when we look at our return on investments, those have undoubtedly been offset by the increased costs we've seen across multiple areas. This has most notably impacted the county on capital investments, specifically equipment replacements. However, the effects of that are also felt in many other areas, such as material and supply costs, utilities. That trend is stabilizing, but the county continues to feel the impact of a period of high inflation rates. On a provincial level, there's provincial policies that have an unknown future impact to the county. Again, that includes the assessment model review and talks of a mature asset strategy. On a local level, assessment growth trends have an impact. The change in residential assessment is primarily a result of market increases, not growth, which places pressure on maintaining the 5-to-1 residential to non-residential tax rate ratio without it significantly affecting the total tax bill for ratepayers. Non-residential assessment was affected by the oil and gas tax holiday. There's also slower market increases due to provincially regulated assessment, which puts further pressure on the ability to maintain and decrease the county's 5-to-1 ratio. 2, the infrastructure gap and deficit. As was referenced earlier, this measures the difference between what the county plans to invest through the budget process and what we need to invest in order to sustain the services delivered with our infrastructure. While the actual infrastructure gap has not yet been defined for the county, we do know that aging infrastructure, coupled with reduced funding at a provincial level, will undoubtedly result in a gap that will need to be bridged either through adjustments to service levels or increased revenues. Administration has taken efforts to minimize budget impacts associated with these items, including monitoring trending for budget setting. However, prior to us moving forward with budget discussions, it's important to note that we've reached a threshold where tightening the budget requires service level adjustments. This marks the end of this section of the presentation. Again, before I move on to the county's fiscal condition and comparison, are there any further questions from council?
Councillor Phobes.
On aging infrastructure, and I'm not sure if it'll be you or Mr. Zier that will answer this question, how is the budget being allocated between proactive maintenance and the replacement for aging infrastructure?
Through the REEV, I think really at this level we are doing what makes sense through our business knowledge and our available information that we have. As we continue to collect more and more information on condition assessments, we're looking more at being proactive rather than reactive. So it's really a blend at this point in time. I think it will continue to become more and more proactive as we get stronger with asset management. It's certainly not at a place where we're only reacting to asset management needs.
Mr. Zier.
Thank you. Just to add to Ms. Mirbach's comments there, definitely we have a combination, as she's mentioned, asset management, huge going forward as far as actually identifying and putting some data towards these assumptions we made. Same time, we're continually working towards preventative maintenance in our programs. You look at today's budget, a lot of the things that we're proposing are preventative maintenance measures prior to failure, seal coating, underground assessments in our hamlets, all those sort of things do blend into that preventative maintenance program. So,
Are there any other questions at this point? Mr. Hogan, comment?
Through you, Mr. Reeve, just to maybe cap that one off, one of the biggest things that we look at, and this is at a much higher level than what was just addressed, is a balance between the capital projects that we're undertaking today, some of which are planned, some of which arise. So there are road issues that come up every year that show themselves that we deal with, and there'll always be a bit of that. The really big balance that we look at is what as a council you're contributing to reserves and what's actually taking place in projects right now. So those contributions to reserves and what Ms. Van Meerbach's talked about in terms of the infrastructure deficit is really how we're enabling the people who are going to sit in our chairs next year, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now to fund those replacements and to not have to ask the question, how are we going to do this? They know it's coming, they have the funding to do it, and they do it. And that maintains that quality for the residents. So those reserve contributions are part of how we do that. On a more specific level, it can vary by type of infrastructure too. So there is the asset management's going to give us, as that continues to expand, gives us greater data. In some areas like bridges, those assessments have been done, that's a decades old program, that the BIMS program has been done, which gives us a class rating of bridges and stuff like that. So we know that this bridge is an example, we can do a bit of maintenance work and extend the lifespan versus this bridge is starting to, maybe girders are starting to crack or something like that. We know that that's coming up, and that one is obviously a much higher priority because you're leading to failure there, right? Failure of the bridge. So some programs like that, we have that data too, and that's part of when we talk about the bridge work we do each year, it's based on that actual data and inspection process. So like I said, it is a blend.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Forbes.
Just another note then of the follow-up question. So that our ratepayers will understand why we're building reserves, what number would we need currently, roughly-ish, you don't have to give it to me exact, what number would we need to reach in our reserves to make sure that all of our infrastructure is taken care of? Because we have 68 million right now, roughly, give or take. So how much would we really truly need to have in reserves in order for us to function if everything was to fail? It's a legitimate question that the public needs to start understanding on the decisions that we're making here. That's why I'm asking this question.
And through Mr. Reeve.
Mr. Hogan, do you want to tackle that one?
So through Mr. Reeve, part of that is going back to the discussions that we've had with council, the expansion of the asset management program. In fact, its true creation this past year. It's aimed at answering that question. Is to get in there. So it's easy to look and say we have 68 million in the budget, and right now that's there is some education behind that, but there's also an assessment of what's the broad infrastructure we have out there, and that's work that our finance department does. With asset management expanding, they'll be able to do that work better. And so we're basing that more on data, capturing assets that maybe we don't currently capture now. So a lot of the big ones that we do, for example, I think it's 213 bridge structures that we have out there. 1,900 kilometers of roads, there's pipes in the ground, all that sort of stuff. But there are other assets we have that how are we capturing those? You've seen the capital equipment plan, which obviously we do. We have a number of recreation things that might not be tied in there. The big commercial picnic tables that we have at Keever's Lake, Horseshoe Canyon, et cetera, right? So tying all those things in. And that's that data-based decision-making that Ms. Van Meerbach talked about, where we come back and show you this is what is required. And the way that we do that, as you saw in the capital equipment plan discussion, is we don't necessarily need enough reserve to full-on replace everything. But when those forecasts come back, we can say, what are going to be the cash needs that we have going out over the years? And how do we meet those cash needs? Because those are the expenditures that go out every year. And I think that's probably a good demonstration of that was the CEP information that was in front of you before that showed, we don't need to replace all of our equipment in one go. But we're going to have those ups and downs year to year, and how is there enough money in the piggy bank for that? So that's what ties back to that assessment, I guess is a good term for it, and when that is enough. And it is, I think you've hit on a point, Councillor Phobes. How we demonstrate that is important, because to all of us and to the public, 68 million is a lot of money. When you compare that to the infrastructure we have, it might not be a lot, right? So how we tell that story and the data it's based upon is front and center of what the work that staff's doing right now.
Mr. Zier, did you want to comment on what it might cost to replace all those 200 and some plus bridges that we have out there, and or keep them in there?
Ballpark number, yeah, for sure. And like you say, Ms. Hogan said that we have one bridge proposed on here, $1.6 million for one bridge and that's a larger bridge scale-wise, but we could eat up that 68 million very easily in just bridge infrastructure, not including roads, buildings, pavement, everything, right? So.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions before we move on? I'm not seeing any, so go ahead, Ms. Von Merbach.
Thank you. The next section is on fiscal condition and comparators. So we'll look at some measures of financial condition, some key indicators, and some of our municipal asset data information. The first piece is looking at what financial condition means. Financial condition is essentially defined as the county's ability to balance recurring expenditure needs with recurring revenue sources while providing services on a continuing basis. There's no single measure that fully captures the financial condition of a local government. Rather, local governments need to take a comprehensive approach that focuses on both internal and external factors that are easy to measure, evaluate, and understand. Financial condition is affected by a combination of environmental, financial, and organizational factors, including decisions and actions of council. For example, a steady population decline can lead to an erosion of the property tax base. However, the ways in which local officials respond to this decline also affects the financial condition of the local government. The first layer includes environmental factors like community needs and resources, such as population, age characteristics, and property value trends. There's also economic factors like inflation, personal income levels, and employment rates. These environmental indicators often provide the best early warning of future fiscal stress. The first layer also considers financial factors like intergovernmental constraints, such as tax and debt limits, for example, debt limits and tax ratios imposed provincially, access to major revenue sources, such as property taxes or funding from other levels of government, and mandated expenditure requirements, such as costs associated with items relating to environmental compliance regulations. These fiscal constraints often limit the choices available to council in defining and managing budgets. Some examples of financial factors include trending in property tax revenues, recurring major expenditures by object, so contractual obligations, utilities, insurance, as well as debt outstanding and debt service levels. The next layer within looking at financial condition is organizational factors. This includes management practices and legislative policies that guide financial decision-making. It's important to note that while sound budgeting and management practices can help protect the financial condition of a municipality, these factors cannot always avert financial stress, especially when negative environmental trends are severe, which is why we focus in on these environmental factors as part of our communications to council. Organizational factors for consideration also include budget to actual financial variances for major budget categories, quality and timelines of financial reporting, reserve strategies, and relevant financial policies. Administration has made significant strides in the past number of years to advance areas that support greater strength in this area, including improved financial reporting on variances and project status, and completion of each annual financial audit with minimal identified areas for improvement. The last piece of this is being strong in financial condition supports the county in having competitive tax rates. Ratepayers continue to expect competitive tax rates with acceptable levels of service. Administration's focus in prior years and continues to be on cost containment, while also ensuring adequate infrastructure investments. They're also stable and adequate reserve balances. The goal is to manage contributions to reserves in a way that facilitates predictable and consistent budget impacts, while avoiding significant swings in budgets that require significant tax increases. So while our reserves are intended to fund long-term infrastructure needs, they also can be utilized to balance that budget and smooth things that happen that are outside of our control in order to ensure that those tax rates maintain competitive and are predictable and are something that ratepayers are able to adapt to on an annual basis. Predictable, and that leads to predictable tax rates and user fee increases. So utilizing tools at our disposal, such as our reserves, is a healthy financial strategy to ensure we avoid those major spikes in tax rates and user fees. Adjustments to tax rates and user fees should be made in consideration of multiple factors, some of which are within council's control, like changes in levels of service, while other external factors, like inflation, are stuff that we cannot control, yet they have a direct impact on our cost of operations. It also looks at managing debt levels. The Municipal Government Act specifies that the debt limit for a municipality at any point in time is 1.5 times the revenue of the municipality, and the debt servicing is 0.25 times the revenue of the municipality. The county currently sits at 43% of its allowable debt limit as a result of the loan guarantee to Trochu. Service standards. The county's 2025 budget was designed by administration assuming maintenance of existing levels of service. Levels of service are defined by council and actioned by administration. Any adaptations to service levels are directed by council, and budgets and resources are adjusted accordingly. The county has been successful in maintaining service levels with minimum impacts to budget over the past number of years, despite factors outside of our control, such as inflation. And finally, the acceptable condition of capital assets. One of the ways to ensure this is through asset management, which is our plan for how to manage municipal infrastructure in order to provide services to residents and users in a way that meets their expectations and is financially sustainable into the future. Deferral of asset replacement and maintenance has the potential to significantly increase the cost of ownership and therefore the overall total cost of providing services to the county. So we kind of look at this as like a big picture in terms of where are we sitting financially, and there's a lot of moving pieces to that, some of which, especially with asset management, are going to continue to support our ability to look at where our financial condition is. With the data we have available, we believe the county is in a strong place, but we don't know exactly when asked, that optimal reserve balance. That's something we're kind of constantly looking to try and determine what that is, based on what assets we own, what assets are going to cost to replace, what condition they're at, and those things all then factor in. And when we're also looking at the operating budget, determining whether that is contributing enough to those long-term infrastructure needs, whether that revenue base is growing at a way that will support the long-term future. So with that, I've kind of got some indicators that kind of are highlighted in there that I'll speak to. And the first is our revenue sources. A whole 88% of our revenue is related to property tax. So the vast, vast majority of the revenue that the county has to operate with comes from property tax. And of that, 69% relates to linear and industrial. So that's all of your oil and gas sites, all of those types of things. 8% of our total revenues relate to farmland, 8% relate to residential, and 3% relate to commercial taxes. So those are kind of the smaller businesses that are not sort of that bigger industrial property. And then, so outside of that 88% of property taxes, we have 4% of our revenues are made up of water and sewer fees. 6% are other revenues, which includes things like planning licenses and permits, transportation water licensing agreements, sales to other governments, rental income, penalties and fines, return on investments, campground revenues. And then there's 2% of that revenue is related to provincial grant programs. Next is looking at provincial property tax requisitions versus county property taxes. So this is something that I think everyone is well aware now, but some ratepayers might not know this, is when they look at their tax bill, there's often a significant portion that actually directly goes straight to the province that the county doesn't actually have to operate with. This is especially true for residential, where of the total tax bill, 46% goes straight to the province and 54% is retained by the county. For farmland and non-residential, it's about 83% actually stays within the county and 17% goes to the province. And overall, the county retains 81% of total revenues collected and puts 19% back towards straight to the province through requisitions. So it's just another example of council only has so much control over that total property tax bill. There's a significant portion that is completely provincially regulated and managed. However, when we do go through council deliberations, administrations always acknowledges what that impact, also how that can affect ratepayers as well. In terms of tax rates within residential tax, we have 9 different counties that we have comparable environmental factors, challenges, services, and levels of service standards that we've determined are comparable to Kneehill County. For residential tax rates, the average of our 9 comparators is 4.2, and Kneehill County sits on the lower end of our comparators at 3.3. Part of that has been council has acknowledged in the past few years we have significant market increases related to our residential assessment, and so we've actually decreased mill rates at times in order to minimize that total impact on the ratepayers, and as a result we're kind of sitting a little bit lower than our average that we've been in the past, but that's also been through council's discussion and deliberation to try and limit that impact on ratepayers who have significant other challenges due to inflation and the world around them. For farmland rates, the average of our 9 comparators is 14.55, and we sit at 15.61. But we are below 4 of those 9 comparators, so there are some that are significantly higher, specifically Lethbridge, and that's actually a strategy that their council has sort of undertaken, is to reflect the costs associated with maintaining some of that infrastructure back onto those farmland properties. And again, those rates are significantly higher because those are regulated assessment, and the way the province assesses farmland has those values not anywhere near market rates. So the rates look higher because in order to generate that revenue, they have to be significantly higher than for something like residential that's based on market rates.
So just as a comment I would make is that our farmland tax rate has been a deliberate move on part by this council to reflect similarly some of the things that are happening in other municipalities where we're trying to say farmland has a big impact on infrastructure, or farm and farm activity does. And because of the way the assessment's done, it's hard to recoup. So 8% of our budget comes from farm assessment, and we've been looking at how we can transfer some of the costs from other areas to farm to reflect actually the impact that they have. So our rate, although it may reflect as high compared to the average, that has been a deliberate choice by council to move that way. So
Absolutely. And while it's higher than average, it's not outrageously higher than average either. The third tax rate ratio is looking at non-residential. And so the average of our 9 comparators is 13.51. And again, the county sits at the higher end of our comparators, with 3 having higher rates than ours. Again, one of these pieces is it's been a challenge for council in the last few years to balance the budget without A, going over the 5-to-1 ratio, and B, significantly impacting residential taxpayers. So that's been part of where this sits on this average as due to that. And actually, when we look at this slide, it looks at our tax rate ratio. So our tax rate ratio is 4.89, whereas the average of our comparators is 3.24. The MGA dictates that the highest non-residential tax rate can be no more than 5 times the lowest residential rate. And so this is where because our non-residential assessment hasn't grown with market necessarily, because it's a regulated assessment, it's anything that happens is due to growth, but not necessarily market increases. Whereas our residential assessment, most of that growth is actually due to market increases, not new residential assessment. And so when councils looked to balance the budget in the last few years, in order to minimize that impact on residential ratepayers, we've often had to drop that rate, which means in order to maintain our 5-to-1 ratio, we're also playing a very delicate balancing act of maintaining that ratio, maintaining competitive tax rates for non-residential, and kind of looking at that broad thing. So the way our trends in assessment are shifting is kind of has made that a challenge to move that ratio downwards without downloading all of those costs onto residential. This next one is a good news story. For several years, we had a huge challenge with allowance for outstanding taxes and allowance for doubtful accounts. Administration and council have done a lot of things to try and improve that. Part of that was writing off completely uncollectible taxes, which was not an easy thing to do. At present, we currently have $324,000 in outstanding arrears taxes, and our estimated allowance for doubtful accounts is about $45,000 of that. So where a few years ago we had significant line items here, we had at one point we had $1.1 million in the budget required to allow for tax write-offs. That's now dropped down to $100,000. So this is one piece where, at least with those trends, was something that's improved the budget process and has improved kind of our ability to cash flow and analyze and look at our tax revenues as a whole and anticipate the vast majority will actually be collected.
Do you want to just repeat those two numbers?
Currently, we have $324,000 outstanding related to arrears taxes, with an allowance for doubtful accounts of $45,000. I will note there is an item coming to council for some tax write-offs later today that has to do with orphan well stuff. That's not included in that number. I'd actually stripped that out of this number.
Okay. 324 and 45.
Yeah,
Thank you, Marika.
absolutely. So this next slide looks at our total original cost of assets and our breakdown of our assets. So it's important to note that this costing is based on original purchase price of assets, and the future replacement cost needs to actually be considered when we look at that reserve strategy. So while that 68 million sitting in reserves looks like not a terrible number if you think our total assets are worth 230 million, the reality is that that replacement cost is significantly higher than that, and that's really where we need to get that number and sort of more condition numbers to really figure out that optimal reserve balance. Our largest portions of our assets relate to our road network. Between bridges and roads, that accounts for 53% of our total assets. This is followed by our water and wastewater infrastructure at 25% of our total assets. And then this slide looks at our original total cost of capital assets over the years. So you can see that we've added to our asset base over the last 10 years significantly. But again, important to note that this valuation is based on purchase price and not replacement cost, which would be significantly higher than what you see here. Conversely, this next slide looks at what our average percentage of assets remaining is based on total cost. So at a really high level, this kind of shows that it looks like we're using our assets faster than we're replacing them. Now, again, this is just based on a metric of estimated useful life for accounting purposes and original total cost. So as we get asset management data, this is where we're going to be able to provide far more valuable information for long-term decision making. This is at a very high level a trend that says, well, maybe we're not replacing them fast enough, but it's not dropping at a way that looks scary either. But again, once we kind of get more condition data and more ability, we'll be able to actually refine that number and really understand what that looks like.
So you're going to scare us in the future, is what you're saying?
Possibly. Again, it depends on, I think the county's primed in a good place to be able to handle the future. It's just a matter of expanding our knowledge and expanding our information availability so we can plan long-term to ensure that that maintains that way. In terms of reserves, so another term kind of for reserves is that unrestricted surplus, is stuff that reserves we've put away, counties put away, councils put away. And reserves support long-term financial planning. They fund rehabilitation of assets that are currently being used. They help avoid spikes in the capital expenditure program and lessen the reliance on borrowing. They ensure adequate cash flow. They provide for future liabilities incurred but not funded, and they provide stability for tax rate changes, especially as it relates to costs associated with unanticipated events and emergencies. In terms of looking at our future state reserve strategy, administration will identify recommended reserve levels for council consideration. However, it's important to note that those varies by municipality and can be impacted by multiple factors. So when we're looking at those reserve levels, we're going to consider the services provided to the community, the age and condition of our infrastructure, economic conditions such as inflationary impacts, the reserve policy, which defines the intended uses and funding sources for reserves, and the level of contributions to the capital program. At present, the organization has clarity on the existing age of existing infrastructure, but accurate condition assessments are not available for all asset classes, and this factor greatly influences those future reserve levels. This slide is a lot of data on it, but I'm going to try and give you kind of a high level of what some of these things mean. So we have our comparator municipalities, and this is data that comes from their financial statements. And so when we look at total reserve balances and total cost of TCA, one of the things we kind of look at is that percent of TCA remaining, which is where that number from a few slides ago comes in. And we've got a fairly high percentage of TCA remaining based on what we've amortized and what our original cost, which is a fairly good indicator, as long as it's been decreasing over past years, but it's not as low as some of those comparable municipalities, which means we've likely been investing enough into our infrastructure to not let it degrade too fast and not run into a point where we have too much to do in a very short period of time. In addition, there's that reserves as a percentage of TCA. Again, we're kind of on the higher end of our comparators. We're not as high as some of them, but we're on the higher end. And again, that's a good indicator that we've got a decent base there to support replacing that TCA. But again, those are all based on original cost, not replacement cost. So it could be a little bit misleading. Somebody who might have very new water infrastructure that's not 20, 30, 40 years old, those things can all kind of factor into what that looks like. And then the percentage of your debt limit used, we're actually on the high end. And again, that's due to that Trochu loan guarantee. In terms of our historical funding level, so this slide represents the contribution within the operating budget to reserves. And at one point it was significantly higher. It's kind of gone up and down a little bit. We're kind of balancing back out to where we were in 2020. Now I will note some of these include some additional contributions to reserves that weren't necessarily reflected in the core budget. Not all of them, but some of them. So that concludes sort of my setting the stage component of my presentation today. Before I move on to going through and overviewing the proposed projects, are there any questions from council?
I'm not seeing any questions, but I'm going to ask a question. Does anyone want a brief break before we go into the proposed projects, or are you good to continue? Okay, so perhaps I'm going to suggest we'll take a 10-minute recess, so we'll come back at 9:35, and then we'll continue at that point. So we're in recess till 9:35. So it is 9:34, and I will call the council meeting of October the 8th back to order. And we will continue with proposed projects. And Ms. Von Merbach, whenever you are ready.
Thank you. So moving on to the proposed projects component of this presentation, each project's been categorized into these different categories. And so we'll go through each section as we go through projects. It just allows some facilitation of what project types are, and they kind of are grouped to similar things. The first section is 2025 budget for phased projects. So this category of projects represents projects in progress, which additional funding for subsequent phases is being requested. So these are items that were typically started in 2024. When we proposed those, they would have had anticipated future costs, and this year we're coming back to request that those additional funds are added to that project budget so that the next phase can happen. The first is rural road construction. The purpose of this is reconstruction of rural roads, which were being designed in 2024. The budget for this one is $2,420,000, and the recommended funding source is from reserves. There's anticipated some future project costs of $258,000, and there's no anticipated incremental operating budget impact associated with this. And as we go through these, if council has questions about projects that would like some follow-up on, we will take note of all of those to ensure that we address any of those questions in the future budget meetings. Within this one, there's, there's 200 meters of grade widening and elevating on Range Road 25-5, south of Highway 582. 250 millimeters of grade widening and elevation on Range Road 25-0, north of Township Road 30-4. There's 250 meters of grade widening and side slope work on Range Road 24-1, north of Township Road 30-0, and some slope stabilization on Range Road 21-2, south of Township Road 28-0. The next piece is bridge file 7988, which is a liner for that bridge file. That's at Northwest 15-28-21 west of 4. In project description includes installing a hydraulically appropriate CSP culvert liner. The 2025 budget for this is $401,500, and the funding source is bridge reserve, with no projected future project costs nor operating budget impact. The next piece is the next step of the Horseshoe Canyon Interpretive Center and Washroom. So this would be utilizing engineering and architectural components for site selection and construction design of this site. In 2024, the county contributed to undergo a feasibility study and a conceptual design of a facility to house washrooms, retail opportunities, and interpretive displays on the natural systems and historical elements of the canyon. The concept is to build with a vision for future expansion and identifying potential revenue generation and investment opportunities. In 2025, it will be necessary to involve engineering and architectural components for site selection and design, as well as to the first phase of construction to make it shovel ready. In 2026 and 2027, phase 1 of the Interpretive Center construction would commence. Consecutive phases would be recommended over the next 3+ years, with the facility opening in 2028. The project would align with the area structure plan as proposed in a separate initiative for 2025. So again, this has a $330,000 budget for 2025 with potential future project costs of $6,050,000. Now again, anything future project costs is what we're anticipating might come out of that. And it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the exact budget that would be requested in a future year.
Go ahead, Councillor Forbes.
So on your future costs of $6 million, I thought when I was looking through the stuff before, we were at $3 million for it. Can someone tell me where this number comes from, please, just for clarity?
Mr. Gannon, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. With the variability of different designs that might be coming back for a high-level evaluation, we felt, depending on the partnerships that were out there currently and the different designs that were considered, the increase has been from additional information we've received. of understanding comparable facilities out for interpretive centers or visitor centers as per se, and understanding the actual area, the environment around there and what type of engineering might be required due to the soil content around Horseshoe Canyon.
Go ahead, Councillor Phopes.
So then for clarity, is this $6 million including the, because coming up here, we're going to see the one that talks about the path that goes around it. Is that included in this cost that I'm looking at here, or is that a separate cost included?
Through the chair, that would be a separate project, separate cost. That's on a different item within the Horseshoe Canyon master plan. This is solely for the interpretive center. As the feasibility study comes back for council for consideration, the size will be, it could be varied, or if council chooses not to move forward, that would be also the option that would be presented within the feasibility. So there's a variability of cost depending on what partnership models, what extent of a facility that council would choose. So we're trying to keep a good medium in there to understand we're not exactly looking for a basic center, but we're also not looking, as some would say, at Taj Mahal. We're trying to look at what that middle ground would be for center for attraction and for the actual opportunity for investment opportunities, including some store frontage and that within the building.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Phopes.
So then currently, what did you have put aside for this particular cost? Because I know it's not 6 million, so what did we have in reserves before you put in the 6 million for this? Before you found out that more stuff costs more money? Does someone know that number?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Hogan.
To you, Mr. Reeve, a couple of things. So to address to that, the $6 million that's portrayed there is not in reserves. Council has in the past, and we'd have to look up the exact number, but I believe it's around 1.3, $1 million to $1.3 million, depending on what's come out of there beforehand. So again, we'd need to confirm that exact number. One of the things with that future cost that I think is important and that Mr. Gannon was driving at is right now, because it's part of the forecast, that's a placeholder amount. So because it's and that's as Mr. Gannon said, depending on the decisions that council has yet to make, that number can be altered. And right now, what we're trying to do is portray in the forecast, we don't want to put in $1 million when we know anything you build is likely to be far more than that. It's a lot easier a lot better for the discussion to say there's a larger placeholder in place because we know the cost probably isn't going to be $1 million. I mean, you're looking at $500,000 to build a residential house in a lot of cases. You're not building commercial stuff for half. So one of the, the trail or the pathway is a better term, I guess, that takes you from here to there. Okay. You have the feasibility study coming, right? And part of that is saying that, if you want to put in $2 million, here's the building you get, and here's the opportunities it provides. So you might get a basic, here's an entryway, here's an area we can do some displays, here's some bathrooms, but you don't have opportunity for commercial rental space or whatever else, right? Or if you put in $4 million, you might get a bit more of that, and there's a different return on investment for the $4 million, or if you put in 6, you get a bit more. That's the feasibility project that you've approved for this year. It starts to give you some of that data. And then you get as a council to make some of those decisions as to how far you want to go, as well as determining what your funding strategies are. So in one like this, that's a projected cost, but not an approved one, is you're looking, you start with that data to get into how you're going to strategize for it too. You might look at it and say, you know what, we're going to take it all from reserves or borrowing, or basically that they both amount to we're funding it ourselves, right? You might look at it and say, you know what, it's great, we've got a shovel-ready project designed, we're not building it unless we can pay 50% of it with grants. Pick a number. That's a strategy, right? You might look at it and say, you know what, we have this, but we're gonna be looking for private partnership or a developer who comes in maybe as part of a broader ASB and they fund part of it. So those are strategies that you look at once you determine how you might proceed with it. What you're actually gonna build That 6 million might become 4, or might become 3, or might become any other number once you see the data coming back from the feasibility study. So right now, it's really in there as a forecast and a placeholder. There's no commitment at this point in time that that money is actually going to be spent or that it's going to be that amount. And so what we're proposing here is that we know the feasibility study is going to be completed within this year. Next year, you'll take that data, determine what it is that you want to build, and that 330 is really looking at, okay, what's the proper site to build it, getting the engineering and detailed drawings done so that you can construct whatever it is you're going to choose to construct the year after. Or depending on your funding strategy, even further than that. But right now, that future project cost is really a placeholder amount that still needs to be, there's still other inputs and decisions council has to make before you actually get to a point where you're spending that or whatever that other, whatever its replacement number is going to be.
Go ahead, Councillor Forbes, and I'll come to you, Mr. Gannon.
I appreciate that explanation because I have gotten a phone call on this $6 million. So I'm just, thank you for the explanation because now someone can watch this and understand that that's not actually in the budget. Because it doesn't, it looks like our future costs, you're gonna ask for $6 million, and that's why I'm asking, what have you put aside for it currently? Because I thought it was a different number than that, so thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. Through the chair, just for clarity, the feasibility study was delayed a little bit due to the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan being approved. So we're expecting the deliverable to come in front of council first quarter for deliberations on which future direction they want to go with the, you would like to go with the interpretive center. So that will provide those options and those conversations moving forward from that point.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Cunningham?
So I think a couple of my questions have been answered, but I was curious too about the 6 million, because I know a couple meetings ago when we talked about the master plan, I had asked what type of money was earmarked, and it was in the millions, so I do appreciate a more concrete number on that. In terms of the feasibility study, is that going to include a business model? And I guess when I look at that 330 that we're earmarking for the engineering, are we giving them some sense of what we're looking for? Because to me, I wouldn't want to go forward with that till the feasibility study's back. And in saying that, like if I'm going to build a house and I'm telling my contractor I'm going to build an 800 square foot house versus a 5,000 square foot house, that's going to look very different. So are we going to have more concrete answers before we go ahead with spending that 330,000?
Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Reeve, yes. So we can't spend that 330,000 of doing detailed drawings until we know what it is that we're building.
So the feasibility study is going to come back, and then we're going to have conversation around what direction we might want to go. And then that 330,000 is to allow us to do whatever work that would set us forward, moving towards something happening in the future.
Yeah, through Mr. Reeve, that I think the intent there is that would drive us towards being shovel ready. And like to follow up on Councillor Cunningham's analogy, it is that information you need before you can do those drawings. Are you building a 500 square foot house? Or are you building a 5,000 square foot house? Right? The architect can't tell you what you're building or what goes into it until you make that decision for them. Right? And that will impact, you know, if you're building a much smaller site with a smaller footprint, you might have more options in terms of location that makes sense. If you're building a larger one, you might have fewer options that require different things. So those are all inputs that council can look forward to making decisions on before we move from there to being shovel ready.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you. Just to add on to the CO's information, the business opportunities or different models, as per se, will be presented within the feasibility study. So it'll give you different partnership opportunities that may be available or recommended. It would also give council the option, should they choose, of going solely with industry performing this function, which will potentially negate the $330,000 should they wish industry just move forward. And that would be something that would be working forward with our team to look at a business or an attracted investor that may want to move forward with that potential business model. So there's a lot of different opportunities for council to make those decisions. So we did, in essence, have to put a place marker in the 2025 budget, but that's also determinant on council's decision for the, what you may choose through the feasibility study.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other questions at this point? Councillor Cunningham.
So just curious, just for my knowledge, so it says operating budget impact 0. So like, I know down the way in your presentation, there's kind of more forecast. Do we forecast what that building is going to cost us down the line? Because obviously people always say to me, oh, it's easy to build a swimming pool, or we can raise money to build a swimming pool. It's those long-term operating costs that carry on down the line, maintenance, utilities, staffing. Like, do we know what a center such as this is going to cost us on a year-to-year basis?
Mr. Gannon, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. That's a fantastic question. We're hoping to, once we align to exactly what size of facility we're looking for, that information will be part of that model that comes forward to understand where those operating costs. We didn't put any operating cost in here because there's too many unknowns as we look at. If, for example, if the ownership is not ours and it's in a partnership where it's part investment and the ownership goes to another proponent, there's potentially no operating impact to us. However, if we build it and we're going to be the primary occupant or individual that runs that facility, then that operating cost will have to be determined to understand what service level council would like to provide for that facility and operate it under which business model. So there are a lot of variabilities that will come out of this, and through the feasibility study, we'll clarify what those are, and more information would have to be provided at that point on those budgetary impacts should those choices move forward.
So the anticipation would be as we go forward in the conversation, we will have different business models or projections based on whatever the facility looks like and how it is planned to be operated. So there will be budget impact in the future. At this point, those are really unknown. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I don't want to misalign that the feasibility study will give you all your glowing answers, but it will provide insight to potential other questions that we may have to explore and bring information back for council for consideration. And that may be involved should council want to move forward through that engineering process, depending on what building you're going for, more information would be provided through that project. Or another avenue is we're not ready to move at that point. We need more information on this point, and we like this business model. Can we go there? So there's a lot of opportunity and variability in this, depending on the information that's provided through that feasibility study.
So basically what we're committing to now is to do that feasibility study, and potentially we're looking at the $330,000 in the current budget.
Correct.
Okay. Councillor Christie.
Just an observation that if we're shovel ready, we're way more visible for grant applications too. If we have a project that can be funded by the provincial government or helped by the provincial government, if we're not shovel ready, they're not going to look at us. And I think there's grant money available there if we have the right project.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. That's absolutely correct. That's one of the initiatives why we felt that putting that placeholder in there for 2025 budget, depending on council's determinations through the feasibility study, was because we understood where the province was going with the changes in the TDZ zones on where that funding model was going, and we're expecting different grant opportunities to come forward. And through those projected partnership models or business models there would give council the opportunity. From my experience, shovel ready is always the best way to go because you know where you want to build, and the variable just changes through inflation depending on what's going on and where your grants or your funding mechanisms come from.
Well, and the definition of shovel ready seems to be constantly somewhat under design. I heard at the ASB Munis when they were talking about the school funding that the province announced, their definition of shovel ready almost seemed like utilities and everything's in place prior to being considered shovel ready. So you don't even know if you're getting a project, but they want you to be serviced and ready to move forward. So that definition is evolving, I think, at this point in time, so. It was interesting anyway to hear the conversation around what shovel-ready was considered, especially when it came to new schools, so. Anyway, I digress, and are there any further questions related to the project in front of us? If not, we will move on. And thank you.
Thank you. Before I move on, I'm just going to provide a little bit of clarity on some of those bottom boxes and what they mean within this presentation. So your 2025 budget, that first one, that's actually the ask for this year from council with its recommended funded source. That's the amount that we're actually saying, this is what we're requesting for this project this year. Anything that says future project costs, in some cases, this can be something that's actually a few years out, or it might be projected for next year. It's any capital kind of costs that are anticipated to happen, or project costs that are anticipated to happen at some point in the future if we move forward with this project. And then that operating budget impact, there's a couple things you might see there. There's some that will say 2025 operating budget impact, which means if we move forward with this project, that money will get rolled into the operating budget as of 2025 and will move forward. And some of them say 2026 operating budget impact. That means there's often going to be like a year of implementing that project or that initiative, and then there will be subsequent operating budget impacts. So we've kind of differentiated that a little bit. In this case, we don't have that operating budget impact listed because we're not exactly sure what those future states are going to be and what that incremental operating budget impact will look like. But basically that first one is the concrete number, what we're asking for today, and the second two are typically an idea of what's going to happen, with the exception of when it says that 2025 operating budget impact. And I'll make sure I highlight those as we go through.
And these are proposed projects for the 2025 budget, right?
That is correct.
Councillor McGee.
So just to use a little bit different vocabulary, just to be sure I got this straight. Basically, we're talking, when it's about the budget, we're talking about next year's budget, 2025. This is the number you're looking at. When we're looking at the future project costs, it's if the dream is as big as we want it to be, what might it look like? Because this is a visionary document as well as a practical document. And so that's the visionary piece, not the commitment piece, right? Because that's what council needs to have, is a vision.
Through the chair, that's correct. And this is, that future project cost is really tying into that 4 or 5 year forecast that we'll address later in the presentation too. It's sort of saying, here's the other things that might come as a result of saying yes to this project. And really it then ties into that long term, that 5 year forecast to say, this is the stuff that might come for council discussion in the future. Nothing of that is actually council's committed to that. There's no funds allocated for it. There's no authority for administration to spend any of those funds. It's really that high level, this is the impact of saying yes to this decision. This might happen. Now, some of those future project costs are a little more refined than others. Something like a bridge where we're doing design this year and anticipating to replace next year is probably closer to an actual number. It's probably not exact because things can change in the next year. Whereas something like this, administration really recognized that it would not be beneficial for council for us to have no number on future project costs just because we don't really know exactly what's going to end up being designed as a result of this plan. But that we acknowledge there's some funding for 2025 that will be needed to move forward with it. And we also acknowledge that there are certainly capital project costs associated with the next steps of that project.
Okay, I think we're ready to go on then.
Wonderful. The next one, there's a couple of these that are sort of the final steps of construction on a bridge file. So this is post-construction on bridge file 70576. And so it's the final engineering and environmental approval registrations for the construction that actually happened within 2024. So there's a $55,000 budget requested with recommended funding source coming from the bridge reserve. Again, there's no future project costs associated or anticipated with this one and no incremental operating budget impact. This one's also, again, a post-construction, so again, final engineering and environmental approval on bridge file 72256. Again, there's $55,000 proposed for the budget, and the recommending funding sources from the bridge reserve. Again, no anticipated future project costs and no incremental operating budget impact anticipated. So that brings me through the projects that were 2025 budget for phased projects. Again, those were ones that have been basically started in 2024 that the next steps are being requested to be moved forward through council. The next category is maintenance of existing assets. So this category represents maintenance of assets required to maintain existing service levels, but are not or will not be performing as required. This first one is Buffalo Jump Road Seal Coat, and it would be to apply 17 kilometers of seal coat on Township Road 34-4 from Highway 21 to 800 meters east of Range Road 22-1. The budget for this is $1,683,000, and we're recommending that this actually come through the LGFF grant funding program. There's no projected future project costs associated with this, nor is there any incremental operating budget impact anticipated with this project. The reseal coating of chip seal roads is a vital component of the maintenance program. Typically, seal coat roads requires resurfacing every 7 years to ensure that moisture repelling surface is maintained and the subsurface failures do not occur. Failure to provide this preventative maintenance will compromise the integrity of the structure and can result in higher repair costs in the future. So this is one item where we look at that. We're kind of leaning into that asset management model of preventative maintenance versus full road rebuild if the road deteriorates too far.
Councillor Christie.
On that road, we're only responsible to the park boundaries, like we don't have to do anything going down the River Hill.
Go ahead, Mr. Zier.
Thank you, through the chair. That's correct. Just as the road curves to the north, that's where our point of custody takes over.
And here I thought you were going to make a donation toward the project. As a frequent user of the road.
I'll just be quiet.
Anyway, go ahead.
The next one is some Huxley wastewater upgrades. And this one's kind of connected to the whole wastewater study that was done for Huxley and has been brought forward to council a couple of times. As John had alluded when he presented a couple weeks ago, this one has some upgrades to that system that are in alignment with that new program. So it would maintain and improve the wastewater infrastructure within Huxley. It includes installing 4 flushing points as well as an upgraded sewer main along Railway Avenue. The budget for this is $291,500 with a recommended funding source from the Water Reserve. There's no anticipated future project costs associated with this stage of that, and there is an incremental operating budget impact projected for 2026 of $1,500. So when we say that there's an incremental for 2026, that means when we look forward to the 2026 budget, when we're preparing it internally, those costs will be built into that base core operating budget moving forward. So it wouldn't come forward to council as a discussion item or anything because this project went forward. It's an understanding that next year there's likely to be an operating budget impact of approximately $1,500. Again, that would be refined when we get to 2026 budget process, so it could fluctuate a little bit, but that's what we're anticipating that to impact on that year.
I assume that means if we put 4 flushing points in, we actually go back and flush the system. So there's going to be operating costs associated with that, so.
Absolutely.
And that really in the long-term maintenance of that system in Huxley, those flushing points are going to be critical to the future, so.
Yes. Okay, this next one is some major bridge maintenance, and it's intended to address wear and tear and prevent deterioration and enhance safety to extend the lifespan of 4 county bridges. This is an item that we've seen come forward to council most years. So there's 2025 budget is $220,000 and the recommended funding source is the bridge reserve. Those future project costs of $888,000 are anticipating to come forward with $220,000 basically every year for the next few years. It's not anticipated to be one lump sum amount. This is an item that we've kind of brought forward rather than incorporate within the core operating budget as a large line item. We bring forward as a project so that administration can report back on what bridges were done, what kind of maintenance was done that was on a bigger level than just sort of some of your typical bridge maintenance stuff that might happen within the scope of the core operating budget.
I have a question on that one for Mr. Zier. In the files that is mentioned in there, one of the bridge files talks about that you would do that maintenance if that bridge wasn't scheduled for replacement. So is there potential that we're looking to replace that bridge or to do like a complete overhaul as opposed to just maintenance in there?
So to answer your question, Reeve King, basically, as CEO Hogan mentioned before, all these bridge inspection maintenance program that we do, we identify these through recommendations from our inspector, these sort of improvements that can be done to necessarily extend the life of the bridge. So through that, we do coring projects throughout the year, actually dig into the bridge piles and see if there's any deterioration or rotting. If we identify that through this project that there is significant damage that we found through the maintenance program, then we will pause it and we'll actually put forward a proposal to replace the bridge. So it is kind of contingent on what we find in these inspections as well as the repair work on it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Penner, yes.
Another question for Mr. Zia. What does double layer mean on a bridge? Sorry? Upgrade to a double layer to meet the standard. You know what that means?
Through the chair, I'm not a bridge expert, so I might have to consult back with our operations staff on that.
Okay, so you'll come back with an answer, hopefully. Okay. All right, I don't see any other questions, so.
Okay. The next one is SCADA HMI PLC pump house upgrades. So currently our systems are being evaluated for required upgrades or replacement of the electronic components, which essentially run the daily operations of pump houses. This includes opening valves, controlling pumps, signaling alarms, and more. These systems are an integral part of water distribution. This project will identify and either upgrade or replace a piece of equipment that's deemed no longer compatible. As well, the project will more efficiently and effectively improve our electronic communication between the pump houses and the operators. As the current electronic components are reaching the end of their useful life, they become outdated and have a lack of available support. And as well, replacement parts become scarce. It's becoming a necessity to upgrade those systems within our older pump houses to more up-to-date versions. So the 2025 budget for this one is $198,000 with the recommended funding source coming from the Water Reserve. There's no anticipated future project costs and no incremental operating budget impact associated with this.
Councillor Forbes?
Just a question that I had, what is the lifespan of one of these, this equipment that is being put to monitor for SCADA?
Mr. Zier? Oh, Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. With any type of electronic components, we're looking at a variability, usually depending life cycling of 5 to 15 years. Again, it's all in usage, environment, a lot of factors to determine on that type of electronic components. But I also want to stipulate that it's actually the brains of the entire system. So as that equipment becomes redundant, as technology changes quickly, so might there be a need for a change or an upgrade due to failure.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, go ahead, Ms. Van Merbach.
The next item is a Keevers Lake Road resurfacing upgrade. So this would be a rework of the oiled surface on Range Road 26-0, south of Highway 583, to provide a smooth and safe driving surface for residents and visitors. Again, this is one of those items where it's regular maintenance, such as resurfacing, is more cost-effective than permitting the road to degrade to the point where full reconstruction is necessary. Preventative measures like resurfacing can significantly reduce long-term maintenance costs. So the budget for this one in 2025 is proposed to be $121,000 with recommended funding source being the Roads Reserve. And no future project costs and no incremental operating budget impact is anticipated with this project.
Councillor Forbes?
Can you just remind me again how long these roads last for? I'm making notes.
So this is an oiled surface road?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, that's exactly right. So these roads are a little more dependent on traffic on the roads as opposed to a chip seal where there's a definite structure to it. This one, the benefit in these oiled roads is that we can tear them up, add more oil and really relay them, pack them, and have them a dust-free drivable surface. Still not the same strength as a seal coat, but looking at the use of this road, it's perfectly viable for it.
So length of life,
Sorry, to answer the question, we typically see around 7 to 10 years with these oiled roads. Thank you for that.
just in case you wanted to tap dance your way completely around the question. All right, thank you, Mr. Zier. Any further questions? If not, go ahead, Ms. Von Merbank.
Okay, the next item on here is the council chamber refresh, which as the system approaches 10 years old, this is preventative maintenance. It's important that everything works properly and without disruption during council meetings. As electronic parts age, they become less trustworthy, which leads to issues. Most of the main components are still well within their lifespan, but the small, cheaper components have a tendency to fail. The programming will be refreshed to reflect our current procedures in council and allowing for things like Teams in-camera sessions. The proposed 2025 budget for this is $44,000 with the recommended funding source being the IT reserve. Again, no future project costs anticipated and no operating budget incremental operating budget impact.
Okay. All right.
This next one is the Public Works building renovation. It's a renovation of the existing stockroom in the Public Works shop to provide an additional workspace and more effective use of existing storage space. This will reduce time wasted searching for parts, it'll minimize downtime, and ensures that inventory levels are accurately maintained. While portions of this renovation commenced in 2024 by internal forces, ensuring compliance with building and safety codes requires that certified contractors continue on with the finalization of this work. So the budget for 2025 is proposed to be $27,500 with funding coming from the building capital equipment replacement reserve. There's no future project costs and no incremental operating budget impact anticipated.
Okay.
Okay, that completes the maintenance of existing assets component. I'm going to move on to the replacement of existing assets. So this category represents replacement of assets which have reached the end of their useful life and are required to maintain existing service levels. The first one is a replacement of the fuel management system over at the shop. The existing system is quite old and does not offer some of the capabilities of most new software. It does not allow for proper or accurate monitoring of fuel usage, as gasoline and diesel expenditures are a significant portion of the council's budget. Ensuring proper oversight is essential to verify the efficient use of this resource. The existing system has some limitations in data accuracy and the ability to integrate with other management systems. So implementing this new system would ensure precise monitoring of fuel inventory, consumption, and costs. It'll also enable seamless integration with financial and operational systems, ensuring that data is accurate, up-to-date, and easily accessible. So this is a piece that will kind of tie into that asset management piece. The better data we have on the fuel usage for all of our trucks and vehicles, the more we have information on what assets might want to be replaced a little bit sooner or a little bit later, or what that kind of looks like. The budget for 2025 is anticipated to be $192,500 with funding coming from the roads reserve. There's no future project costs anticipated, and there is a $15,000 incremental impact on the 2025 operating budget.
Councillor Cunningham.
So do you have an estimate of the lifespan of this new system?
Thank you through the chair. Well, we just look at really looking at upgrading it throughout the year. We will never have an end replacement. There's always software upgrades that we can do with it, and expanding the current system to new. So as technology changes, we can adapt with it. I can say right now the system we have is an MS-DOS system, so it's quite antiquated in its capabilities and that sort of thing. So. So yeah, there's advances in the technology that we hope we can adapt as we move with it.
So you're not anticipating that you'd be coming back in a short period of time? Hopefully the system is gonna last us for,
That's correct. And that comes down to, as Ms. Murdoch mentioned, what we're really looking for is this system is how we can adapt it to our future use. So tying it to fuel mileage, tying it to securities around where we are sure where our fuel is going, making sure that we're cognizant of the usage of it, tying it back to individual users and equipment, and then ultimately forming strategies around that.
okay, thank you for that. Councillor Phillips?
And I was running throughout the whole entire thing, the contingency, because I have gotten a question. So what happens if you don't use the contingency? I know it goes back into reserves, but could you just make that statement for public consumption, please? Because you've attached contingency to every one of these, which we understand why. But what happens if you don't use it? Because I've been asked.
Yeah, well, through the chair, all of these funding are funded under reserves. The capital projects like this are funded under reserves, so it would return back to or it wouldn't even come out of the reserve fund at that point. Okay.
Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Reeves, so to follow up on that, anything that you see out of roads, well, not just, I was gonna say roads reserve, but the better answer is anything you see out of reserves, that money doesn't actually come out from an accounting perspective until you have the final component of the project done. So there isn't a process where when council approves that, we move that money out of the reserves right then. So it comes out at the end of the year. We make those, I shouldn't say solely at the end of the year, but it basically comes out in one shot. So if we have an expected budget of 192, but we only use 150, 150 is the only amount that comes out of that reserve.
Thank you for the explanation.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, if you would please continue.
Through the chair, I'd also just add in terms of that contingency that's applied to all of our projects, that's something that administration implemented as a result of a few projects that were going over budget because we hadn't built in enough of a contingency. So that's something we implemented to sort of say, we want to ensure that we've got that contingency built in, but oftentimes we're not anticipating to use that contingency. And again, any of that money just stays in reserves. It is a way to ensure though that we are allocating the proper amount out of reserves for every project so that we don't end up approving other projects to come out of that reserve and overdrawing a reserve as well. So it kind of protects against that.
Thank you.
This next one is something that council sees every year. It's the annual IT capital equipment plan, capital purchases. So IT replacements for this year include council laptops, some desktops, a couple mechanic laptops, 2 photocopiers, and 1 color printer. Again, this IT infrastructure is sort of operated in a similar way to capital equipment plan, but independently of the capital equipment plan. So within the operating budget, there's reserve transfers into reserves from each department that require IT infrastructure so that each year we can bring out the right amount that we need to replace what we need to that year. So this number fluctuates annually, but the amount that's actually in the operating budget is fairly standard and only increases when we need slightly bigger contributions. So the 2025 budget for this is $100,700, and the funding source is from that IT reserve. The future project costs here of $252,400 are actually the anticipated future costs over the next four budget cycles. So those are not the costs that we're anticipating to bring back next year, but they're the costs that are likely going to be associated with this program in the coming years. And there's no incremental operating budget impact associated with these purchases.
Okay. Councillor Cunningham.
Just a quick clarification for me. I'm just trying to remember back to the capital equipment plan, but the 3 mechanical laptops, are those used for diagnostic tools, or is that just for like daily use emails and that type of thing?
Mr. Zier.
Thank you. Through the chair, they are used for operating our project not the project manager, sorry, the work order system. So basically, the mechanics are responsible for entering the repairs, the replacement, the cost to that, opening the work orders, performing what work they've done in it, and then closing them off. So Does that answer your question, or?
Okay. All right. Not seeing any other questions on that, so if you want to continue on to the next one.
Okay, the next one is a replacement of bridge file 13480. This would be the engineering and plan design for the replacement of that bridge. So 2025, the budget is proposed for 88,000 with funding coming from the bridge reserve. This one has anticipated future project costs of $1,683,000. The goal of engineering and design, the plan to replace this bridge is to address its low structural rating of 33.3, which presents considerable risks if it continues to decline.
So that budget amount is for the engineering work.
Yes. This next one is a replacement of the Brackeneer Dam picnic shelter. In 2024, the existing campground picnic shelter was found to be structurally compromised due to dry rot in its supporting foundation. For public safety, the structure was removed prior to the 2024 camping season. This project replaces the structure with one of a similar size and function. Once built, the facility has the potential to be rented out at $50 a day for small family and community events. The 2025 budget for this is $77,000 with funding coming from the Parks Reserve. And there's no future project costs, and there is an anticipated 2026 operating budget impact of potential rental revenue.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, that concludes the replacement of existing assets component. The next piece is new assets. So these represents new assets which don't currently exist within the county's asset base, but are requested to maintain service levels and or facilitate and progress council's strategic plan. The first one in this category is the Wimborne groundwater filtration system. So historically, the groundwater for the hamlet of Wimborne has been high in naturally occurring fluoride. And it's over the maximum allowable concentration for fluoride. And so these two parameters, so the installation of this treatment system will ensure that the groundwater meets the guidelines as set out in the Canadian Drinking Water Guidelines, and contraventions of the Code of Practice will be avoided. So for 2025, there's a project budget of $726,000 with recommended funding coming from the Water Reserve. There's no anticipated future project costs, but there is an incremental operating budget impact of $26,000.
Councillor Penner.
I'm not sure if I'm administration, but how many residents do we have in Wimborne?
So number of residents. So again, the long-term plan for Wimborne and water supply is to continue the groundwater well system and not to run water line north from Torrington. Go ahead, Mr. Zaire.
That's correct, through the chair. So we did do the study looking at the different options. When we first were made aware that Alberta Environment's going to enforce this, fluoride has always been high in Wimborne. It has been it's been exceeding the maximum acceptable concentration, but it hasn't been a priority of Alberta Environment. We've just received confirmation here, in addition to the letter received a couple of years ago, that this is coming, that there actually are going to be implementing and enforcing the maximum allowable by the year 2030 here. So preemptively, we're going to make sure that our systems are in place prior to that to make sure that they meet that. Like I say, we looked at a few different options, running water up from Torrington. The problem with that one is not just the water line there. The Sunny Slope system that feeds that would need to be upgraded at a significant cost. So looking at all the options available to us, this is the one that makes the most sense for that size of community, knowing that it is still a significant cost.
So do we know what the impact will be? I guess, do we have an idea what the water volumes are used in Wimborne and what the impact will be on the what's it called, lagoon. If it runs like my RO system, it's about 1.5 gallons to a gallon of waste, and so that would have significant impact on how much water there might be going into that lagoon system, and so we've done that assessment. We're pretty sure we're comfortable with the ability of that lagoon to handle the flow, especially since it's not a release lagoon.
Correct, yes. Through the chair, that was part of the consideration that we did in that initial study. I can bring back more information if council likes for confirmation of that.
No, I guess I'm just looking for, and I realize we've talked about this, and so I'm just looking for confirmation that we've got our bases covered, I guess.
Yes, that's correct. We've considered that, and we, as far as the studies we've performed, we have capacity in that lagoon system.
And we're sure the water well can handle the additional water. Like, we're not gonna affect the aquifer in any way negatively.
Yes, through the chair, both of these systems have been fully worked through in the analysis of them. The reports that we have back is that system, both in the lagoon and the water flows, can handle the increased capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Phobes and then Councillor Christie.
The 26,000 that you're putting away every year for forecast, does that include the replacement of this system in the future?
Through the chair, no, that is operational costs for the system every year, increased power, increased maintenance on it, that sort of thing, filters.
So will you be building this into budget moving forward then for the replacement in, I looked it up, 15 to 20 years when the equipment becomes obsolete or is no longer useful?
So you're talking capital equipment plan
Correct.
kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's, to go back to asset management again, that is a strictly, a huge benefit to that program is future forecasting those replacements, not just with this system, with all of our water, sewer, lagoons. Like, it will get into that depth of we're looking at 45 years for the systems to be replaced, 50 years for the pipelines, the amount of 900 kilometers of water lines. These asset management analysis will identify the replacement of that. So right down to when this system is recommended to be replaced.
Okay, Councillor Christie.
I guess one of my questions is, it wouldn't be viable to put an individual system in every house just for drinking water? So you're only treating the water that's actually being consumed or not? I know that's what I do on my farm because of high fluoride and IDT, dissolved solid.
Thank you, through the chair. Again, that was a consideration in the study that was proposed. Because it's a municipal system, that's where we lack some of the control over making sure that each individual systems, because there is maintenance tied to the reverse osmosis program. So ensuring that everyone is meeting that, that's kind of taking it out of our hands right now. We didn't feel that was a comfort level with that. Similar to how we're kind of taking over a little bit more control in Huxley to make sure that the system operates properly and that we're meeting the guidelines required. We have a municipal operated system right now. It would be quite a shift to go back to eliminating that and then putting it back to owner responsibility. So again, like I say, this way we have a little more control over what's happening there, ensuring that the water entering these hamlet homes is safe and acceptable.
Thank you.
Deputy Rufus-Stock.
I guess we will be looking forward to applying for some sort of grants for this system, or I know we're not gonna get them from environment because environment just makes the rules, they don't fund their regulations. Are there any sort of grants available for Water for Life kind of strategies?
Yeah, through the chair, there's a couple different grant programs that we can investigate, Alberta Water for Life, as well as the Alberta Water and Wastewater Partnership Program. These are both potentials, depending on the eligibility of it. We're definitely going to attempt to it so that we don't fund the entire cost ourselves. But I think going forward, this is a project that needs to be done regardless of grant funding, which is what we do with most of our capital projects anyways. We put them forward knowing that if we get grants, fantastic, but we're going to try every bit that we can to get them. But at the same time, we see a need for it regardless of provincial or federal funding.
Okay, are there any other questions related to this reverse osmosis system for Wimborne? If not, I guess we're moving on.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, the next item within new assets is Armadillo traffic counters. And these are to purchase 2 Armadillo traffic counters to support the proposed traffic counting program. Understanding traffic patterns within the county is an important measurement tool. The data obtained will be beneficial in identifying which roads are highly used, if these roads are used primarily by vehicular traffic or larger units, and will help support the road construction program decision matrix to prioritize construction projects. These counters can also be used for identifying areas of concern with speeding, which can help redirect enforcement efforts. So the 2025 budget here is $14,300 with recommended funding coming from the roads reserve. The future project costs are again that $14,300 is the anticipation of potentially buying a further 2 of these units the following year if the program is working, if they're collecting the data we'd like them to collect. And there's no incremental operating budget impact anticipated.
Councillor Forbes.
What is the lifespan on one of these armadillos, and how much lifespan did we get out of the previous ones we owned?
Mr. Zier.
Thank you. I don't believe, I can't answer accurately the lifespan of the armadillos. I think depending on the durability of them. I've utilized these traffic counters in the past, and the system I have, just for reference, I had for 10 years with no replacements or any sort of that thing. Just kind of give the council a little more detail on what these are. These are quite more advanced than our current counting program and traffic counters. These actually identify the size of vehicle that's going by rather than just do an axle count or sensing that a structure has gone by. It actually can identify if it's small, medium, or large vehicle. We can kind of identify the routing that they're taking, as well as speed. It tracks the speed of these sort of things. So it puts it into a really easy to adapt report to any of our future prioritizing, I should say. What I really see a benefit of these is looking at our traffic, our road construction program, and identifying that we have some hot spots here. Are these roads really just a harvest seeding type intensity, and can we mitigate issues with a road with a higher intense maintenance program around that time, or is this a long-term year-round traffic that hits these spots? So really identifying where that traffic is coming from, where it's going to, and looking at even future paving projects is what I'm going to be utilizing these for, is to if we can route the roads, the traffic off of some of our gravel roads into more durable paved surfaces, then we can extend the lifespan of those gravel. So lots of different benefits for these programs. Truthfully, the counting that we have right now is not, I did look at utilizing that a little bit more in depth, as well as using contractors for this, and I mean, the contracting would be a 1-year cost already on this. We have staff out there that already are involved in these programs. So.
Councillor Cunningham.
So I already have a traffic counter that I use, and it's called the ratepayers that phone me bi-weekly. So, but I appreciate I think sometimes there is a little frustration, and I know I've had that the last couple of weeks with some of the new drilling activity. I think it's actually quite shocking the amount that our roads are being used, especially with some of the water lines that are in the ditches, especially some of the new developments too that have gone on. And I think because, I mean, I know administration gets calls too, but I think it'd be helpful for both us and for you folks too to be aware of what's actually happening on our roads. So just a question though, I noticed it says like it's speed, which is awesome. So will I can't remember if it was last year's budget, we did get a couple new speed signs. So can we use those in collaboration with these? It'll just be an extra tool for us. Because the speed signs that we currently have obviously don't have the capacity to give the traffic counts, I'm assuming.
Mr. Zier.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, definitely collaboration with the Protective Services Department is huge on this. traffic counting, we can utilize in combination with the speed signs. The real benefit, or a significant benefit to these counters, is that they blend into the landscape quite well. So they're not identifiable by any means. So we have a lot more accurate count than we would if we placed a peace officer on the corner and tried to find out what the speeds on these roads are. This one, we can get an accurate count of realistic speeds or that sort of thing.
All right. Moving on.
Okay, those are the two new assets that are within the proposed projects for this year. Now I'm going to move on to operating projects. So whereas the first few categories are really capital project in nature, operating projects are items that are not capital but ensure administration can maintain existing service levels or facilitate and progress council's strategic plan. So these are items that are not necessarily going to be built into the operating budget, but they're typically one-time nature, studies, plans, that type of thing. So the first one is gravel pit drilling investigation. The county is currently undergoing a gravel pit inventory replacement study. The study involves the comparative analysis of 4 different gravel pits located in adjacent municipalities to determine the best option available for securing a long-term gravel supply. While this comparison study will not be completed until later in 2024, planning of the next steps, including borehole drilling to verify quantities, pit activity plans, and environmental approvals after final recommended approval of council. Through the stages of the existing study, it's becoming apparent that acquiring a secure and viable gravel source outside of the county's current boundaries will be the most beneficial option for the county to pursue. So this project has a $253,000 budget for 2025, and the recommended funding source is out of the gravel reserve. Now, the future project costs of $6.6 million, again, this is one where we've put a placeholder number in as in terms of what we think that's going to cost, but really that number is going to depend on what this 2025 budget, what information we glean from that in order to recommend to council what the next steps look like. So that's a very placeholder number. It's not exactly what would come forward to council in the future.
Councillor Cunningham?
Okay, so I'm no gravel expert, so thank you. I think I've got a bit more clarification. That 253,000, from what I understand, will be for borehole drilling to verify quantities, pit activity, and environmental approvals. Is that correct? Yeah, okay, shaking head, yeah, perfect. Okay, and then another question I had was, we don't have any opportunity for locally sourced gravel in our municipality?
Mr. Zier, go ahead.
Through the chair, I really wish we did. We did a bit of a communication project the last couple of years here, trying to identify if any ratepayers had any sources that would be attractive to us. We went out and did a few, I think probably 5 different investigations on private land, trying to source some gravel within our boundaries. All of them came up very limited to no gravel, really, not even small resources. So when you open a gravel pit, there's a significant cost both for setting up the pit activity plan, but also identifying reclamation in the future and that sort of thing. So it's a big cost that we want to make sure we have a huge value coming out of that as well before we go down that path. So council had approved an investigation study to be done in 24 here. We're just coming up on the end of that study right now, and it will be a presentation to council. I anticipate before the end of the year here, just on what we found in our outside sources, what our recommendations are. We've looked at 4 outside pits as well as buying, purchasing, and hauling in gravel. As council knows, we have one gravel source within the county that is diminishing throughout our years here, and there isn't a whole bunch of lifespan left on that. So we definitely need to plan ahead for a long-term solution to this gravel inventory issue. So as Ms. Von Burdock mentioned here, we did put in what I anticipate is a drilling strategy, environmental approvals through outside municipalities cost in 25 budget. And we did look at some of the costs for purchasing these pits, but that is really going to be identified in this strategy that we're doing right now, in this study that we're doing. And like I say, as we go forward, presentation to council with our recommendation coming forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Forbes?
So when you created the one gravel pit we currently have within our borders, how many years did you say you were going to get at that, and where are we at within that year lifespan?
Truthfully, I'd like, if council wouldn't mind, I can bring back more information at the next meeting with some actual true numbers on it. Yeah.
Okay. I think we're ready to go on.
Okay. The next project within operating projects is Horseshoe Canyon Area Structure Plan. This project will provide the county with the studies and area structure plan for Horseshoe Canyon. This will enable the county to position itself competitively to attract investment and drive visitor economy. The ASP will specify land uses within the area, outline transportation networks, and required infrastructure not limited to water and wastewater. It will also aid in addressing environmental requirements, ensuring sustainable development practices are utilized within the described plan area for the preservation of the canyon. So this would include utilizing a consultant to develop that plan. The 2025 budget is $182,100, and the recommended funding source is the Transitional Fund Reserve. And I'll just highlight the Transitional Fund Reserve. There's a few operating projects that we've recommended coming out of this reserve. It's one that we haven't recommended typically in the past, and so I'm just going to let council know. The Transitional Fund Reserve is actually funding from old projects that were finished and never utilized all their funding. So at one point in the past, where we talk about when we only pull funding out of a reserve when we actually spend it, in the past when we carried forward a project, we actually pulled all of the project budget out and put it into this Transitional Fund Reserve. And then we'd carry forward the project, we'd spend it the next year. But whatever got left over from that project kind of ended up in this reserve, sort of almost orphaned in that reserve, for lack of a better word. And so as part of kind of one of the things we know when we come back with more of a formalized reserve strategy for council is we're planning on eliminating this reserve. And at the time, we're recommending that some of these projects come out of that reserve just to lower that amount that we're going to have to reallocate. So that's sort of the methodology behind why that reserve has been recommended when we haven't recommended it in the past. And that applies for several projects within this category. There's no future project costs associated with this structure plan. Really, that is not necessarily meaning that there's no projects that will come from this structure plan. It's really meaning we don't know exactly what that's going to look like. There are some placeholders within the forecast that kind of tie to future plans at Horseshoe Canyon, but not necessarily related to just this study. And then again, there's no operating budget impact forecasted because that would tie to what future projects might come out of this plan.
Okay, I think, Councillor Cunningham, you had another question?
Yeah, I understand this, but I'm having a really hard time reading the small printing down here. So, and I think this is something that the public might want to know. We just went through the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan. So I can tell people will be coming and saying, what will the information come out of this area structure plan that wasn't gleaned from the master plan? That makes sense.
Mr. Gannon, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Great question through the chair. The Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan is designed as a visionary plan of moving forward. The ASP is an actual more structured, if we look at the plan itself, it's a statutory plan. It's like our land use bylaw in essence. It gives us clear direction of the usage, what is required for the area, and that actual determination for what we're doing in the area, if it's residential, commercial, industrial, light, whatever that plan is moving forward. With any type of statutory plan of this nature, there's an engagement and consultation portion of this. So this really ties in that visionary aspect into an actual formalized statutory plan to us to move forward with investment opportunities or to facilitate growth in that area.
All right. Not seeing any other questions, so let's move on.
This next one is the Swalwell Infrastructure Master Plan. The infrastructure within hamlets has not been thoroughly assessed in recent years. This master plan will provide this assessment and give the county a clear roadmap on any repairs or replacements that will be used for future budgeting and timelines. This will be done through an engineering firm. The 2025 budget is $154,000, with recommended funding coming from the Water Reserve. Again, there's no future project costs associated with this one, although it would likely tell us what future projects might need to come out of that. So once we get that plan back, that's when we could build some of those things into our future forecasting process. And again, no operating budget impact, because at this time, this is just a study to kind of determine what might need to be done in the future. This next one is a Parks and Recreation Needs Assessment. So this includes utilizing a contractor to complete stakeholder surveys, add an asset inventory, and look at trend analysis to understand future needs. So this looks at Parks and Recreation as a whole, not so much just Horseshoe Canyon itself. And the 2025 budget is for $110,000 with funding coming from the Parks Reserve. Again, no future project costs anticipated, because until we do that study and really understand exactly what needs there are, we haven't earmarked that in the forecast, and there's no operating budget impact again for the same reason.
Councillor Cunningham?
So we just did the municipal development plan, and I was really impressed. We did some really awesome engagement activities with that. So will there be some pieces, because recreation was part of that MDP, so will we take that information that we garnered from that and move it into this needs assessment? Because we did have, we had Acme, we had Trochu, we've had some really excellent engagement activities. So I'm just wondering, will that information be used into this assessment?
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. Through projects of this type, all statutory information that's provided is really assembled to understand the current environment to the future needs. So I do appreciate the level of effort that was done by councils and the participants within the municipal development plan. And that information will be transferred as well as we've accurately captured it. But they will also be going out and looking at those assessments and further exploring what that needs assessment could be, and then bringing that back for consideration.
And Councillor Phobes, you had a question?
So of the 110,000, it really does, it's more like 100,000. How will this money be allocated for the use for the person that's going to be doing, the contractor who's going to be doing this? Like, who determines what stakeholders he's doing? Is there a guideline that we use to determine this?
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
That's a great question. We have quite a broad range of stakeholders, community partners, user groups. So all of those are explored when you're doing a needs assessment, but you're also looking, you're really trying to look at an engineering standpoint, or sorry, consultant standpoint of understanding what is typical and what is what may be extreme in other areas, and understanding what other communities may have that we may not have that could be part of that needs assessment or that collaborative effort within those communities. So in essence, to answer your question, the consultant comes back to us as a team and tells us, we believe these are the levels of stakeholders that would involve. There's a lot of involvement with our parks team to really look at that model. We're hoping to engage with our municipalities where we should, especially in this type of project. So if that's through the KRP or other mechanisms, we're looking at trying to bring those partners in to have those conversations, because it is a broader approach.
Okay, Councillor Phobes.
So then what measures will be taken to ensure the accuracy and reliability of the data collected for us? Because I want to make sure that they're geared for rural Alberta and not the data they've collected is from a city park or that type of area. So this is why my question is geared towards rural.
Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Eve, to address that, and one of the other ones, the data that's collected is from our own stakeholders. It's rural by default. So when we look at some of that, and I'm including our urbans within within that as well. I think when we look at rural, we've got our colleagues from ACME in the room. ACME is on an urban development system, but realistically, I think we'd say ACME is, has more similarities to our rural area than maybe to the city of Edmonton, those types of concerns. So engaging in that, when we're looking for our own stakeholders, we're looking at what is it that we need? What is it that our residents want? So you get that rural flavor by default. Part of that, which is a build on the last question, but also ties into this one, I think, is when you go back to the procurement process for services like these, there's different ways of approaching that procurement. So if we're looking at a way where we dictate, this is what you will do, right? That's one method. The other one that is not uncommon in these is we put out an RFP and the RFP says, we expect citizen engagement. You tell us for your price what you're going to do on that. And we use that as part of the assessment, right? So if somebody comes back and they've got a lower price, but all they're going to do is some mail-out surveys versus another proponent that might say, we're going to have 2 or 3 in-person, like we did in Trochu or ACME, right? That's going to affect their price, but if we see more value of it, then we can use that in the weighting metrics. So some of it goes right back to even the procurement process for these. And so when we develop those, and those are developed by us, right? So it's not that we go out to a McElhaney or to an RC Strategies or something like that and say, here's money, come in and do this, and it's necessarily their process. They may provide guidance to that, but there are benchmarks that we have in here that form part of that initial process. There's not necessarily a definitive answer because there's still, that procurement process hasn't been developed, that RFP hasn't been developed, right? What we're proposing here, though, is that there would be, to us, it doesn't make sense to do this without stakeholder surveys. And I've used the term survey in that answer. Engagement would be a better word.
Okay, I think we're good. Let's move on to the next one.
Okay. Okay, this next one is an operating project for equipment rentals. This would evaluate advantages with rentals of a trommel screener and compact wheel loader to identify potential cost savings to do with gravel. The budget for this is for 2025 is $104,500, and the recommending funding source is the gravel reserve. So this is something that we're looking at doing this year. We don't want to build that into the operating budget because if it's not something we continue to do, then that would be a fluctuation within the operating budget that would be significant. So it was put forward, it's being put forward as an operating project rather than something that we would do within our core operating budget because of the cost of it. There's no anticipated future project costs. Again, this is sort of like a trial run to see what that looks like, and whether there might be future costs associated with it would be determined after that. And there's no net operating budget impact because it would be handled as a project. The next one is this Horseshoe Canyon Trail Project Plan. And so this would be utilizing a contractor to design and engineer a trail development plan at Horseshoe Canyon. The budget for 2025 is $71,500 with funding coming out of the Parks Reserve. Again, there's no future project costs tagged to this because we're not uncertain of exactly what that will look like depending on what this plan comes out with. And there's no operating budget impact again because of the uncertainty of what that would result in.
Councillor Cunningham.
And again, just confirmation for the people, this information was not included in the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan, correct? This is an additional information to that document.
Mr. Gannon.
Through the chair, you are correct.
Mr. Hogan.
To further on that, when we're looking at these, so the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan is a very high-level document. So if you think of that, the analogy, that's you're flying at 30,000 feet. So that's the 30,000-foot view in terms of here are the things that, here's the vision for Horseshoe Canyon. When we look at the ASP, the trail plan, there might be some opportunities in there to hit both of those with some ability. When we start getting into those more detailed things, those are when you're getting further down to the 15,000, the 10,000, the 5,000 foot view. So with the Horseshoe, where the master plan says there's going to be trails at Horseshoe Canyon, the trail plan is now starting to fill in what types of trails, what are their standards, where specifically are they going? It's not the document that says there will be trails, that's the 30,000-foot master plan. This is, as we go through there and we say, and it comes out of that as a recommendation for, here's what the trail plan at the canyon could look like. And again, council looks at that and says, hey, we'd like to go forward here or not there, or it looks great, let's do it. Then we start building those into the budget when we have that direction from council. So really, we're moving as in this process now that the master plan's been approved, the visionary document's been approved. Now we're starting to move into the details. So, you know, we know that we're going to make a painting of a horse. Now we're talking about what colors and brushstrokes we're going to use.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay.
This next one is economic development sector profiles. So this would be utilizing a contractor to create up-to-date county sector profiles for use in investment attraction and retention. The budget for this is $66,000 with recommended funding coming from the Transitional Fund Reserve. There's also potential future project costs of $22,000. This is sort of a few years out to again come back and update these further for any trends that have changed within a couple of years.
Councillor Cunningham.
So just, would like a little bit more background on this. I know in the past, Kneehill County did these sector profiles in-house, and I have to say they were done amazingly. The feedback was always excellent. So I'm just curious why now we want to move to an outside source. This past year, we did add another full-time employee to our economic development team, so we have 2 full-time currently. I also really find that when a third party is doing it, we don't have that local connection. And I think we've talked quite a bit with our economic development that we want that collaboration, that connection with our staff here. So I just would be a little concerned that having somebody outside would not garner that local collaboration and connection.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you very much through the chair. When we look at the proposed work that we've talked about the economic development plan, and these are some of the projects that I just want to express that I did advise council that we're going to come back to and we're going to have those conversations. The sector profile are industry profiles, and that information is industry. It's an industry throughout Alberta. It's providing those data sets to ensure that the data is actually accurate and it represents the county. When we go through a project, our intention is, since we're managing the project, to ensure that those projects are managing with the best interest of the county, in line with the vision and in line with the essence or the feeling of what the county is in respect. So us project managing something like that, our aim is always to ensure that it represents the feeling or what the county is as we move forward, or what it should be as council would do through their strategic plan, through conversation, through project deliberations. As we move forward with a project like this, we have a lot of projects that are proposed, and creating some foundation. This is one of those foundation pieces to be able to move forward. Having the contractor do it and have accurate statistical analysis is one way to create some other capacity for some of the other ones that you'll see in there, and other projects that are on the list. You are correct, we did add another position. That position is ensuring that we can move forward with some of the internal work, but also managing these more efficiently to ensure that they're getting that essence that Councillor Cunningham you're talking about. And coming to council and having the conversations with the different businesses as we have, hopefully captures that flavor that you're talking about.
This next one is an emergency management functional exercise. This would be to conduct a functional exercise to prepare our municipalities for emergencies. These are actually mandated to be held every 4 years. The 2025 budget is for $40,000 coming from the Disaster Recovery Reserve. And then there's some future project costs. Again, this would be reflecting that in 4 years, we'd need to do another one of these. This exercise includes practicing with partner municipalities, industry, KRFS, FCSS, and nonprofit organizations. It differs from a tabletop by carrying out some of the actual actions of enacting an emergency plan so that it is realistic. They'd also be bringing a consultant in so that because it's a large scale event and it allows us to test how we would handle the complexity of an emergency. The next one is some public engagement for the land use bylaw. So this would be to hold public engagement sessions prior to adoption of the land use bylaw. Council agreed to a robust public engagement for the review of the MDP, and it displayed an increased participation that's not been seen in any other review of planning documents. So this public engagement will allow council to make more informed decisions on these plans and allows council to participate in the process and the information gathered, and it ends up becoming part of the decision-making evidence. In order to provide a similar opportunity for ratepayers to participate in the land use bylaw, administration has proposed a working group style for key areas, which includes an engagement with high school students. So this has a budget of $33,000 for 2025. It's potentially anticipated that this project would span 2 years, although we've lumped the funding into one so that there's a little bit more leeway on planning those sessions. And again, that recommended funding source is from the Transitional Fund Reserve. There's no future project costs associated with it and no operating budget impact either. We've then got a land analysis project, which would be to create a refreshed and revised land analysis study to prepare for growth areas for future development. This would be to update the land analysis report and obtain consulting services for expertise and reporting as required. The existing analysis was conducted in 2020. Since this time, the MDP and other regional and local plans have been updated, and it'll be necessary that a competitive land analysis is reviewed and updated to assist the county in positioning for investment attraction and expansion. So there's a $22,000 budget in 2025 with recommended funds coming from the Transitional Fund Reserve. And again, that $22,000 of future project costs is in anticipation of again updating that in another 4 years' time.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Phobes.
Just for clarity, where it states under your purpose and justification, since this time the MDP and other regional local plans have been updated, we haven't actually approved the new MDP. So I'm a little confused by that wording.
Through the chair, that's correct. I think that the intention was just to identify that because there's been updates to some of those plans, this plan then needs to be updated.
Yep. Just for clarity, thank you.
All right.
Okay, so that concludes the operating project component of the presentation. The next section looks into operating initiatives, which actually represent new programming that's designed to maintain existing service levels or facilitate and progress council's strategic plan, and if approved, would actually be included within the core operating budget. So now we're moving off from things that are projects and into things that actually would impact the operating budget on an ongoing basis. The first one is web map migration and enhancement. So this would be implementing ArcGIS system to streamline our GIS data and enhance web map publishing. So this would allow for better information sharing and better alignment with our systems in order to progress asset management data. The 2025 budget is for $46,580 with transitional funds being the recommended reserve. There's no future project costs associated with this, and we're actually anticipating the first year of implementation, that project costs actually includes paying for both sets of software for that year in order to transition our data over. And actually moving forward into 2026, we actually anticipate this project to save us approximately $23,000 a year.
Okay, just before we go on, I'm just gonna ask council, does anybody need a break at this point, or are we good to continue? Okay, so I see some requests for break, not strictly council, but, anyway, let's take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 11:15, which is actually 11 minutes, but we're in recess to 11:15. So it is 11:15, and I am going to call the council meeting back to order. And we are going to continue with our budget information. And Ms. Von Merbach, whenever you're ready and council's prepared to pay attention, you may go forward.
Awesome. Okay, so we ended on this web map migration and enhancement project, and then I'm going to move on to the next one. The next one is some fire software. So currently we're using our existing Laserfish system to pull data from a 911 run reports for incident response tracking. We also have an incident reporting system for fire departments, however, it's not used by all of them. We have a separate tracking app software for those responding to an incident to track who's attending. The software capabilities that we're looking at is an entire suite of modules that encompasses multiple uses. So effectively what's happening right now is we've got several different systems that are all kind of operating independently of each other, and they don't necessarily talk to each other, which makes providing counsel and providing even management with good data to make decisions off of a little more challenging. So as soon as you have to compile data from multiple sources, it's a lot harder to actually understand what's going on. So this software would actually be implementing this new software that would align everything and make it a lot easier to pull data, to run reports, to find information. So the 2025 budget is $40,000, and it would again come from the transitional fund reserves. And then there would be a 2026 projected operating budget impact of $35,000. So that would be the licensing fees. The licensing fees would be included within the project budget in 2025, and then would actually be included in the operating budget moving forward if this project goes forward. Okay, the next one is business retention and expansion. So this is an economic development initiative which would provide support to various economic development initiatives on an ongoing basis to maintain service levels. So this is a $28,100 budget for 2025. So it would be treated as a project, but like it would actually be a project within 2025, but would be built into the operating budget moving forward in 2026. And again, the 2025 expenses would be from the transitional fund reserve. The next one is an economic development website, which would be creating a website through Civic Plus for use by economic development for business retention, expansion, and investment purposes. So the 2025 budget for this is $11,600, and again, recommended funding source is that transitional fund reserve. There's no future project costs associated, and then the ongoing operational impact from 2026 and on is anticipated to be $2,100.
Councillor Cunningham.
Just curious, so will this be a separate website in addition to our Neil County one? Because I know I've looked at other municipalities and they have their economic development integrated into their municipality. So I'm just wondering if this is separate, two separate entities.
Mr. Gannon.
From what I understand, and I can get more clarity from that, is that it actually is the same type of provider, but it is actually a separate framework for solely economic development. The main reason is to remove the amount of posts that a municipality posts on there. If you're trying to do economic driving in an area, it could be lost in a lot of that communication. So we want to have a separate communication to be able to promote opportunities for our businesses that may come from different initiatives from CAPE and different partners, but also to market and promote Kneehill County on an economic standpoint.
So they'll be connect or linked in some way.
I will clarify that, but from my understanding is that is the same provider. I'm not sure how it's linked as yet, and that may be some of the stuff that will be determined through that project. But I will check in the back with our communications and with our ArcDev team to find out if they feel that's a feasible option.
Okay, the next item is this Kneehill County data project. This would be moving statistical and demographic information to a new user-friendly platform to better facilitate decision-making. Until this year, the county utilized Townfolio at an annual cost of $2,600. So while there would be a cost increase for the new provider, we would receive more robust and user-friendly product that is easier to navigate while allowing administration to better inform council and stakeholders. So the 2025 budget is $8,400 coming from the transitional fund reserve. There's no future project costs associated with it, and then there would be a 2026 projected operating budget impact of $7,600.
Okay.
This next item is business investment and attraction. So for business attraction initiatives that include partnerships and/or studies. So this is a new program that would be built into the economic development budget on an ongoing basis. So the 2025 budget would be $5,500 coming from the transitional fund reserves, and then there would be an ongoing operational budget impact of $5,000 as of 2026.
So this looks like we're kind of funding some pilots of programs through reserves this year with the intention of transferring them into the operating budget based on what comes out of the first year.
That is correct. And so we sometimes have done this where it's something that's new that is going to happen within the operating budget. And rather than build that into the operating budget and explain that during the budget process as a variance, we pull those out and really streamline them into this process. So council's really aware of what new things are going on within the operational budget and how those will impact the operational budget in the future. So that means when I come back to you in 2 weeks and we talk about the operating budget, we're really talking about this is the same as we did last year, and this is the cost it's going to associate. And anything new, anything changing is all discussed through projects, just to facilitate that streamlining.
Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve, just to expand on that, so what a lot of these are, and you've seen a bunch of them in here in the economic development portfolio as an example. What those are is, as Ms. von Merbach has said, is those are new initiatives that economic development hasn't been doing regularly in the past. As has been stated before, we've expanded that department by one staff member. So there is added capacity there. This is now the work plans and stuff associated with that capacity. So as you go into this, it's a new initiative for that department in 2025, but going 2026 and forward, it would just be part of what they do as part of their yearly work. So that's what Ms. von Merbach is referring to, is that in future years, if this is approved as an example, business investment and attraction will just be part of, call it the day-to-day of what economic development does, and the funding for that is included in their base operating budget that you see as part of their department. And so you're seeing the expansion of that portfolio through a number of these initiatives. So I'm just using ECDEV as an example, but that can apply across to the other ones that we're here too.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councillor Forbes, yes?
So under the line where it says miscellaneous, can someone just give me a quick list of a couple of things that might be under miscellaneous? Because I'm going to get that after I leave here, just so you know. Because it's not clearly defined.
Mr. Gannon, sorry.
I can pull that information back to you. I believe the miscellaneous is actually part of the budget itself, that it is for different opportunities with investment and attraction that are unforeseen. Like there's no real tangible, it's money that's being used there for that intended purpose.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, so that concludes the ones that are just operating initiatives. We've also got a component that's operating initiative staffing. So this represents requests for additional staffing resources to maintain existing service levels and/or facilitate or progress council's strategic plan. There's just one item in this one, and this one is a 4th community peace officer and the equipment associated with that. So this would be the addition of a 4th peace officer and a vehicle. So 2025 has a budget of $92,100, which would come from the capital equipment replacement reserve. This would be to actually purchase the equipment associated with that fourth peace officer. There's no future project costs associated with this. And then from the 2025 operating budget impact is $150,900. And I would just note that this reflects all costs associated with the role for operating. So that includes equipment, like smaller equipment that isn't necessarily on the capital equipment plan. It includes training, it includes vehicle operating costs, and it includes the actual position itself.
Okay, Councillor Cunningham.
So I guess what I'm looking for is what factors have led us to determine that we require a fourth peace officer for Kneehill County?
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. Through all the conversations that we've had with the individual services that we're looking at doing or ensuring that we're providing within the community, as well as understanding the rotation of staff within the department, we're trying to make sure that we're maintaining service levels. We've seen turnover in this industry, and it's consistent throughout the industry. That extra officer ensures that we're meeting those levels of service with those absences or that rotation of staff. When we go through this rotation of staff and those changeovers, it's a year before the individual is actually has their full potential of being enacting those duties. So this covers some of that. Should that contingency be there, then it just increases the level of patrols, levels of service within the community, and ensures that we're hitting those targets that council has looked at. We've also seen an increase in request for policing or monitoring of speeds, different bylaw requests within our requirements. So we're trying to manage that. There is an unknown right now as we look at the individual agreements that we have for our peace officer program. So that's a little bit of unknown, but we're quite certain that even if those communities don't go forward or don't request those services from us in the future years, that we have enough work for them to ensure that our county has more patrols and more services to the peace officer program out there. I hope that answers your question.
Follow-up, Councillor Cunningham?
Kind of led me into what you just said, Mr. Gannon, about like our urban partners. So I guess I would like a little bit more information on determining if we have the capacity to provide those services to our urban partners, and maybe a little bit of information. I mean, I'm assuming that it's not full cost recovery with the contracts that we have. And I guess maybe to me, it's a time maybe we need to review, are we able to continue providing those services, or is that just maybe, is it something that we have to maybe let go of with our urban partners? Are we having the capacity for our residents, and are our residents subsidizing a piece of that urban portion would be a question that I know will come to me.
So Mr. Gannon, yes.
Thank you through the chair. I really appreciate the sentiments that were portrayed. There's definitely an area of uncertainty as we look at the peace officer program for our contracted services. Our partners, our individual communities that utilize those services is on an as-use basis. It's not a set amount that they pay, let's say $20,000 or $30,000 a year. It's as they request the work is charged out that way. So we have peace officers within that program that manage that work and prioritize that work with the county's workload as well. So we can look at those different service levels with council, and that would be a bigger discussion of what those expected service levels were. But we can definitely bring that back to council for consideration of where the future program council would like to go as far as those service levels moving forward. And we also understand that we're going to have another conversation on those service contracts moving forward, both with what council's expectations are and the communities who currently hire us for those services.
So the part of the question that maybe wasn't addressed is in terms of cost recovery. So when we're our peace officers are active in those other communities, are we recovering full costs for the time that's being spent in those communities? Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. Through the chair, full cost recovery models can be variable. For example, for the hours they ask to use the officer, absolutely. We believe that the full cost recovery is for those hours. They're being charged for their hours. However, they are not being charged for waiting time. They are not being charged for us holding a position here should they require it. So it depends on that model of what you're looking at. But I would say for the services that they're asking for an on-call basis, they are, it is full cost recovery from the information I've received for the hours that they use.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councillor Phobes?
And I'm not sure if we need to go into closed session for this question, but where are we right now currently with the 3 peace officers that we have?
Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Phobes, I guess I'm looking for clarity on the question.
Well, we currently have 3 peace officers. Are they not able to do the job that we are asking, and now we're adding a 4th? I'm going to get this question, so I'm going to ask it.
Okay, so here's, if Mr. Hogan's comfortable answering that question here, if we go into closed session, you can't answer that question if you're asked it in the future.
Yeah, and they're just looking for clarity, so making sure you give you the answer you're looking for. We have 3 officer positions right now, 2 of which are filled. There is, with the request for additional patrols, with some of the bylaw changes council has made, there's no shortage of work for a 4th officer. The question isn't whether there's work there for a 4th officer. There is. The question is more of how much does council want to, what service level does council want to provide? With the current complement is we are seeing, as Mr. Gannon said, an uptick in requests for special controls or special patrols, particularly around industry use of roads and things of that nature. More officers means that we're patrolling more roads more often within the county. If the decision is that we have, we're fine with how often each of the officers is on the roads, that's a bit of a different service level, can do that. But there's always work for those officers in terms of traffic safety, their engagement with the schools and stuff like that. The question isn't if the work is there, it's really, how much of that work does council want to undertake? We have 3 officers right now. We find that they, even if all 3 were filled, there's still a balance going on about if we get requests for special patrols, that's less work we're doing in other areas of the county. I don't know that we've sacrificed yet the amount of work we're doing in the schools. I think that's been more of a staff level component. We're not doing as much as maybe we've done in the past, but that's by virtue of having 2 instead of 3 positions filled. So there is, as you go through, there's added demands coming on them, and that's without conversations that council's going to have around road use agreements and things of that nature, which will also start to eat into peace officer time.
Well, I think that, just expressing from my point of view, I think as council, we have made some requests as far as increased service levels. We've talked about more monitoring of what's happening on our roads. We've talked about speed monitoring and enforcement. We've talked about an increased service level in terms of our unsightly bylaw and what might end up happening there. We've talked about enforcement on certainly our land use bylaw side and our planning department. And so as we ask for more, then obviously there's going to need to be more out in the community as well. So I think part of it we have to acknowledge as council is that we have made some requests for increased service based on what we're hearing from our ratepayers. And my expectation here would be this is administration saying if you want that service level to be expressed in the community, then it requires boots on the ground, and this is one of the ways of getting that. Councillor Phobes.
So my understanding with this program, it isn't about enforcement, it's about education. So I have to look at it from that value as well. If there is no enforcement on some people and it's all about the education for who they are, how are we recouping this fourth officer, is what I'm looking at.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon. I have some thoughts on that, but go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. I really appreciate the question. Our first primary goal is communication and working with the customer. That's our first goal, and that's been the mandate that we've understood from council. It doesn't mean there's not any enforcement. We do enforcement. Enforcement can take a long time, or it can take a short amount of time, depending on the complexity of those files. But we found that there's a better uptake for any type of corrective actions through a collaborative approach and communication approach. Sometimes that fails, and we have files that we'll have to go to court with, and we'll have to engage in that aspect. Should council choose to go to a more enforcement style, I think that we can come back with a service review of where council would like to go in that, and then we can change some of those parameters. But again, we do find that the communication, the trying to work with the customer, and then on the enforcement, that really holds very good in court as well. That shows that we've tried to work with customers. They really have no leg to stand on by the time we get to court in most cases, and then the courts make those decisions. But we're definitely here. How do we recover? It's through safety. It's through community safety. It's through promotion of the community's welfare, and ensuring that we're visible. Being visible creates an opportunity for additional acknowledgement and respect within the community.
Go ahead, Councillor Forbes.
Can I just get clarity on what you consider a customer? Because are we talking about my ratepayers, or are we talking about the general public that comes and does business here?
Thank you, Councillor Forbes. I do apologize. I know that you don't like that term, so I do apologize. It's just a term I have in my portfolio I kind of use on a regular basis. It's any person that travels within the community, right? Any enforcement action that's required through our peace officer program, we treat them all hopefully with the same respect and program acknowledgement.
So I guess the comment I would add to the whole conversation around enforcement is, when I say enforcement, if the peace officers are out there in the community doing what we have as council have asked them to do, which is the education, the prevention, the safety, and all of those things, as far as I'm concerned, they are doing enforcement as we have defined it as a council. And so if that officer is requested to do increased patrols because of industry activity or whatever, if he's not issuing tickets, but he's visible and creating a increased sense of awareness around speed and road safety and all of those things, as far as I'm concerned, he is doing enforcement of what we as council have asked them to do. And so if they're out on the roads, if they're engaged in whatever activities that we have within our peace officer program, from my point of view, they are fulfilling their obligation, and they are doing the enforcement that we as council have asked them to do. And if we're increasing the level of requests in terms of that education and communication with our ratepayers and our residents through our peace officer program, and it requires a fourth peace officer, then I'm all for it. And if we can justify why we need that, and there's obviously been information brought here today, then I'm 100% okay with that. Go ahead, Councillor Forbes.
So currently, of our 3 peace officers, are all 3 actively out on the streets?
We only have 2 currently.
So we're looking at a 4th position when we don't even have the 3rd one completely filled. Can
Go
I
ahead,
have
Mr.
a
Hogan.
request, please?
Mr. Hogan?
2 things. I'll address that through Mr. Reeve. I'll address that question. Our 3rd peace officer starts at the end of the month. So that position hasn't been filled, but it is starting. The second component of that is the purpose of today is to introduce the projects and to go through them at a high level. If there's questions or additional information that council wants or needs, we have that built into the structure for for the future. So those are some of the questions that we're looking to actually get back from council, so that we can bring those back and address those to council's satisfaction for you guys to determine whether you want to move forward or not in that project.
Go ahead, Councillor Phopes.
And I appreciate that information because the last stuff that we had is we were only at 2 and the third one was on a leave. So that's why I was asking this question. Thank you.
So I sense the fact that there's going to need to be some additional information brought forward in order to get this particular request either confirmed by council or not. And so I'm sensing that the request of administration is more justification around why we would be considering a fourth peace officer. Okay, no, not a problem. And Councillor Cunningham, go ahead.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Reeve. And I guess Mr. Hogan's point about additional information, the information that I'm going to be looking for, what I'm hearing today is that maybe we don't have the capacity, unfortunately, to do the work for our urban partners. So that's the information. I think earlier the quote was as-use basis. I was under the understanding we had a certain hour amount that we were contracted out, and I could be totally wrong about that. So that's just information that I'm looking for. If we know how many hours in a month we are, let's say, providing to the town of Three Hills. And what I'm thinking is if we're contingent on hiring a fourth because of that work we're doing, what if those urbans go together and they decide they're going to hire their own? Is there a need for the fourth? So I guess I just want a little bit more information around the contracts we have with our urban partners, if that's okay.
Okay, Mr. Gannon, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Councillor Cunningham, you're absolutely correct, is some of the contracts do stipulate a minimum amount of hours for patrols and requirements, but there's also some additional stuff that if additional work is requested, it's on a certain cost basis. As the CAO previously said, we did bring this forward with the understanding and with the review that should our partners choose not to hire us for the service and peace officers, we believe there is a significant amount of work there that can be done. We also understand, and I want to make it very clear, is we've seen a lot of turnover. That turnover reduces capacity as well. Should we not have turnover, it just means that we can reallocate more people into the field to be more present and be able to do more work, more check stops, more patrols as we'd like to do. That work can be further defined should council want. But at this point, we want to get more boots on the ground. We want to get more service out there. And we want to be able to hit those triggers that we see with the changes within bylaws or the additional uptake of requests for patrols in the area due to speeding or different activity.
And the one thing I don't want us to lose sight of either in the whole conversation is the fact that one of the original concepts behind this program was visibility, visibility, and visibility. And the fact that our peace officers do road patrols in rural areas and are visible about and in the community is a crime deterrent. And that's one of the things that's really hard to put a dollar figure on, but it's an essential part of the whole program. And so I certainly don't want us to lose sight of that. And I think we've heard the request that we're looking for more information in this area. And so I guess what I would say is, let's look forward to that, and I think administration has heard us in making that request. So, all right, do we need more conversation where we're at right now, or are we prepared to move forward? Okay, so Ms. Von Merbach, it's back to you.
Thank you. So that concludes all of the proposed projects being put forward to council today and within this budget cycle. What I've got next is a bit of a project summary that kind of ties it all up and shows you the big picture of what that looks like. I will remind council that I know you've seen my dashboard in the past when we go to get budget deliberations. That will be something that I'll bring forward into the November council meetings so that that live picture of where we're at, whether council's deciding yes or no on projects and what that looks like for reserves and funding sources and all of that, that will definitely be available. It's just not quite compiled, and that'll bring together both the operating budget that I'll present later in October and these projects together so that council gets that really true big picture of the decisions that are being made. So within key projects, there's $5.1 million to maintain the road and bridge network. This includes $2.4 million for rural road reconstructions, $1.8 million for road resurfacing, and $820,000 related to bridges. There's also $1.2 million related to water distribution systems, which includes the $726,000 for Wimborne groundwater filtration upgrades, $291,000 for the Hamlet of Huxley wastewater upgrades, and $198,000 for pump house upgrades. There's $650,000 related to economic development, $330,000 is for the site selection and design at Horseshoe Canyon, which is in response to the adoption of the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan. $180,000 for a Horseshoe Canyon area structure plan, $88,000 for studies to provide data for long-term economic development plans, and $52,000 in operating initiatives to support economic development activities. There's also $470,000 for studies and plans to support the long-term service levels and infrastructure. It includes $253,000 to investigate future gravel sources, $110,000 for parks and recreation needs assessment, $71,000 for Horseshoe Canyon Trail project plan, and $33,000 for public engagement related to the land use bylaw. So this slide kind of summarizes the total projects and their funding sources as recommended through this presentation. So there's a total of $8,313,380 worth of projects, of actual funded projects. And so that includes $6,630,380 coming from reserves, and $1,683,000 coming from the LGFF grant. In addition to that total projects, there's $191,900 that would be rolled into the 2025 operating budget if all of these projects were approved. There's also that $5,120,000 which came from the capital equipment plan reserve, which was previously approved by council. Again, that was done to just streamline the ordering process for that capital equipment. And because capital equipment is actually funded through the operating budget specifically, we were able to separate that out from the rest of the projects that are put forward to council today. Within all the projects that are being recommended, there's a potential $15 million worth of projected future costs. Again, some of those have a placeholder amount. We really aren't certain exactly what's going to come forward in the future for those, but that's the forecasted amount that might be associated with projects that are being put forward today. And then for 2026, there's a projected operating budget impact of $247,940. So that kind of summarizes our total project requests and proposed projects for 2025. What I've also got is a 2026 to 2030 project forecast. So this is something that is mandated by the MGA to approve a 5-year forecast capital forecast annually. We're also required to adopt a 3-year operating forecast. Today I'm just looking at the draft 5-year project forecast. The 3-year operating forecast will be addressed at the 22nd meeting in October. And then those project forecasts will be further refined, and actually we will seek council adoption of them when we actually look to pass the budget in December. So right now we've kind of tied them to everything that's been proposed, and there's kind of some further refinements that could happen to those forecasts during the budget process that would be reflected in those final adopted versions. So the intent, as a reminder, is to provide a forward-looking view of upcoming financial trends and projects. Nothing in the forecast, there is no approval for funding, there's no approval for spending any of that money. There's no tie, like council is not approving those initiatives in any way. It's really meant as a mechanism to give council an idea of what might come forward in the future. And so that when you're making decisions for this year, you understand the future impact of some of those decisions and some of the other decisions that might be coming as a result of those decisions. And so, yeah, again, they're not budgets. They don't provide administration with any authority to spend those funds. And they're also flexible. Some of those numbers they're what we anticipate to see now. Something can change between now and then with different information achieved through studies, different economic information, and also on. So when we go forward to future budgets, that's when those numbers get officially refined and put forward to council for actual approval. So when we look at financial forecasting, there's sort of a lot of pieces that we look at in order to get to and actually putting forward a forecast. Municipalities keep and manage community wealth in the form of assets. We plan for population growth, asset maintenance, demographic changes, and a host of other issues that can affect residents' quality of life. As such, we need a long-term focus. So a long-term financial plan reduces the potential for significant financial shocks in the future and allows expenses to be spread out over a long period of time. It also assists council and staff in ensuring the quality of life for our residents is not diminished. So in terms of foundational components, one of the pieces, and you'll hear me speak about this over and over, is that asset management maturity piece. You know, we're working very hard in the background on developing that, but really it's one of those things where the groundwork takes significant time before you really truly see the end results. I think council will recognize, like when the capital equipment plan was put forward this year, the advancement from last year to this year was significant. And that's what council will continue to see with other asset classes as we're able to further refine that data, improve that data, improve the analytics on that data. Which is why that's something that's so important in what we're doing, is developing that and building it out so that the more information we get, the better information council has to make decisions year over year. There's also important to ensure priorities are clearly defined. And so it's important to understand what council's vision is, what council's vision of the future looks like, so that when we're building these forecasts, they all tie into what the future expectation for the county is. Then we kind of look at what is on this slide kind of called boundaries, and it's really things that we look at as they help define our planning, and they provide a guidepost for administration in the development of these plans. So they include things like council priorities in the strategic plan, master plans that are approved to council and what's in those master plans. Also includes like infrastructure renewal requirements that are analyzed through data, and also growth requirements and trends. What's changing, what's shifting in the organization and in the county boundaries that might need to be addressed in the future. There's also then, so those were kind of our boundaries, those are kind of our guideposts. Then there's other key considerations that you also need to think of when you're looking at long-term forecasting. So looking at forecasted long-term revenue and expense trends, looking at our assessment base. You know, we know that oil and gas infrastructure is depreciating and aging, which impacts our assessment base. And we're also not likely to see the levels of assessment on that infrastructure that we've seen historically. So identification of strategies to sustain and grow that assessment base is going to be a key consideration point for council. Also look at the external economic environment as a key point of consideration. We look at the debt capacity. The MGA limits how much debt a municipality can take on, which limits what kind of plans you can have in the future if you don't have reserve availability to fund those or grant availability to fund those initiatives. We look at service level. Administration designs our budgets with the assumption that service levels are sustained at existing levels, but council can consider adjustments to service levels that'll have a direct impact on financial needs and long-term strategies. We also look at recovery ratios. It's important to understand these on key services. Some services have higher subsidization rates than others. This is a point of consideration that should be revisited from time to time to determine if those existing ratios are in alignment with council's long-term vision. Adaptations to this area, again, impact long-term financial needs. And we also look at how capital impacts operating costs. So to understand the full cost of ownership of an asset, it's important to consider not just the initial cost of acquisition, but the ongoing maintenance and replacement costs. So that's something where, you know, the question was asked whether the operational impact includes the replacement cost of that eventually. And we're not quite refined enough to have done that on a full asset basis, but that's something we're moving towards. So where we've done it for capital equipment plan, there's a lot of other asset classes where we just don't quite have the data. Now we have at a high level, we look at the number that we're putting into reserves every year through the operating budget to make sure we think we're kind of close to what we're going to need, but we really don't truly have an exact number because we don't have enough condition data on every individual asset to really forecast that out. So the results of kind of looking at all of those pieces, of considering our foundational components, looking at the boundaries and guideposts that we have, thinking about the different considerations, the results that you end up coming out with is a strong reserve strategy. That's something that's being worked on internally by finance, is to kind of continue to, we presented that initial reserve strategy, and it's something being worked on in the background to refine that, to work with asset management and figure out those optimal reserve balances, to look at how we fund those reserves, to think about things like moving investment revenue over to reserve funding and all those types of considerations. We also end up, you look at tax rate requirements. So you're looking at how tax rates might need to be adapted for those long-term financial needs. So again, they're talking about that smoothing of tax rates, not having a significant jump in one year, but really being able to look forward and say, okay, well, in the next 10, 15, 20 years, this is what we're going to need to look like, and what kind of assessment trends are there, and how might we need to adapt tax rates to align with that. And you also look at user fee requirements. So that ties into what's the subsidization rates of services that we're offering. Is that the rate that council wants? If we need to move that, how do we go about strategizing that and moving and adjusting and maintaining competitiveness, but maintaining services that are important to council and the residents within the county? And then you also look at service level adjustments. So perhaps a subsidization level is not where council wants it to be. Well, and maybe there isn't a business case for managing to get that subsidization rate where it needs to be. So maybe that's a service level that council actually considers whether it's something they're offering or not. So when you really have those long-term plans in place, it allows council to make those strategic decisions and look more forward than just the current budget cycle. So this next slide, the actual full forecast that actually has itemized lists is an appendix to the report that's in the council package today. This slide is really just a very high level summary of what's on that forecast. Again, it's what's being projected. It doesn't necessarily mean that those items are going to fall in that exact year. They might end up being shifted based on operational plans, capacity, council desires, council's strategic plan. So you've got your, and it also for reference includes the capital equipment plan replacements in this number. So that's kind of a blend of what comes forward as projects from to council and also the capital equipment plan. So you've got what looks like a very significant jump in 2026. The bulk of that number is actually tied to projects that are actually being considered in 2025. Okay, so that's kind of the summary of that forecast. Again, I'm going to we'll refine that throughout the budget process, depending on where council goes with certain items. To kind of summarize the next steps for the budget process include, we've collected some questions today where there's some follow-up that council requires for items that have been put forward. There are also requests for further information can also be directed to the CAO, and then we will facilitate that information response to council during those November meetings. Then next step in the next council meeting in 2 weeks, we'll be presenting the core operating budget and again collecting any questions or information requests associated with that operating budget. Then in November, we've got both of those meetings. We've got time earmarked to go through those responses to questions and information requests. Again, it's one of those two meetings, hopefully the first one in November. It depends a little bit on the background legwork to get the variance report for the third quarter completed so that council will be able to understand where we expect to actually be in alignment with 2024's budget by the end of the year. And then once we've kind of been able to respond to all of council's requests and provide council with those year-end forecast numbers for reference, we'll look at budget balancing deliberations. So that includes assessing, water rates or tax rates or potential reserve draws or other adjustments to the budget in order to balance it and to finalize the list of projects that will actually be included. And then once we get there, then we tie it all together and put it forward to council in December for consideration for adoption of the budget for 2025.
You make it sound so easy.
Oh, but it is, isn't it?
Okay. Are there any questions at this point? Comment?
Yeah. one thing I will note too is we were hoping to have questions back from council by the end of October. And that just allows us to facilitate on an internal side, making sure that everything is able to be addressed and responded to. Any questions that kind of come outside of that, we may be able to answer, but may not, depending on what kind of resources it requires to pull that data.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so get your questions in. So I'm assuming that's all you had for us today?
Yes, it
Well,
is.
first and foremost, let me say thank you. Very much appreciate the presentation and the format, the amount of information. And I guess I will say this sincerely, I look forward to the next, what do you want to call it, chapter in this process. And we certainly need to say, not only thank you to you, but to everyone else in the background who's done all the legwork to get it to today where you could sit in front of us and make a sensible presentation. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
So are there any last questions from council? Councillor Cunningham, yes.
Sorry, I had to delay it. So I know we're dealing with 2025, but when I looked kind of in the forecast, I know, or I see, there, it looks like 2 operating initiatives, 2 additional staff positions. Is that something we're forecasting in the future? Do we deal with it now? Do we get information about it now? Do we worry about it next year? Just curious, because it's here in front of me, so I just wanted to.
Through the chair, anything on the forecast or items that we think might come forward to council in the future based on staffing requirements, but they're not any items that we're asking for approval for at any point in this stage. The only staffing request we're requesting is that 4th peace officer this year.
Okay. If there's nothing further, our thanks again, and we look forward to seeing you come back.
Thank you.
All right. I don't think lunch has quite arrived yet. It has? There's no way we want to break at noon, is there?
Be back 12:50,
Let's do the MGE before Bruce gets back. We could break it.
I know we have a pitcher appointment at 12:50, so I figured we could fit in 4 or 5 more things and then hit lunch and still be back here by then, so, in the interest of efficiency. So I'm gonna say we're in recess for lunch, and we will, oh, I know what we haven't done. We haven't made the recommended motions, probably. Thank you, Carolyn. So that's very true. Thank you, Ms. Vanderkool, for that reminder. So I guess what we're doing is we're requesting that administration bring forward additional information to the November 12th council meeting. So that would be the motion that I need. And somebody care to make that?
Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Penner. There's, Carolyn's telling me we need 2 motions, right?
Yeah, so I'll do the first one. Once again, I want to say thank you very much, Mika, and to everybody else for the input into this. This is very well done today, once again. But I'll make the motion that council receive the 2025 budget setting and stage proposed projects presentation for information. Or do you want to edit it? No, there we go, okay. You okay?
All right, so we have a motion to receive for information, and then we are going to request the additional information, I guess. So any further discussion to that motion? I'm not seeing any. All those in favor? You guys obviously are motivated by lunch. So do we need to make the motion then that we request that additional information for the November 12th meeting? I'm looking to you, Mr. Hogan, for direction on that, or is it just assumed that it's going to happen?
I think You can go either way. You can have the motion in there that, that directs we're coming back. If you do that, I would recommend that we just say to the November budget discussions, because some of that might come back in the second meeting rather than the 12th. The reality is we have portrayed in the
So it is 12:50, and I am going to call the council meeting back to order. And the next item on our agenda is a photo opportunity where the Swalwell Community Hall will receive, and actually, I'm surprised, Dave, you stayed since you have the check in your hand already. So I understand they want to do the picture up here. So if you want to come around and join us at the front here.
I'd just like to say a big thank you for this. Our community association really appreciates it. We appreciate the use of the ball diamond too. I know they have a blast down there. Yeah, just on behalf of the community association, a big thank you.
Well, we like to support community and community associations, and so it's our pleasure, actually. So if you want to come on up to the front. Yeah, it does. At my age.
Make it into a sandwich board.
You guys not want to join us?
matter, we just didn't know.
Oh, we thought you were just good.
I'll just remind you that when you're speaking, just turn your microphone on because we are streaming live. And so anytime you're responding to a question or whatever, just turn your mic on and you'll be good. So welcome. I'll have council, you might as well sit down and enjoy yourselves while you're here. I'll have council introduce themselves so you know who you're speaking to, and then we'll give you an opportunity to make your presentation. Welcome here.
Good afternoon, ladies. Thanks for coming in. Debbie Penna, Division 2.
Hello, I'm Faye McGee for Division 1.
Well, I need no introduction. Carrie Vobes, Division 4.
And I'm Ken King. I represent the north east portion of Kneehill County, Division 7.
Good afternoon. Thanks for coming. Jerry Whitstock. I'm from the Acme-Linden area.
Thank you for coming. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, which is the area around Three Hills.
Wade Christie, I'm in the Northwest in Division 6.
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer.
Kevin and Mike.
Thank you. Kevin Gannon, Director of Community Services.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon. Mike Zier, Director of Infrastructure.
So if you just want to introduce yourselves and then make your presentation, we look forward to hearing from you.
Oh, mine's on, no, yep. There we go. Okay. What? It says on.
There you go. Just push the button and leave it. There you go.
Good afternoon, Reeve and councillors. My name is Amanda Gill, and I'm the interim CAO for Kneehill Housing.
And I'm Amanda, and I'm the Operations and Finance Manager.
Okay, so it was requested by our board's chair that we come forward today and provide some updates in regards to the changes that have been made within Kneehill Housing and the Golden Hills Lodge here at Three Hills. Over the last 3 months, our staff have been diligently working on making some exceptional changes that we desperately needed. We spent some time completing audits in the areas that include finance, safety, human resources, and needs within our organization. We have also completed resident, tenant, and employee surveys to identify additional areas of opportunity that we may not have been aware of. We are continuing to work through our findings and actions as needed. If you have spent any time on our lodge or any of our housing locations, you know that we have some amazing residents and tenants. Some that are local and some that have come from Canada and further. In the lodge, our residents have come forward with suggestions, are becoming more involved, and have exceptionally supported us as we continue to make some really positive changes. We work in the lodge, but for our residents, this is their home. We want to continue to support them and their needs as required. We have been and continue to work on implementing a successful human resources team to provide training and support for our staff. We also continue to support our staff with the tools that they need to not only empower them, but to help them grow within our organization. A change we have made recently was to right-size our staffing needs and to alleviate the recent concern that we've had with running short-staffed on a regular basis. We have been able to fill quite a few positions with some really great local candidates to ensure our staff have the resources needed to assist our residents. During our safety audits, it was identified that some areas needed some improvements. This includes, but certainly is not limited to, our emergency and evacuation plan, our chemical storage, and our safety manuals. Sorry, I just need a drink. Okay. We have been able to repurpose some of our rooms and areas of the building that were not being utilized recently effectively for things such as chemical storage. We have done a complete overhaul of all of the areas and the rooms in the building to ensure we are organized and utilizing our spaces effectively. Working with other local lodges and housing companies, we have created our emergency response plan with the help of our local fire department, support from our community and residents, and we have also successfully implemented our first mock emergency drill for our residents and staff. We have begun rebuilding some community relationships and meeting with other local facilities to work together with ongoing meetings between us and as a group moving forward. We have also met with our local home care team to begin facilitating reintegration and having them back into our lodge to support our residents and our staff. We are currently heavily focused on fundraising and applying for grants to ensure we have funds accessible for all of the changes we're implementing that are required. This includes the excess of our most recent garage sale fundraiser, bringing in approximately $5,000, as well as our recent open house and bake sale, bringing in an additional $3,400 to the lodge. We have sent out invitation cards to multiple surrounding communities to invite seniors to come stay with us in our new guest suites. This offer provides a complimentary 3-day stay to get to know our lodge, our community, and what it actually has to offer. We have noticed a need for double occupancy rooms in our community and are working to upgrade our rooms from single to double as well as upgrading all common areas to ensure our lodge feels less like a facility and more like home. While we continue to look for local contractors to help us with some of the areas of improvement, we have also connected with some that have given us cost savings of approximately $600 to $2,000 per room. This will allow us to not only remain within budget, but continue to move forward with any renovations and updates to our suites. We want to take the time to thank you, Reeve, all councilors, our residents, our board members, and the local and surrounding communities for continuing to support us and our residents through this transition. We look forward to continuing to be involved within our community, surrounding communities, and the positive changes that are to come. Thank you.
So thank you for that. It's always nice to hear of changes and improvements, and I was amazed at your fundraising efforts and how successful you've been with some of that. And so congratulations on that, for
Thank
sure.
you.
Does any of council have questions for Amanda or Amanda? Councillor Cunningham.
Well, I can't resist the chance to chat with you guys. Yeah, and the fundraising efforts, you might want to chat to one of our board members, because apparently he spent a lot of money that day. So anyways, I won't name any names, but anyways. Yeah, the 3-day stay, I've been trying to talk my husband into that, so you might see him someday, but anyhow. Yeah. What I've seen lately with you ladies is just the collaboration with the community, and that's, as these folks know, that's so important to me. I think there was a picture of the one show suite where you've worked with a local store to have them come in and bring furniture, and it looked just amazing. Again, I was there one day, looked at the show suite, looked at the courtyard and thought, this looks kind of appealing, and if somebody's gonna cook for me every day, I might just move in. So yeah, so those relationship building and that collaboration with the community is just amazing. So thank you for the work that you're doing. I was there last Saturday and we had a lot of fun. And even after it was all over, just to watch some of the residents sit and have that chocolate cherry cake or whatever that yummy cake was, and just the visiting and the chatter amongst everybody was just wonderful. So thank you for what you're doing, and continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Penner.
Going forward, some hurdles, short-term, long-term hurdles that you think you may be exposed to or have to jump over? Or?
Do you want to start?
We're probably going to have a few of both.
Are you able to elaborate at all, or?
Sure. So I think one of the ones that obviously has come to the front recently is maybe the financial part of it, which is why we've been doing so much fundraising, to be honest with you. After doing some of these audits, it's been identified that we need quite a few things to be fixed within the building, which is why we're hoping to connect with community members. We are looking at cost savings in all areas, not just the stuff that's on the front end, but even some of the minuscule things that we spend money on. So we are looking to make sure that we're at least identifying some areas where we can save some costs to put it back into the lodge. So I think that's one of our big hurdles right now. To be honest with you, and I will continue to repeat this, but we've eaten some humble pie recently with developing relationships with people in the community, and we continue to do so, and that's okay. But I think it's more so just reintegrating ourselves into the community and making sure that we're identifying that we are here to support our community members, but we're also here to support our residents, and we want to do that together. So that's a little bit of a hurdle as well, and every day we continue to work through that. So I think those are some big ones right now. Yeah.
Sure, Councillor Forbes.
I can add to that, just because I have seen these ladies work through relationships, for example, the Chateau and then the Linden Lodge. They now have met and brought them into different facilities, so we're doing a collaboration amongst them all. That wasn't being done before, and that I lay that on both of the Amandas here before us, the due diligence and the hard work that both of them have done to turn the organization around. If truly it wasn't for both of their passions and the way that they speak about the staff and the residents and even our tenants. So we have residents that live in the lodge, but our tenants all live in the public housing that we manage for the province. So because of their due diligence and everything, not only are the residents in our lodge, but the tenants are now starting to see the changes that we're implementing and how we're moving forward to make the organization. I have walked through the building and, you know, when you walk into somewhere, you can feel it. Just everyone in those buildings, it is a change. I had a really great conversation with our old activities coordinator, who she was an asset to our building, but she had to leave for her reasons. And now she's back. So it makes me super happy to see that these girls are mending the fences that need to be done and to move us in the direction that really this organization should have been in all along. Hey, life happens, we all know that. So I want to commend them both for all of the hard work that they've done to get us where we are today.
Yeah, and like Amanda's saying, she's not really sure about the mic, but I think part of it is, you know, it's not just us, but it's our community. Like, we've made some phone calls to make sure that we can kind of elaborate with other people, and it was a really humbling situation yesterday. Both of us actually got on the bus and went to Linden for a social with all of our residents. And on the way back, and I'm not a crier, and the tears that I had in my eyes after talking with our residents and how appreciative they were to be able to take the bus to Linden was literally a life changer. So we've had a lot of support, and we couldn't do it without the people in our community and the residents that are on board as well. So thank you.
No, and change is always hard, no matter what.
Yeah.
What it is in life, you know, but that's so positive. So, yeah, thanks, ladies.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments? Certainly, I'm very pleased to hear that positive steps are being taken and you're going in a good trajectory and a proper direction. And I love to hear the work you're doing in the community and the fact that you're building those bridges. That's great. And all I can say is keep up the good work. Certainly, anytime you want to come and tell us how well you're doing or where your struggles are, we're open to that. And so
Wonderful.
I think you have quite a champion or two sitting here. And so thank you for being here today and for presenting. It's very much appreciated.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah. And have a great afternoon. Now that we're at the point in our agenda where we get to talk about tax cancellation. And welcome, Ms. Nyman. Regina, it's always a pleasure to have you join us, and we look forward to what you have for us today. And
good afternoon. I have Ushba with me as she's our municipal intern and she's been shadowing me, so she came along today for the presentation. So today I'm bringing you the 2024 tax account cancellations. We have two different ones. So the first is the industrial account tax cancellations for the year. Administration is proposing the cancellation of the 2024 tax levy for municipal tax rolls that have been turned over to the Orphan Well Association. These assets will continue to be assessed annually until they are fully reclaimed. Once the wells are fully reclaimed, the tax rolls then become inactive and no longer get assessed yearly. So last year in 2023, the county canceled $89,268.72 in tax levies from wells turned over to the Orphan Well Association and are deemed uncollectible. And we applied for the Provincial Education Requisition Credit, also named PERC. The county received a credit for $5,329 for the uncollectible education property tax requisition. PERC was scheduled to conclude after the 2023 tax year, but according to a letter from Minister Rick McIver, might have said that wrong, the province decided to extend it to be included in the 2024 and 2025 budget, so up to $3 million. They're going to continue to have that program, so we can apply for that program again in January for this year. So next I have just a breakdown. These are the companies and the amounts that make up what we're requesting to cancel this year. So that's the $68,252.28. And it just has a breakdown of the companies that are no longer operating. And then the following is the municipal tax rolls that have been turned over to the Orphan Well Association. And trying to put a positive spin on things, the administration has seen a decrease from the 2023 year of 9 municipal tax rolls. So these amounts are going down. The second issue that I have is a residential account tax cancellation for a mobile home. So on August 31, number 16 Torrington Mobile Home was removed from the site and demolished. A total of $191.93 was owed in taxes, with $151.35 remaining in property taxes and $40.58 in penalties. The owner of the mobile home is deceased, and the mobile home was removed and demolished. So we're just requesting that.
Councillor Forbes.
So because I have an understanding about the Torrington Mobile Home Park, that is owned by the people that own the land there. The people are just renting from them. So can we not collect this tax from the people that own the land?
It's broken up 2 different ways. So the land is under the mobile home park, and they pay the land taxes, and every trailer is assessed separately, and we tax them separately. So some are rentals, some are owned. So this one was owned. There is some recourse for us on municipal, on homes where we could seize the asset if it was,
Not demolished?
Yeah, so we would have to go through tax recovery, which would mean that this mobile home would have then become our problem to deal with. We would have had to try to auction it. If we didn't auction it, it could become our problem to do, and the costs are so low. I feel like this is kind of a win-win for everyone. So
I just wanted to say thank you, because the understanding is a lot of people don't understand that the land was owned by someone and that the homes were being assessed differently. That's the only reason why I wanted you to answer that question.
Oh,
So
for
I
sure.
appreciate that.
And
Thank
some
you.
are owned by the park owner, and then he would charge rent, and then he's responsible for the tax on that one and the land. So the land is completely 100% on that park owner. And then everything else is divided out. Yeah, you're welcome. So just some discussions and benefits and disadvantages is that for the industrial accounts, once a well is classified as an orphan, it's no longer a producing asset, which means it no longer generates revenue, and consequently, no future payment usually comes from it. And then the residential, for the mobile home, because this has been removed, a new mobile home has been put there, and it's been assessed, and we'll go back into our tax base for next year for that. And then, so staffing implication, in anticipation of these cancellations, we knew that this was going to be coming forward with the orphan wells. We identified about 100,000 and put it under provisions for allowances for these cancellations. So our options today are to approve the cancellation of uncollectible taxes and direct administration to apply for the provincial education requisition for the industrial account cancellations, and that's something that happens in January. And our recommended motion is that, or a second thing is to request additional information. So a recommended motion is that council approves the cancellation of taxes on municipal tax rolls that have been turned over to the Orphan Well Association and are affiliated with Manitowoc Energy, Trident, Lexan Resources, and Canyon Oil and Gas Corporation, and the municipal tax roll, and that is the mobile home. The total cancellation we are requesting is $68,440.21. And then for follow-up, if you approve the cancellation of uncollectible taxes, administration will cancel the levies on the municipal tax rolls listed above.
Okay, thank you for that. Discussion, questions? I'm not seeing any, so what would be the wish of council? Councillor Forbes.
Well, no one likes to do what I'm about to do, but it needs to be done to clear up the books. So, council approved the cancellation of the taxes on municipal tax rolls that have been turned over to the Orphan Wells Association and are affiliated with Manitowoc, Trident, Lexan, and Canyon Oil and Gas Corporation, and the municipal tax roll as listed.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion on the floor that we approve cancellation of taxes on the municipal tax rolls that have been turned over to the Orphan Well Association and affiliated with the companies listed, Manitowoc, Trident, Lexon, and Canyon, as well as municipal tax roll 332603137700 for a total amount of $68,444.21. Any further discussion or questions related to the motion? I don't see any. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously.
Kind of like the AUC.
So, Deputy Reeve Whitstock, question?
I know that in your RFD, you've stated that you're going to be applying for the perk come January. Do we need a motion to,
I don't think so.
don't think so?
He was in there prior, so I just continued on with
Okay.
them. I think we would just automatically do that. Do you know if we would need a motion to apply?
We have had a motion for that in the past that has been sitting there, so we'll just confirm whether a motion is specifically needed or not. We know every year we intend to apply for it, so we'll confirm with the grant program whether they require that council resolution, and if they don't, then there's not really a purpose to.
okay, just wanted to make sure.
But we have had a formal motion there in the
Yes,
past.
I remember doing those, but
So if we want to cover our bases, we could put in place a motion to apply for the provincial education requisition credit for the accounts that we just canceled, if that's the wish of council.
well, I could make that a motion.
So we direct administration to apply for the provincial education requisition credit for the industrial account cancellations listed in this RFD. Does that suit what you're looking for, Deputy Reeve Whitstock?
I don't know, it's going to the right here. There we go.
We lean right here, so.
Yeah, so I would move that council direct administration to apply for the provincial education credit for the cancellations listed in the above, in the amount of, and I guess I'll wait for the amount of.
We're not sure what that's gonna be.
So what's the story with that? They allow up to $3 million funding in the perk?
Yeah, so
Once it goes above that, then
then I think you say,
you're out of luck?
yeah,
Right, January 2nd sounds like a good date.
we try to get it in really quick. So we're at the top of the list.
Appreciate that.
Okay,
All righty.
so it's just.
Want me to give it another go?
So it's actually just the,
Yeah, it's not gonna be the perk money though.
okay, so are we satisfied with where we're at as far as the motion is concerned and Deputy Reeve? Are you okay with the motion as it reads? So it's just dealing with the 4 oil and gas companies and the amount of taxes outstanding, which is the $68,252.28, and whatever portion of that is perk.
Is the perk? That would be my motion. Thank you very much.
Okay. Is there any discussion or question, comment related to the motion? Not seeing any, so I'll ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And thank you, Regina and Hushba. We appreciate your being here. I understand you're now shadowing Carolyn, so.
Yep. Busy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nyman. The next item on our agenda is 4.3, which is appointment of county external auditors. And welcome, Ms. Olson. And whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Regent Council. Good afternoon. So today I'm presenting the appointment of the county's external auditors. This appointment is in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, specifically Section 280, that requires council to appoint one or more auditors for the municipality. So the recommendation today is for a 3-year term, and it's based on the results of a recent external audit services RFP that was completed over the past couple of months. During this process, 3 proposals were received and evaluated, and after thorough consideration, MNP has been selected as the county's auditor for a 3-year term with an option to extend for an additional 2 years. This appointment represents a change from our previous auditor, BDO, who served the county for over 20 years. While BDO provided good service, a change in auditors brings fresh perspective, particularly when it comes to financial oversight, helping the county to continue to improve and ensure transparency. While the first year audit with a new firm may involve additional work as the auditor becomes familiar with our processes and controls, administration is confident in our ability to accommodate this transition smoothly. The auditor also has processes to be in contact with our prior auditors to ensure that they are able to share information as well to help with this transition. Audit fees are already included with the county's operating budget, so there are no additional financial implications related to this appointment. So therefore, the recommendation before council today is to approve the appointment of MNP as the county's auditors for a 3-year term, starting with the 2024 fiscal audit. Additionally, similar to the prior year, council may request a pre-audit meeting with MNP. That'll occur at a future meeting date. Any questions?
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any questions or discussion, comment related to the proposal that we select MNP as the county's auditor? If not, I would be looking for a motion, and then I would also be looking for discussion in terms of, do we want to have a pre-audit meeting with our new auditors? Deputy Reeve Woodstock.
Okay, well, I'll get the show on the go. I would move the council approve the appointment of MNP as Kneehill County's auditor for a period of 3 years ending with the audit of the fiscal year 2026.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion on the floor that we approve the appointment of MNP. I just got used to BDO. Now I have to learn some new initials. As Kneehill County's auditor for a period of 3 years ending with the audit of fiscal year 2026. Any further discussion, question, or comment related to the motion? Not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And the next question would be, are we asking for a pre-audit meeting? Councillor McGee.
I see a lot of value, especially since we have a new company coming, that we do have a pre-audit meeting. So I'd like to make the motion that we request initial pre-audit meeting with the appointed auditors for the 2024 audit and at a future meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have a motion that we do request an initial pre-audit meeting with the appointed auditors for the 2024 audit at a future meeting date. Is there any discussion, question, comment? Councillor Penner.
Do we know if the auditor will be based out of Alberta or Toronto or where?
Through the chair, yes, they are based in their central Alberta offices through Red Deer and Lacombe in a combination of.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further question regarding the motion that's on the floor? If not, I'm going to ask the question, and it has to do with requesting a pre-audit meeting. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously as well. Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Olson. The next item on our agenda is 5.1. and it's the ACP grant application for the regional SCADA master plan. And it looks like Mr. Zier is in the hot seat. So anytime you're ready.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Council. So what I'm proposing to you today is participation and actually management of a Alberta Community Partnership grant application for a regional SCADA master plan. So just a little background. SCADA is actually, as my counterpart noted earlier today, the brains of our operation for water and wastewater monitoring, alarms, chemical levels, all those sort of things. We have internal systems with our internal processes with the hamlets that we manage, but we also have a regional system with Aqua 7 and our 7 municipal partners with that as well. What we've noted in the last number of months, and actually while we're doing our own internal review of this system, is that we have some impending deficiencies, some risks that we note in the actual Aqua 7 entire system there that we want to do a fuller look at, both for existing condition assessment as well as future planning of replacements. We want to make sure that the theme of asset management, again, is making sure we future-proof ourselves with these replacements so we're not caught in a situation where we can methodically replace these rather than coming out at once for major repairs, or in the case of water systems, a little more detrimental, that we're a little more higher risk than some of our other infrastructure. So what we've done here is put forward a proposal. ACP grant requires a municipal managing partner as well as a sponsor. We've had our counterparts here from the Village of Acme agree to sponsor our application in for this grant. And yeah, the intent is that we apply for it now and complete the work in 2024-25. Note that this is 100% grant-funded project here, so there's no contributing requirements from the county here or from the village.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Zier.
Okay.
Is there any question, discussion, comment regarding the proposal? Not seeing any, so what would be the wish of council? Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that council supports the submission of the ACP grant application.
Okay, so we have a motion that council support the submission of the 2024-25 ACP grant application. Mr. Zier, go ahead. Sorry.
Just, no problem. Through the chair, if we could put forward the recommended motion in the RFD, just to make sure we cover that we are actually the managing partner of this this grant application. Sorry, it's a little confusing here. The council options have a few different options there, but the actual recommended motion in the RFD is probably important to have for this grant application.
Okay, so
Thank you.
Councillor Cunningham, do you want to move that entire motion then?
Yeah, I for sure will do that. My apologies, I didn't see that alternative one there.
Okay, so then the motion that's in front of us is that council moves that Kneehill County support the submission of a 2024-25 Alberta Community Partnership Grant application in support of the regional SCADA Master Plan project and is prepared to manage the grant project and related compliance requirements. All right. Any question, comment, discussion? Councillor McGee.
So when you apply for the grant, will that include funding for the administration pieces that we will be undertaking by having this project go?
Mr. Zier.
Through the chair, I'm trying to recall if the eligibility is for staff time. Typically, it isn't in these sort of things. We look at engineering costs, but usually internal forces are not covered by the grant.
Thanks, good to know.
Okay.
There is more detail in the backup information that's behind the RFP. So. Is there any further question, comment, or discussion related to the motion that we support the submission of the ACP grant? And that we act as project managers? Not seeing any. Are you prepared for the question? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So thank you, Mr. Zier.
Thank you.
And we look forward to hearing good news.
There you go.
The next item on our agenda is 6.1.1, which is Bylaw 1905 Draft Municipal Development Plan. And welcome, Ms. Hazelton.
Good afternoon, Reeve and members of council. Just get myself organized here. So we've gone through quite a few meetings of discussions regarding the draft municipal development plan, and so we have done the amendments that you see in the copy that's been attached for you. And as part of the September 10th council meeting, we highlighted the more significant changes to ensure that council consensus happened, and we gave you a list of questions that you guys addressed. We do have one outstanding question. So the majority of the questions were answered and the requested amendments have been made to the draft document attached, but question 3 is still up for discussion. And that question is regarding the setback requirement for expansion of existing confined feeding operations to 1 mile from an urban boundary or a hamlet. Some additional information was obtained from the NRCB relating specifically to the grandfathering of operations and the potential for an operation that has been abandoned and or the infrastructure removed to begin operating again. Since the grandfathering of an operation is dependent on the production levels in place on January 1st, 2002, with the passing of time, it has become increasingly more difficult to determine what those activities levels were. Under Section 29(1)B of the Agricultural Operations Practices Act, the board and/or an inspector approval officer with delegated authority may cancel a permit if the confined feeding operation, manure storage facility, or manure collection area to which the permit relates is abandoned. This authority also applies to the grandfathered permits. It is unlikely, and again, this is a conversation with an inspector actually in the NRCB, it is unlikely that an operation that has removed their infrastructure with no intent to reconstruct will still be considered to have a valid permit. So any of those that have been removed in the areas around that part of this conversation, it would take a great deal of effort and a showing of intent, that there was intent there to bring this back into operation in order for them to recognize that grandfathering. It should also be noted that in the legislation, there is no limit to the number of times an expansion factor can be applied to an existing operation that wants to expand its livestock numbers. And again, we are open to making any further amendments council wishes. If there's anything else that we've already discussed previously that you want to revisit, we can certainly do that. But the majority of, I think, what was left on the table was those setback distances. I also want to highlight that we did receive another letter from another town, which was included in your package. And we've also included a couple of the intermunicipal development plans just to give you an idea of how those were written. And we specifically chose the 3 urbans that do have facilities around them. So again, I'm happy to entertain questions or any further.
Okay, questions, comment, Councillor Forbes.
I guess I have one question while you were sitting there speaking about the urbans that, the 3 for the IDPs. So as a county, do we have documented cases of the people that may have complained about this IDP being a restriction to them? Have we received any documented?
No, we wouldn't have until we received that one application that was denied based on that. Other than that, we did not.
So we're doing this for one person, is that correct?
Well,
That's all I'm just asking.
Yeah, and I can't say that it's just for one because there are other operations that could be impacted. So, and again, I don't know their long-term plans either.
Okay, Councillor Penn.
And I guess right now there's one impacted, but a lot didn't realize what was involved here or the actual wording was that are already existing. And a lot of times you don't find this out until you go to apply for something. So I think it, it just wasn't brought to the attention, sorry. And
Yeah, no, go ahead, and then I'll go to Deputy Reeve and back to you, Councillor Phobes. Okay, Deputy Reeve Woodstock.
Okay, excuse me. My understanding is the only reason we even knew about it was because of an application to expand numbers. Had that application not come forward, I don't think anyone would have been aware how the IDP affected the ability for our agriculture producers to expand their operations within that 1 mile of the two villages and one town that are part of this problem.
Okay, Councillor Phobes, back to you.
So once again, I'll come back to, after you held the IDPs, you held an open house and no one complained during that open house about this. I'm following process. I'm just trying to figure out where we lost what we lost. And if we're only losing it for one person, if I'm going to take the county into consideration, I want to make sure that it's not just one person who's being affected. We've not received any complaints from anyone other than one person. So I'm struggling with this a little bit because of that fact that we've held process for the IDP and no one during that time in that open house, they could have complained and they didn't.
Okay, so I guess I'll weigh in and add a comment to this. I don't think ever is it appropriate that we make a regulation or a policy specific to a single individual. And so I think that as we consider what we're discussing here, which could be setbacks from an urban or IDP boundary, we need to think about the entirety of the county and how we might be affecting or not affecting other potential developments that may or may not happen in the future. And so I don't think it's appropriate that we think of this as specifically Trochu or Linden or Acme or any of the other municipals that we have that could potentially have impact on our residents as far as what that boundary is. And to me, it's more, the conversation for me is more about the residents who live in Kneehill County and how we may or may not impact the future of those operations within our own boundaries. And I will refer to the IDP language, which talks always and specifically about the lands within the boundaries of the IDP and the consultation process that's required. I don't think at any point in time are we saying, and if you read our municipal development plan around cooperation and the relationships that we have with our municipal partners, we are not in any way backing away from conversation and or consultation with our municipal partners in our proposed MDP. The only thing that we're really debating or arguing is the boundary and where that line is drawn. And what happens either within that boundary or outside of that boundary. So that's my comment. Mr. Hogan, you go right ahead.
Through Mr. Reeve, that hopefully this can provide some clarity, is so when a municipality, as council's aware, when you're going through an MDP process, which is literally what we're doing right now, the open houses that you have, the public hearings are for related to that document specifically. And the same holds true with an IDP. So when the IDPs came forward and we were doing engagement on them, whether that was a public hearing, whatever, the focus was specifically on the IDP. That documents, so you wouldn't show up to that meeting with comments around the MDP because that meeting is about the IDP. So the impact or the interplay of those two documents in this instance was missed by the county, it was missed by the public, it was missed by the producers. So it was missed all around. And when I say the interplay between those two documents in this one instance, nobody caught that because of the language that was in the IDP, that would interact with the MDP to create the circumstance that has been created. The discussion in front of council for the MDP is whether you say, you know what, but we're okay with with the outcome of that, and we'll keep it going, or we want to change it back. That's the simplification of it. So when people were coming to the IDP and to provide input on that, they weren't providing input on the municipal development plan. It's a separate process. So when we get into this and we're talking about its potential impact, there's only been one operation, I guess, who has attempted to expand or change that falls within that purview. And that's the one that we've seen that was denied or based on the documents. The one that I believe that we're trying to pull up now, and I'll maybe turn it over to Ms. Hazelton, is around, there's only been one who's tried to go through the process and has been caught by this, but there are a number of other producers that could be caught by it as well, should they try to expand or alter their operation. But maybe with that is a good time to turn it over to Ms. Hazelton.
Okay, thank you. I've pulled up the maps just to give you an idea. So this map itself highlights the intermunicipal development plan areas, and the mile that was in the current language, that exclusion zone would be a mile beyond that intermunicipal development border. And then we also,
Excuse me, Barb, Carolyn, would you be able to enlarge that a bit, please? I know it won't all fit, but just, we don't need the whole thing on the screen, just.
okay.
I think it's on Barb's computer. There we go.
Okay, and I'll scroll down here. Is that large enough there? Let's see, and then this is the way the draft wording now is. I'll scroll down that one as well. So the draft wording is now the exclusion zone would be 1 mile from an urban or a hamlet. And I want to reiterate publicly, we are not touching the intermunicipal development plan boundary line. That is a regional document that has to go through the other urban in order to touch that line. So we're not touching that line. We are not touching where commercial or industrial could be. This limitation is the only reason we have this limitation is for confined feeding, because this is, the municipal development plan is the only tool the province gave municipalities to utilize, and I've given you some of that information in your package. So approval officers, I think I gave you a package of information out of the legislation. Approval officers have to look at the municipal development plan. They are not obligated to look at the intermunicipal development plan, but if it does not, if the application for confined feeding does not align with that municipal development plan wording, they have to deny it. So this is the only industry that we're talking about here is confined feeding, and that's because that's the provincial tool that was granted to municipalities after the legislation came in place in 2002. So many municipalities went forward and did some exclusion zones. And again, those exclusion zones have to be seen to be reasonable and to make sense. If an applicant is denied, they have an appeal process that they can go through. It goes to a quasi-judicial board that is an NRCB appeal board, and they have the opportunity to hear or not. And in this case, this one was appealed and the board chose not to hear it. And so, but there are often times where they will hear it. They have to consider the municipal development plan, but they're not bound by it. So they could overturn a decision of the approval officer that is aligning with the municipal development plan. So again, that's kind of how that process works.
So let me ask you a question. So let's say, for instance, there was a feedlot operator in the Trochu area who wanted to expand, and he got his expansion approval. Is there an opportunity for the urban municipality to appeal that decision by the NRCB?
If they're considered an affected party, they could appeal. So if they fall within that minimum distance separation. So there's a couple things that happen when an application comes in the door, and I typically will bring those notices to the Planning Commission, so you guys will know we received an application. We can provide comment at that point. The municipality that confined feeding falls in is always an affected party. So it doesn't matter whether it's just a manure storage, whether it's a registration or approval, we're always considered an affected party. We can provide comment. When it comes to other affected parties, it's all done by a minimum distance separation. So there is a notification range that the NRCB will notify, and those parties can submit comments or concerns through that. So it really depends on livestock number and type and what that notification range is, whether or not that municipality would be an affected party.
So the question comes down to, if that municipality submitted to NRCB as an affected party, and the ruling did not necessarily take into account the comments or input that they provided, is there a mechanism for them, that municipality, to appeal the decision
Yes.
of NRCB?
Any affected party can appeal that decision.
Okay. So, and then the only other comment I'm going to make is when we did our land use bylaw around energy conversion systems, we put in place, at one point in time, we were talking about a special rule and a greater separation distance for our urbans than we were for our own rural residents. We chose to apply the rule equally to all urban as well as our own residents and made our setback the same. So I'm just wondering if in this case, we ought to do exactly the same thing, which is apply the rule equally that we're applying to our hamlets as we would to a town, village, or other municipality within our boundary. In fact, we're giving them more leeway by recognizing the IDP boundary. So we're saying 1 mile or 1.6 kilometers from a municipal boundary or the IDP boundary, whichever is greater. So we're actually potentially giving more recognition to our urbans than we would be to our own hamlets within our borough. Councillor Forbes.
And so you've mentioned our, like the setbacks and the IDP boundary. What about AOPA? Can you tell me what their setbacks are?
So again, that's very different depending on livestock type and numbers. So every livestock is rated based on pretty much on nuisance, what the impact could be to adjacent landowners. So depending on that livestock type, beef and swine are the highest rated for impact to adjacent landowners. So the minimum distance separation would be much greater for those facilities versus poultry. Poultry has very minimal minimum distance separation because their footprint is smaller, their level of nuisance is smaller, and they don't produce as much manure. So it's really dependent. Like if you threw out a number, I could give you an idea. But the one thing that we have to understand is I want to make sure that we're clear with the expansion factor. So somebody can come in and site a facility, and in 3 years, they can apply for that expansion factor, and they can double the size of that facility using that original minimum distance separation. So that part in the legislation is unlimited, the opportunity for them to do that, but it's a 3-year window every time. So again, once somebody comes in, it's not a revisiting of that minimum distance every time if they're applying for that expansion factor. So I just want you clearly aware of that, because what you determine today is that exclusion zone is important. Like that line is going to be important, what you say. And I don't want to mislead anyone to think that there cannot be growth still happening because of that expansion factor. So, but if we're going to say they cannot expand within this exclusion zone, they would not be allowed to do that as per the approval officer. However, the board could still reverse that decision if they so choose and if they felt it was legitimate enough to do that. So anyway, yeah, I just wanted to make sure we're clear on how that works, because somebody could put a new one just outside of an urban and outside of our exclusion zone, and then in 3 years, they could double that footprint as well. So we just want to make sure that you're aware when we're drawing that line, what that line means.
Any further discussion or question, comment related?
And let me know if you want me to go back and forth with these maps. This is,
Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Reeve, in addressing part of the original question as well, in terms of the number of impacted parties, I believe at the last Cal meeting, council was given some information. There were 13 to 14 potentially impacted operations that would be impacted by whatever council decides here. So that was roughly 2 in the Trochu area, 9 or 10 in the Linden area, and 2 in the Acme area. So when we talk about the potential impact on this, it's not just on one operator. There's potentially an impact on 13 or 14 of them.
Councillor Foltz?
And of those 13 or 14 that may be impacted, how many have come forward complaining about this IDP setback?
So I think that I'll let Ms. Hazelton respond to that first, and then I have a comment.
I think I just wanted to pull up this other map here that we were just talking about. So we have 2 different versions here of this map. So what we have is the operations, and this map, it's the operations that fall within that mile from the intermunicipal development plan boundary. And again, this may not be perfect. The other thing I will tell you is if you're a cow-calf operation, you don't need a permit through the NRCB, so you can operate and you're not restricted at all. But these are the ones that would fall within that mile of the intermunicipal development plan, and these are the ones that fall within a mile of the urban itself.
Go ahead, Councillor Foltz.
So the letter that was provided to us from the urban, are we supposed to take that into consideration when we're making this decision today? Their request?
That's a council decision. There's still that public hearing process, and there's still that formal process that everybody can go through, and they can come in and either present verbally or they can submit in writing through that public hearing process. And at that point in time, you guys would decide whether or not you want to make any amendments to the municipal development plan or move forward.
Councillor Foltz?
So then my question again will be, who determined that setback that we're putting in this MDP right now? Because AOPA, someone still hasn't told me what the AOPA one, the setbacks for AOPA is?
And that's very hard to tell you without knowing livestock type and number, because there's a formula that you do. And so if you're 1,000 head feedlot, for example, so how that works is there's different categories. So category 1 is the measurement they do to a single residence. Category 2 would be higher than that. Category 3 is more of like country residential development. And then category 4 would be your urban. So your minimum distance separation to an urban is greater because the impact is going to be considered greater if you fall within that minimum distance. So it's difficult because, like I said, every livestock type is treated differently. I can give you some examples.
So just let me ask this as clarification. So if an operator went to NRCB to apply for either a new operation or an expansion to their operation, and they weren't within the 3-year window, do they consider AOPA rules when they're making a decision?
NRCB?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so if our minimum distance is 1 mile from the municipal boundary, and NRCB looks at that proposed, even though it fits within our MDP, but it violates the AOPA rules. The AOPA rules will overrule our municipal development plan.
If AOPA is greater distance, it will be AOPA. If our municipal development plan is greater distance, it'll be our municipal development plan.
So if we set our regulation in the municipal development plan and did first reading, which then gives plenty of time for public comment before we do second, third, and whatever, we need to recognize that whatever the distance that we set in here, if the operation being proposed requires a greater than our setback, NRCB will enforce that greater setback that's in
Correct.
AOPA.
Correct.
And ignore our municipal development plan setback.
Correct. If it's greater, yes.
If it's greater.
Yes.
Yes. So the protection is AOPA rules may enforce a greater than our required setback if, depending on the type of operation and the amount of offense it possibly could cause to an
Right.
urban.
So they look at, when they're setting that part of the formula, and the reason I can't give you direct answer without having a number and a livestock type, is because it's based on manure production. How much manure did this livestock produce? Dairies also have quite a great minimum distance because they do produce a lot of manure. But I can give you an idea. So, and I'll just pull this out of the very first rendition of legislation did put tables in there. The newer versions don't have that because there's a formula on the website. You just plug in the numbers. But I'll give you an idea for a 10,000 head feedlot, just so that you know the difference. So for a category 1, which is just your single residences around you, it's 881 meter setback is what that would look like, ballpark in there. And again, it's going to depend if they're doing beef feeders or finishers. Those all matter because they produce different amounts of manure. Whereas if you jump it to the category 4, it's 2,351 meters difference. So that's on a 10,000 head feedlot, just to give you an example. If you want me to give you a different livestock type, I can give you swine or dairy just for comparison.
So potentially the setback in, that NRCB would consider is actually greater than our setback if it was a 10,000 head feedlot close to an urban. Because you said 2.3.
It would,
2,300
what did I
and some
say?
meters?
2,351 meters,
So
yeah.
that's, yeah, that's a mile and a half.
Yeah. But then the expansion factor could kick in and they can double that using that number. Swine, and again, their numbers on swine are going to be much lower because they, because of how they're ranked. So I'm just going to use a 200 sow fair to finish as an idea to give you. So category 1 would be 467 meters. Category 4 would be 1246. So again, and a farrow to finish, they keep all their weaner pigs and they finish them out. So they go right through the barn system. And so that's how that works. And again, they have more manure production. And so that's why their minimum distance for, in relation to numbers is higher. And that's, it is very tricky because every single facility would be measured differently depending on what they do. And if they have multiple livestock types, they're all considered. So they would be formulating, for example, if they've got a dairy and they've got feedlot and chickens and, you know, several different things, all of them will be factored into that minimum distance separation. So it would be cumulative. So it is very hard to just randomly say what that distance is because every single one would be looked at specific to what they are doing on those lands. Does that help, or?
Well, sure, that helps, but then the other side of the whole equation is not only manure production, but it's manure application.
Correct. They do have to have lands. They do have to soil test.
But there's nothing that says your lands can't be immediately adjacent to a urban and you're
Correct.
allowed still to apply manure in that location.
Correct, but you do have to incorporate in 48 hours. Unless you're
you do it on
spreading
the
on
snow.
forage or direct seeded. Pardon?
Unless you spread it on the snow.
No, you're not allowed to spread on frozen.
Oh, yeah, well,
You're not to spread on snow and frozen ground unless you have permission. And they're going to look at what that runoff is going to look like. There are setbacks if you're spreading on direct seeded or forage, which you aren't normally incorporating, then you have to be 150 meters from a residence. And so there are setbacks relating to that. But otherwise, if you've spread it too close, and I know from history, you'd put it under. You're too close, and I don't care if it's
make you work
forage.
it out, yeah.
Yeah. So there are rules and there are limits on some of that.
I guess I'm being a bit of a devil's advocate in terms of sometimes in the agriculture industry, we do what's necessary, and sometimes it's very offensive to our neighbors. But the reality is if we're within the rules, we're within the rules. And so I guess the question really for us to decide at this point in time is whether we're comfortable with the suggestion that we are going to not allow it's new, right? Within the IDP boundary or within 1 mile of a municipal boundary, whichever is greater.
That's correct. That's what we have now, and that's under number 12. So then we just need the existing. So we've taken the existing out of this draft right now because we didn't know where you wanted to land. So we'll add that portion. If you keep it the same for both, we'll just add new or existing into number 12. If you want to make different rules for different ones, you can certainly do that as well.
Councillor Forbes?
Just for clarity, from that last statement, because I wasn't in favor of it then, and I'm probably still not now, and that's okay. So new confined, we're gonna limit how much money they're allowed to make, but if you're pre-existing, you can go ahead and make as much as you want. Is that pretty much what's being said here? Like, I'm just need clarity.
Just before I come to you, Mr. Gannon, what we're saying is that we are not allowing within the same boundary existing or new operations, right? So we're not restricting the ability of anyone to make money other than within our exclusion zone, if that's how we want to view it. Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. A couple items here. One is when you look at the exclusion zone, especially when a new business is putting in their application, understanding this limitation in there may look at where they purchase land, how they purchase land, and where their growth parameters may be for that operation. So a new application or a new facility should be taking these things in consideration when they're looking at proposing a new operation. With the existing, that's why we were uncertain of where those parameters are. It will limit their growth. But there is also, for example, if council wants to go forward and say, we want to propose these to be consistent and with new or existing, you could say, go forward with this, have first reading, get more feedback from your partners as per the process, and that could be amended. The problem that you have that there are other communities that do have these feedlots, and it does put a hindrance on our community partners close to us, which also puts a hindrance on us in some aspects for economic growth and opportunities and partnerships. So we're trying to initiate a plan that creates a good neighbor type of environment, but also creates a fair system of where that should be.
Councillor McGee.
I'm gonna try to go through the whole story in a really oversimplified, like I'm a kindergarten kid way, to see if I got it right, because I do find myself going in circles every time we have this conversation, and I second guess where I'm standing. And I think a lot of us are doing that as they watch as well. So if we were to take just one community, I'd like to use the Trochu one as an example, because we have only one that's within the boundary that is going to be excluded no matter what. Yeah. And so the one right up against the boundary, they are so close to the boundary of the town, it's clear that they cannot expand. That no matter what we do today, that's the clarity, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the one then outside of the red line, let's say instead of feedlot, because it's complicated, let's make it a toy store. And they got their business plan for items of 500 in stock, 500 items in their stock, with the dream that in 20 years they'll expand to 2,000. They haven't gotten to the expansion yet, and at the time of them developing their store, that expansion was a very reasonable thing to have happen. Now, because of the way we wrote the IDP, that expansion could not happen. Is
Okay,
that
but we
correct?
can't use a toy store because it does not, this does not apply to commercial or industrial at all.
Of course it doesn't, okay?
Yeah.
I'm just using it as really
Yeah.
simplifying because feedlots become complicated. So
Any livestock
okay, any livestock.
facilities,
So
yeah.
let's just say
It doesn't
that
matter what it
their
would
business
be,
plan
yeah.
was to have 500 cattle, 500 head, and now, but their goal was to build up their company, build up their staff, all the things they needed to eventually grow to 2,000 head.
Correct.
Currently, they would not be able to do that the way we have things written, and that was not our intent when we wrote what we wrote.
Correct.
Okay. So now we're asking, do we want to stick to the unintended boundary, or whether we want to say, if you already were an existing business with 500 head and you want to go to 2,000, we'll still honor that because that was the original plan when you got there. It could have been the original plan. I should be using the words. Clarity, right?
Correct.
I'm right so far? Okay. That's, I think because we're going in circles about what we're talking
Yeah.
about here, let's get really, really simple. We're asking if, because we didn't intend to limit those businesses when we wrote that, that wasn't the intention, and it was no one's catch until one of these businesses in one of the communities found out that they could no longer go to the 2,000 when they applied for that expansion.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Penner.
Oh, there we go. It's okay if you want me to be quiet. I can be quiet.
No, go ahead. That's a way to keep you from commenting. No, go ahead, Councillor Penner.
And it was not our intention to hold these people back. By adding the extra mile, we're tying the producer's hands. They cannot expand. And a lot of these facilities, whether it was a dairy or hog barn or feedlot or whatever, they didn't know if their children were coming home or not, and things like that. So they started it off, and it's unfortunate that they're right on that boundary or they're within that boundary, depending on the wording here. So, but it was not our intention when we did it to limit the people on the edge to expanding.
Councillor Christie.
If we go in with a mile from the urban center, I have a 2,000 head feedlot. 3 years from now, I'm gonna go to 4,000 head. I still can't go inside that 1 mile boundary. Is that right?
Yes.
I'd have to go outside in the other direction.
Well, it wouldn't. Sorry. It wouldn't stop or limit your expansion if you're on lands outside of that boundary.
But you couldn't expand into the boundary.
Correct.
That's my clarification for me, is as long as I'm going away from town, I'm fine.
Okay, so I guess, I mean, we could go round and around this one. And we spent an entire cow meeting going around and around, pretty much, on this one. So I guess, Mr. Hogan, I was just gonna ask for a consensus in direction, but go ahead, Mr. Hogan, first.
And I was going to ask if you can do that. I'm coming back to a different part of the question, so it's still same topic, but I'm switching up a bit, so whichever you prefer. Mr. Reeve.
So I guess, I mean, we can continue this conversation for the next 4 hours. And we're not gonna go anywhere. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is, because this is step one, so if we passed first reading today with whatever the rule is, say the one that's written in there right now, and we applied that to existing as well as new, what it does is it allows us to, A, set a public hearing, and B, solicit the feedback that we're looking for from not only our residents, but from our urban neighbors. Or we could delay this process to the next meeting and have this same conversation and no resolution. So I don't want to dampen the debate, but I also don't want to prolong it past the point where it's no longer productive. So I guess I'm seeking for some direction from us as a council in terms of, are we prepared to make a arbitrary decision somewhat and put it out there for the feedback that we seem to desire so much? And if that's the case, then my suggestion would be that we consider the municipal development plan with the regulation as it's written to apply to both new and existing, to create that as our exclusion zone, and then allow that to go forward for feedback. Councillor Cunningham?
Because I'm normally not this quiet, so I have to say something, but no, and I'm at the point for me personally, and I said this at the last meeting, I would have been happy to have meetings with our urban partners, and that wasn't the will of council, which is fine. So for me personally, I'm at the point where I need to go forward. I need to go to first reading, and I need to have that ability for our ratepayers, our urban partners, and everybody to be able to have their say. That's where I'm at.
Okay, good. Thank you. Councillor Penner, please, yes.
Yes, we need to step forward. We've been dealing with this for some time. I think there's two different. If you're a new confined feeding operation, you need to do your due diligence and know what's going on. So I could be with 1 mile from the intermunicipal development plan, no problem. But my issue here is, and I would like to see a second, whether we do a motion or not, is for the existing, as in grandfathering, the existing ones back to the 1 mile from the communities.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess what I'm suggesting is we just have the same rule applied to existing and new, and have consistency within our regulation, because we know AOPA will trump our regulation if the setback requirement is greater than what's in our municipal development plan. Depending on type of livestock, number of livestock.
Correct.
All of those things will apply and will affect the placement of those kind of developments, regardless of what our municipal development plan says. If their setback requirement is larger than ours, theirs will apply.
Correct.
So if we had the regulation for both, I mean, we can change it between now and third reading. We can go in multiple directions from where we are sitting today. The question is, how long are we going to belabor the point? And it is time to move forward, in my opinion. So weigh in. Councillor Christie?
I'm good to go ahead and do first reading.
Okay. Councillor McGee?
I'm good with first reading, yeah.
Councillor Copes? Deputy Reeve? Okay.
You got it.
I think we have a consensus here that we are going to move forward. Is it agreeable with council that we have the same application for new and existing, just to allow that to go to public forum for feedback? Okay. Mr. Hogan, you had a comment. I want to get this one nailed down before you try to confuse us further.
You're doubting my success. What I was going to say is, and you've covered a lot of it already, Reeve King, is where we'd expect to get most of the feedback is during the public hearing and during that process. So to date, that we haven't gotten a bunch makes sense because we'd expect to get it a bit later in the process, which is what you're moving towards. So that'd be the recommendation, is that you have the ability to pass first reading and to make amendments in second and third reading based on the feedback you hear. That's actually the point of the public hearing, is that it gives you that opportunity to take that in and to do that. So the recommendation from us is to clarify what you want in here to move forward with it. And then that will go out for public hearing, and that's where we'll see, you know, whether the other operators come forward or not, what their comments are, if they do or not. So that that's the process component. What I wanted to address is how we got here were those discussions among the working groups, so the ag working groups, taking in the feedback from the public engagement sessions in Trochu and Acme, and then putting forward a recommendation into the draft of this bylaw, so proposed bylaw. So that engagement process, or those working group processes, what led to the document that's in front of you today. As those go through, you have the opportunity to get more of that feedback through the public hearing process. You move forward with that. And to that end, one of the tools that you as a council can use, you know, you can do a straw vote type of system too. That's not a binding vote, as long as everyone's clear it's a straw vote, where it's, you know, your question, Reeve King, the newer, should the wording be new and existing? Should they be apply? We can do a straw vote, and if everyone's good with that wording, you know where you stand, right? You can go councillor to councillor, you have multiple tools there, but I think our recommendation is once you decide on a wording, then people in the public have a better opportunity to comment on it because they know what they're commenting on.
Councillor McGee?
Reeve, can you tell me why you're tending towards saying new and existing?
I guess fairness in application. So if we're going to establish a total exclusion zone, that we make that exclusion zone apply both to the existing and to new operations. And that's just fairness in terms of how it's applied. Because the reality is that the ones that are super impacted are already within the 1.6 kilometer of an urban boundary. So we've already said IDP or 1.6 of a municipal boundary, whichever is greater. The majority of the impacted ones that are existing are within that boundary already. So whether we made it the IDP boundary plus another 1.6 for new, doesn't matter, doesn't really matter, right? So, so as far as I'm concerned, we just make a rule that applies to all of the operations and it's equal across the board for all of the affected parties. That's my rationale. And it's simple, no confusion.
So,
Ms. Hazelton, oh, sorry.
Well, I was just gonna make you aware, we will draft a map so that you guys can see exactly visually what we're talking about. So the IDP area, plus if the IDP area is not a mile on one side of the urban, we will increase that exclusion to that mile. So we will map that specific to a CFO exclusion zone so people will have that visually.
Councilor Penner.
So Reeve, can you just saying it that, just for the fairness right now, is to just get it out there, and then there can be the discussion from our residents or Jackson at the open house or for it. Okay, fair enough.
So my assumption would be is that the map that Ms. Hazelton just referred to would be included in the package, which would show what the exclusion zone is and who's impacted by it. And so residents of ours that live within those exclusion zones would have opportunity to provide feedback to us as council in terms of how that may or may not impact their operations. And it also allows our urban neighbors to provide feedback in terms of whether that exclusion zone, in their opinion, is big enough or not. And then that just informs us in making our decision going forward. And with all the maps that we've seen and all the different lines drawn on all the different places, I would look forward to just having a single map with, this is the exclusion zone around Trochu, this is the exclusion zone around Three Hills, and so on. So then it becomes very visual and you're not thinking it's this or that or it's something different, it's that. It's right there in front of you.
We will do that.
So straw poll says yes, we're prepared to go ahead on that basis and wait for the feedback. I'm seeing lots of heads nodding. So, Ms. Hazelton, I guess the question comes back to you. What else do you need from us to go forward after we do first reading? Or before we do first reading?
As long as the rest of the draft is, we've captured the thoughts of the committee of the whole meeting, and you guys are satisfied with that, it doesn't mean any of that can't be amended as well. Like the whole thing, you have that opportunity. So what I have heard today is no new or existing will be allowed within the following, and that will be that mile, the IDP plan area, or a mile from the urban, whichever is greater. And then we will draft a map with that, and we will incorporate that. That will go out the door to all of our urbans and rural municipalities, and we will have that on the website once we have those two pieces included, and it'll be ready to go. And then, depending on whether you set the public hearing today or not, we'll have to advertise for that as well.
And just to give us some clarity on that, the public hearing, minimum time frame for advertising for the public hearing is how long?
It's 2 weeks with 5 clear days. We can't do it between 2 council meetings. We don't have enough time.
Okay, but we could extend it longer than
Oh,
that.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other clarification, discussion, question, comment? Councillor Cunningham.
Ms. Hazelton, I just want to say between you and your staff, thank you for the changes with the red. It made a world of difference to me when I was reading this, so thank you so much for that. It made it so clear, so much clearer to read and understand, so.
Yes,
Perfect,
and
thank
that's Natalie, so.
Thank you, Natalie. We're going to miss you.
This is her last meeting with you, so have to give her kudos now.
Okay, so other than one minor editorial thing from me, so residential policy 12, where we refer to environmentally significant areas, and we have a sentence that says grouped residential development around or adjacent to environmentally sensitive areas should utilize. There's an "and" missing between to and environmentally. So adjacent to an environmentally significant area. That's just me,
Okay,
sorry.
thank you.
You
We'll
should never
make,
let me read these documents in their entirety.
we'll make note.
It's just a wording thing. Okay, so where are we at? Are we prepared to make a motion to do first reading based on the conversation that we've had? And are we prepared to entertain when we might set a public hearing? First off, we need to have first reading. And the motion would be to approve as amended. Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to move first reading of proposed bylaw 1905 as amended.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve first reading of proposed bylaw 1905 municipal development plan as amended. Any further discussion, question, comment to the motion? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. All right, now appropriately we should consider when we might have a public hearing. Okay, so that gives us more than 2 weeks for sure. That's 1, 2. So there's 2 full council meetings, plus there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks in there. So lots of time.
That will give opportunity for the urbans to review and for us to get the map and all of those things in there.
Okay. Councillor Cunningham?
I'll move that council schedule the public hearing for November 26, 2024 at 10 a.m.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion that we move to schedule a public hearing, which might be just about overruled by Ms. Vanderkoel. Sure. We always bust up our meetings anyway because you schedule delegations and other things. But that might make sense that we make it 1 rather than 10 a.m. just so that the budget conversation can be relatively consistently carried out.
Keep in mind that we may need a different venue.
Rexall Place in Edmonton. Okay, so Councillor Cunningham, you made the motion. Are you agreeable with an amendment to 1 p.m. rather than 10 a.m.?
For sure, whatever works best for fellow council and administration. Yeah.
So administratively, that makes more sense. I'm seeing heads nod on that side of the table. Thank you, Ms. Vanderkoel, for bringing that to our attention. As always, you help to keep us on the straight and narrow. So is there any further discussion? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. So at this point in time, I want to say thank you, Ms. Hazelton. Ms. Miller, we are going to miss you. Yeah. And thank you to Ms. Haymorgan and Ms. Geever for your work on this file as well. It's greatly appreciated. I know Barb gets to sit in front and take all the glory and accolades, and you guys sit in the background, but it's greatly appreciated. Just know on the part of council that the work that's gone into this, we recognize that and we very much appreciate that. So thank you very much.
And the land use bylaw is coming.
Merry Christmas.
All right, I'm going to suggest that we take a break. We're going to be in recess to 2:40, okay? So gives you 12 minutes. Okay, it is 2:34, and I'm going to call the council meeting back to order. The next item on our agenda is 6.2.1, Ag Service Board Member Structure Recommendation from the Ag Service Board. And welcome, Ms. Sherlock, and anytime you're ready.
Excellent. Thank you, Reeve. Thank you, Council. I am bringing before you today a recommended motion from the Agriculture Service Board. At the September 11th meeting, the ASB motion to recommend to Council to adjust the ASB membership structure to 4 producer members on a term of 4 years on a rotational basis, and 3 council members as selected at the annual organizational meeting. The members also discussed the necessity of seeking out and including young producers on the board and being mindful of this when selecting producer member applicants. I will note that the current makeup is 4 councillors and 3 producer members, so this would be just flipping that ratio. Attached to the RFD here, there is a number of different background on the advantages and disadvantages to different makeups, and some further information on the makeups of comparable municipalities in and around us, should you wish to see any additional information on that. Should council adopt the recommended board structure and or an alternative board structure decided today, the associated policy will require updating, and I have attached that policy with the recommended updates as per the recommended motion. So if that changes in a different manner, we'll make those adjustments. As far as financial and staffing implications, although the number of members overall is not set to change, the number of producer members is increasing, and so we'll basically just have to up the amount in the ASB operating budget that we apply to producer members for their attendance, and so that is $2,500 to account for member attendance at meetings and conferences. Going into the different options, so as I've said, the recommended structure coming from the ASB is 4 producer members and 3 council members, along with the associated changes to the policy. So that would be the first option and the recommended motion. Other options would be to maintain the current ASB structure as well, or adjust the membership structure to a different ratio as council would like, or to request additional information be brought forward. What are council's wishes?
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Sherlock. Comments, discussion, questions? Councillor Penner.
Just a question. You just have to be a ratepayer. You don't have to be a resident?
At this point, how we have it written in the policy is it is a ratepayer producer member, yes.
And I'm fine with that, because we do have some ratepayers that live right on the boundary and things like that of another municipality, so that's okay. I just wanted to put it out there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comment, discussion? Councillor Christie.
Just a comment that 2 of the members at large commented that after 3 years, they were just getting up to speed and they were done. So they felt they had more to contribute if they had another year. So that was, I found, fairly important.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments or discussion, questions?
If not, I'd make the motion.
Okay, Councillor Penner.
I think it's the same one I've got. I make the motion that council would adjust the ASB membership structure to 4 producer members on a term of 4 years on a rotational basis and 3 council members as selected at the annual organizational meeting, and approve the associate changes in policy 1-1.
Okay, so thank you for that. We have a motion to adjust the structure to 4 producer members and 3 council members. Any further comment or discussion to the motion?
Comment?
Comment? Councillor Pinner.
I'd like to thank the REIF for bringing this to our attention. I think it's really important that it doesn't look like council runs everything. We'd like to get the feedback from our ratepayers and that. So I'd like to say thanks to the REIF for bringing this forward to the Ag Service Board members.
Any other comment or discussion, questions? If not, I'm going to ask the question. That motion is council adjust the Ag Service Board membership structure to 4 producer members on a term of 4 years on a rotational basis and 3 council members as selected at the annual organizational meeting and approve the associated changes in policy 1-1. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you, Ms. Sherlock. I appreciate your patience with us today and hanging in there through the meeting, so thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, council.
You can stay. Oh, shit.
All right, the next item on our agenda is 7.1, Council Governance Initiative, and Mr. Hogan, I guess you are at this point taking this one.
Mr. Reeve, taking it long enough to turn it back. The item here has been put forward by Reeve King, as I put in the background, and so the description on this is in discussions with the Reeve and understanding that the intent is to engage council or to see council's willingness to formalize a governance model. This is every municipality has a way that they operate from a governance perspective. Almost none of them have that model formalized or written down. And this is something coming out of the recent review of Red Deer County that Red Deer County undertook to actually do and to actually write it down and produce a document which has been shared. So I guess at this point I'll turn it back to Reeve King to take council through his thoughts.
So I guess, thank you, Mr. Hogan. I guess my thoughts are that I think we all have an understanding, maybe slightly different understanding from one of us to the next in terms of how we as council operate and what the process is around decision-making, around requests of information from administration, how we interact together as council, how we interact with our administrative support, the relationship we have with the CAO, and all of those things that go into governance here in Kneehill County. And as I have been in conversation, I guess around this topic and looking at a number of courses and other things that I have been involved with recently, and then reading what came out of Red Deer's municipal review that took place in terms of their governance with Mr. Cuff. I just, as I read that material and as I read the executive summary of the big long report, I looked at a lot of the things there and I thought there's something there that potentially would benefit us as a council just to have conversation around. And then I happened to go to Alberta Munis and they talked about council and CAO relationships and what makes for good relationships and what makes for bad relationships, both within council and with the CAO and administration. And the more I thought about it, the more I thought this would not be a bad exercise for us to do. And if we developed an actual written document that outlines our process and one that we all could see and understand together, then that might be a worthwhile process. So I guess what I'm asking for is if council would be willing to direct administration to come back to us with a request for a decision around who the speaker might be, what the budget might be, when and where we might want to consider doing this. Basically today I'm saying, I think we sent an email earlier with the Red Deer governance model in it. What I'm asking today is whether council would consent to going forward with a little more exploration to see what this might cost us to do and what it might look like in a more formal way. So that's the request. Questions, comment, discussion? Councillor Cunningham.
So I have a couple of questions. I guess I'm just looking, because like if we do the model, I don't think it was included on like for public consumption, but if we include, if we go the direction of Red Deer County, that was conducted by George Cuff, who obviously there would be a cost to that. So I guess one question I have is, do we have any idea as to what this, like I know there was an executive summary, there's a governance model, there's about 3 different documents on their website. Do we know what that cost was to Red Deer County or the estimate of that?
So I guess my answer is I don't have a clue what it costs Red Deer. We would not be entering into the same kind of process that Red Deer did. This request is just to say to administration, please come back with more information to give us an idea of what that cost might be, who we might use to facilitate that, and where or how might we go about doing it. And so at this point, this is not an approval of actually going forward with this. It's just an approval that we ask administration to get us the detail around what the cost might be, who we might consider using, and those kind of things. Go ahead, Councilor Cunningham.
So yeah, no, I understand that, because what I'm reading here is there's 2 different kind of entities, like there could be a governance training, which I would be totally open to. I mean, I'm guessing, I mean, I haven't done a lot of stuff with George Cuff, but my understanding is we're probably looking maybe 30,000-40,000. So I guess that's the information that I want brought back. Because if that's the kind of price tag we're looking at, I would just like to know like what our outcomes are gonna be from this. We do have a procedural bylaw, we have a councillor code of conduct, I think we have a council compensation policy. So I'm just looking, I guess from you, Reeve, is what information or what changes would you like to see that would perhaps come forward from this? There is a cost to it, and it could be a fairly large cost. So I'm just trying to understand what would be the benefit to the county for that.
Again, I guess if you've read the Red Deer governance model, I think all it does is it really clarifies the process that we use together as council in our interactions with each other, but also in our interactions with the CAO and or administration. And I have to sit here in this chair as Reeve, and I have to admit that I'm not fully cognizant of all the processes that we use, or I don't think any one of us 7 sitting here probably has the same understanding of what that process might be. And so my objective would be 2 things. One is it would build us a stronger team together as a council. It would give us opportunity to discuss exactly how we do business and how we want to do business. And it would give us an opportunity to just, as Red Deer already has, without going through the huge formal process that they went through, to just have conversation around where some of the pinch points are, perhaps in our process, where I personally can improve in terms of the interactions with you as my fellow councillors. And together as a group, I think there's an opportunity for us, to build a stronger team as a council and to get better understanding of each other and to better understand what governance is all about and how we go about it here at Kneehill. And this is not just for us, but it would be looking forward to the future for other councils to come in and have a better foundation to begin their work as councillors. And I do know it's going to cost some money, but I think it'd be money well invested, personally, speaking for myself. Go ahead.
Do you want me to go?
Councillor Popes.
No, I mean, you've touched on a few things, and I guess the biggest one that's standing out for me right now is, do you believe we're not strong as a council? Because that's your reasoning behind of doing this, is because you want us to be stronger. I'm not sure how going and doing governance makes us stronger as a collective council. I'm just looking respectfully, I'm just looking for clarity on this.
That's a fair question. So, Councillor Penner, I'll let you respond first. Yep.
So it's not responding to that, but, you know, any kind of training, I'm all for it. This is just giving the go-ahead for our administration to come back to us with possibilities and that kind of stuff. I don't think we fully work together 100%, and I just want to make sure that I have respect for everybody when I'm speaking here and whatnot else. So I'm all for it. But like, we're not giving the go-ahead here. We're just giving them the go-ahead to bring something back to us, and then we can decide whether we think it's valuable or not.
So, go ahead, Councillor Phobes, please.
So then, the policies and stuff that we're bound to, that we've all signed our names on, those are not robust enough, is what I'm gonna ask.
Okay, that's a fair question, and my answer would be perhaps not. Perhaps yes, but perhaps not, so I think in all fairness, I think that really what I'm asking for is a review of those and maybe a stronger, perhaps more easily understood. Anyway, go ahead, Councillor McGee, I see you want to weigh in, so please do.
Thanks. I just wanted to say, I think this is a great idea to explore what we could do. I think, I agree that we don't need to do the full-blown thing such as Red Deer, like you did suggest, Ken, we don't need to do that. But I do see facilitating an excellent conversation around team building and about what we do want to have as a governance model is never wrong. I think when we bring clarity and simplicity to those kinds of processes, which this is what I felt the document did, it helps all people in the county and all our stakeholders also understand what our role actually is too. So by formalizing it, it's not just for us as a council to become a better team, it's for everyone to become a better team. Kneehill County belongs to all our residents, all our ratepayers. How are they part of the governance model, and how do they understand how to work with us? And this document would even clarify those kinds of pieces as well. So it's not that we're going to be retraining something we already know, but I know as a brand new councillor coming into here and I saw a very simplified form of what the governance model looks like. It wouldn't have taken me 1.5 years to get those tools to engage in the meeting as effectively as I think this tool could make happen. So it's just refining the communication of those things is what I see this as.
Okay, any other questions or comment? Councillor Cunningham, please.
So totally understand what everybody's saying. I guess in hearing what Councillor McGee just said, I guess this would have been maybe more prudent to have at the beginning of our term. We all know that nothing happens quickly. And I did look at the timelines for Red Deer, and like we say, we're maybe not doing as comprehensive as Red Deer County. We might be approaching the end of our term or very close to it. So, I mean, I think this has to be a document that not only sits for us, but is something that we want for going forward. Because I don't really want to spend ratepayers' money. And I guess I look for myself, I think you guys probably know at nauseam, I love to learn. So, you know, I consider myself a constant learner. I do feel the municipality has paid for full day session with Ian McCormick when I began. We did a full day on the 2-year kind of tune-up. We did a full day of parliamentary training by Todd Brand about 1.5 years ago or whenever it was. I have completed my elected officials training program. So I just guess I'm trying to understand what it is from all that we're gonna garner from all this, I guess. I don't know if all of you have had a chance to read the executive summary. There actually is a couple points in here that actually are quite frightening to me. Whether you want to talk about them now, closed session, whatever, and maybe we use a different facilitator, but again, I guess I'm just, whenever I'm spending taxpayer money, I just want to really have a key outcomes of what's going to come out of that. And I guess I'm just not clear on that. And then I guess at the end of that, is that going to kick our procedure bylaw and our code of conduct maybe into a change as well? It could, I think it just could get the ball rolling on quite a few things. So I guess I just want to know if we're prepared for that as well.
So I guess from my point of view is anything that we do as this council needs to be something that would be easily moved forward to any council. And so whatever document or format that we chose to develop, if we chose to go ahead with this, cannot be just specific to this council. It has to be looking forward to the future. And it has to be applicable and usable by whoever follows in our footsteps going forward. If we are to sit at this table and feel that we are doing everything exactly as we should and that we are operating together as a council in uniformity and without any issues, great. I'm sitting here and I look at myself as in the position of Reeve and looking at our procedural bylaw and looking at our councillor code of conduct and looking at all the things that we have in place. I'm not sure that if you asked me 4 years ago or 5 years ago or 7 years ago, are those adequate? I would have said yes. If you asked me today, I would say no. And the reason I'm saying no is I just see some deficiencies in myself in terms of how I'm operating. And when I read the model that came out of the Red Deer review, and when I read the executive summary coming out of that, if you don't see us in there at some point in time, then you're not really reading it with a clear eye. And so there are things, there are lessons that we can learn as a council from the Red Deer experience. There are things in the Red Deer experience that don't apply to us. However, if we say we are lifetime learners, which I believe we all are, then is there an opportunity for us to learn together and to build something that will improve the future of Kneehill County and how this council interacts and how we interact with our administration and how we do business going forward? My answer is absolutely. Is it worth some time and effort and money? My answer is absolutely. But that's, again, that's my perspective. And so it's, if we're going to endorse this and perhaps explore what this might cost us to do and what it might take in order to make it happen, the only way we can find out what that might look like in terms of costs and time and effort is to say to administration, please go research and come back with a proposal, and we as a council will either endorse it or we'll deep six it and say no, one way or the other. I feel very strongly about this personally, so, which is why I brought it forward. Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve, if council endorses this, administration's, my understanding is that what we're looking at is the governance model document. We're not looking at a $40,000, $50,000 review or anything like that. The governance model document that Red Deer County put together was developed in-house by Red Deer County. That wasn't a consultant that came in and gave that to them. They developed that themselves in-house, which I think we could do, but that'd be what we were moving forward on. The way that I would view that, if this is council's vision, is there's a number of things there that act in conjunction with some of those other, whether it's code of conduct, procedural bylaw. It might trigger changes in some of those, depending on where council goes. But there are gaps that could potentially be addressed too. For example, you guys as a council have done a good thing, I think, in terms of you do informal reviews of how you're operating as a council. That's not the norm, but I think it's a good governance thing that you guys do. You have the opportunity in a document like this to formalize that and to say this is something that we as a council are going to undertake, right? And that's just one small example, but there are things like that that you can put into this model. So what we'd be going forward with, if really what we're asking, does council want us to put a project together or not? If you do, then we'll be back at an upcoming council meeting to say, here's some budget area that you can take that from. You have some areas. Here's we'd be looking to develop a model or a document like this, which is solely the governance component. It's not the rest of the review or any of that stuff. And it could potentially be a speaker that comes in to talk about, setting up a document like this or what constitutes good governance. And so this would be, when I look at this, what I'm saying that we'd build a project for is what is a model portrayed formally in a document that this council and any future council could, and the public would see, this is how they operate. This is what they do, right? That would be the intent if council moves forward with this, is we'd bring back what would that take to maybe bring in a speaker, which could be a George Cuff or somebody else, to talk about governance and that sort of thing. And then they they go off, and then we develop a document like this. That's kind of the understanding that we would come back to you with.
Councillor McGee.
So for me, I think we're looking at two different things. We reading the review, it's not what we're after. We're after saying whether or not we want, one of the outcomes of that review was a governance model written up for clarity. And that piece is what I'm attracted to. I'm attracted to us having that. I've said the phrase before, let's use kindergarten language so we all are straight. And that's what I see this document being able to do. It's not, and it would be a great thing to just simply have for every upcoming councils. It's just a piece of clarity that helps us use common language for each other so we understand really what we mean as well. I think those kinds of things are great team building, but it's also great sustainability and passing the baton on type of tool. And just to be clear, we are only asking for you to bring ideas of how we could do this, how we could look at that. So I'd like to make the motion that we ask administration to bring proposals and the resource requirements to look into the development of a formal governance model for us to consider.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McGee, for the motion. So discussion, comment, question related to the motion that we direct administration to prepare a project proposal for the development of a formal governance model. Any further discussion, question, comment? Councillor Christie.
It's gotta be 50 years ago when a 98-year-old told me that it's a damn poor day that goes by if you don't learn something. And if this gives us clarity and I believe we have a good, strong policy and procedure in place, but clarity is important. And I'm not afraid to learn.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further comment, discussion, or question related to the motion that we move forward? Councillor Benner?
And I hear what Councillor Cunningham said earlier, this would be nice to have when we first joined. And I think going forward, we're doing the groundwork here right now to put this document in place for the upcoming, whoever sits in these chairs, to go through as a council. Or go through as a council or go through individually. So I'm all for it.
Any further comment or discussion, questions? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. The next item on our agenda is 7.2, Trochu Alberta Community Partnership Grant Support Request. And Mr. Hogan, if you would, please.
Through Mr. Eve, this council earlier in the agenda saw an ACP grant application request where Kneehill County was a managing partner for a project. This item and another one you have on this agenda is for those same requests. However, Kneehill County would be a support agent rather than the managing partner. So this one in particular for the Trochu Community Support Grant, they're looking at doing infrastructure assessment that would work for the future benefit of the town of Trochu and anybody accessing services from the town of Trochu on an infrastructure basis or for growth areas around the town, things like that. The entity around the town is us. So that would be the if we were looking at growth areas or development around Trochu and servicing from Trochu, that information would be valuable in those contemplations as well. So if council is amenable to this, there's not really a lot required from us as we wouldn't be the managing partner. That would be Trochu. They would be responsible for application, receiving the grant, for really conducting the work through the procurement process and all that. And really we're just there as a partner and providing some information through the process. And so our recommendation is that we support this partnership and support Trochu in their grant application.
Thank you for that. Any discussion, question, or comment? If not, I'd be interested in knowing what we would like to do. Councillor Christie.
I'd make the motion that the Kneehill County supports the town of Trochu submission of 24-25 Alberta Community Partnership Grant application in support of the Regional Infrastructure Management Initiative project.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have a motion that we support the town of Trochu's submission of a 24-25 Alberta Community Partnership Grant application in support of the Regional Infrastructure Management Initiative project. Is there any discussion, question, or comment related to the motion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. The next item on our agenda is 7.3, Town of Three Hills Alberta Community Partnership Grant Support. Again, Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve, similar in nature to the previous request. This one is being put forward by the town of Three Hills. They're looking to do an assessment on their transmission line. This is the one that runs from the Red Deer River to the town. They have, of course, that line is, there are several county residents that are fed off that line, and ultimately the town does provide water to two of the county's water systems. So you trace back Mount Vernon and Equity through the town system. They come through the line in question that the town wants to do the assessment on. So they're asking for our partnership and support on that. Again, we would not be the managing partner. That would be the town of Three Hills. So the procurement, the grant tracking, all of that stuff would be done by the town. There's very little on our part that would be required. And so again, we're recommending support of this project through to the ACP program.
Okay, so we have this request from the town of Three Hills to provide support. Any question, comment, discussion? If not, what's the wish of council? Councillor McGee.
I move that Kneehill County supports the Town of Three Hills Managing Partner submission of 2024-25 Alberta Community Partnership Grant application in support of the Regional Transmission Line Assessment Project.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion or comment regarding Kneehill County supporting the town of Three Hills submission for an ACP grant in support of the Regional Transmission Line Assessment Project? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. The next item in our agenda is 8.1, disposition of delegation business. Kneehill Housing was our delegation today. And Ms. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Reeve. We're bringing today the Kneehill Housing delegation. Amanda Gill and Amanda Kinnenberg from Kneehill Housing presented it to council at today's meeting. The objective of their presentation was for information purposes only. It had no requests from council. So the recommended motion for today would be that council receive for information the presentation provided by Kneehill Housing Corporation.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any discussion or comment or question related to the delegation? And if not, I would be looking for a motion to receive the presentation as information. Councillor McGee.
I just wanted to say I really feel a lot of hope and excitement for all the movement forward. Congratulations to our board chair and our representatives from Kneehill County, as well as the representatives from all the other municipalities that have come together through what was probably quite a big challenge, and it's coming out looking pretty much like you're going on the right track, and we are really appreciative of hearing that news. And therefore, I'd like to also say that I would like to move that council receive for information the presentation provided by the Kneehill Housing Corporation.
Okay, thank you for that. So I have a motion to receive for information. Any further discussion or questions, comment? Not seeing any, I'll ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is council and committee reports. So 9.1 is my report on my conference attendance at Alberta Munis. And I attended 2 sessions, which I felt were quite worthwhile. That conference is substantially different in how it looks when you're sitting there in the audience. And it's a much more diverse group of people that are there, from the mayor of Edmonton to the mayor of the summer village of whatever. So community of 35 or whatever people to a community of well in excess of millions. So, and interesting to me was just the differences in the perceived needs from this size of communities. A good opportunity to visit with our urban neighbors as, and I took the time to do that. And anyway, if you had any questions, particularly Ms. Sievertson and Barney wanted to make sure I brought their greetings to you as council and of course to administration. That's as far as I'll go with that. All right. If there's no question or comment there, I go on to 9.2, which is the Red Deer River Municipal Users Group, and Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a while since I provided a report back from the Red Deer River Municipal Users Group. Attended the meeting last September the 19th. Ian McCormick had done a strategic planning session back in July with a number of people in the group. So he was reporting back on to what that group had decided. It's the first time we've done a strategic session since I can remember being on that board. They came back with, I guess basically their vision is that it's the Red Deer River system to be a healthy river system with sufficient flows through all seasons to sustain communities, the economy, and healthy aquatic environments. They also work very diligently to make sure that only municipalities on the Red Deer use the Red Deer, which is, well, I'm not going any deeper than that. There's about 32 members that sit on the Red Deer River Mug Group. There is opportunity for more to sit there because there are a number of municipalities that pull water from the Red Deer. That being said, we did have a presentation from Environment and Protected Areas, Mr. Peter, and I'm probably going to butcher his name, but it's Pizzino. Anyway, he took over the file from the previous person that was there, and he's looking after the feasibility study of the Ardley Dam. There's an RFP that is out. Well, I guess it's closed on September the 30th. So it's just freshly closed. So they're looking at an RFP for a dam on the Ardley site. So it's on the Red Deer River upstream from Nevis. Potentially looking at capacity of 4 to 5 times the amount of water that's being held at Dixon. But that being said, that is what they're looking at. What happens there is going to be maybe that, maybe not that. The Red Deer is the only river in the South Saskatchewan system that does not have, it's hardly got any storage capacity on it other than Dixon itself. So I think the province is looking at using the water from the Red Deer to make up the flows, because we know that the Bow is already over allocated, the Old Man is allocated, and it's probably over allocated too. But regardless of, they have to make up that 50% going into Saskatchewan. The only place they're going to make it up is if they use Red Deer River water. But again, that being stated, it would be awesome if we could somehow store water from that river, although it's the smallest of the three. It would be ideal to store some of that water and use it in drought years, or use it as recreation or, place for recreation to happen. I did mention to them that it's an awesome idea. They're just putting it in the wrong spot, but they didn't want to go there. The question is how long will it take? And being very optimistic, and I will take off my pessimistic hat here and I will throw my realistic hat on. They said it could happen in 15 years. My guess is in 15 years, whoever's sitting in this chair going to the same meeting will probably say the same thing, because it is the government that is pushing this forward. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I guess maybe if we have droughts consistent for the next few years, maybe they'll push it ahead a little further. But that being said, yeah, at least they're looking. They started looking back in 1998. PFRA did a number of hydrological studies there. They still have the information, so with this RFP that's coming, that is step one. I think it's $1 million is what they've allocated for this one, $4 million for next year. And some of the information that PFRA pulled together back in 98 will probably be, hopefully they don't use the same boreholes that PFRA used, but I think they're probably going to use a few just to make sure there isn't been a switch in the shift in the land or whatever that was that they were looking for back then. But anyway, it was a good meeting. We had a number of people attend, which we usually do, and they are looking to get that irrigation project put together in Acadia Valley and in special areas number 2. But again, it takes a lot of power to pump water uphill, and that is the only opportunity that they are going to have to collect water and to pump it uphill and then use it from there. So anyway, that is the end of my report. If anything comes of it, I can maybe give you another heads up, but thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Deputy Reeve. Whitstock, 9.3 is Community Futures Wild Rose.
So we had our meeting last Thursday, so I've attached minutes and stuff for next meeting. But 2 highlights is Small Business Week is October 21st to the 25th. They've got something pretty much every day that week. Three Hills Chamber of Commerce meeting, or awards night, I guess it is October the 24th here in Three Hills. The other initiative they're starting is the Heart of our Community promotion for next year. They've split their jurisdiction into 4 quadrants. So for every 3 months, they're going to promote all small business that they can get their hands on each quarter. They're asking each councillor for their division and or represent what they represent to nominate a small business in their area. So Kneehill County is actually in quarter 2 and 3. So there'll be more information than the stuff that I've added to council next week, but it looked like something that they're really going to electronically promote small business and stuff. And basically their comment is small business is the big employer in our community. So that's the highlights, and you'll see more when you get the full package next meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. 9.4 would be new Councillor Cunningham.
So for me, Saturday, September 28th, as you heard earlier, Golden Hills Lodge and Kneehill Housing held a silent auction and bake sale. Went over really well. Excellent work by the staff, the board, the residents, and everybody that visited. And I think the ladies gave out the amount they raised today, which I had nothing. Yeah, it was really well. So it was really good. And then that evening, actually, I attended a retirement supper for our victim service coordinator, Carolyn Kung. That was at the home of Evan and Shirley Cullum. And again, we've spoken in the past, we just celebrated her 30 years between her advocacy and her work as a coordinator. So it was really nice. Her family was able to attend, and the RCMP were able to be there as well, and lots of the former staff and advocates and board members, so it was really lovely, so. And then October 4th, attended our district RMA meeting in Rocky View County. Always amazing to listen to our outgoing president, Paul McLaughlin, speak. I'm going to really miss his humor and advocacy that he has brought to RMA. So, and again, always great to be able to chat with other municipal partners and pals there. So that was great. And just virtually attended a webinar from Alberta Environment and Protected Areas. It was on renewable energy reclamation and security engagement. They were looking for feedback from municipalities, landowners, and other entities. So that was quite interesting. Again, there was a lot of discussion between what the province is going to do and what the AUC is going to do, and I don't think they definitely haven't hammered that out yet. So there is a follow-up one that I will be attending as well. So yeah, that's what I've been up to.
Okay, thank you for that. And our last one, 9.5, Cape update, Councillor McGee.
Thank you. I just wanted to throw out a couple things up there I don't think I appropriately let you know about before. We have an event coming up. Cape is hosting what we call the Greatest Pitch in Olds on Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. And it's we're going to have a speaker. We're going to have several speakers actually. The objectives are to have access to an investment-ready toolkit for the Cape communities, to understand the importance and strategy for investment readiness, and how to sustain your community to remain updated and ready for opportunity. And last one, identify, build, and measure community profile workbooks. So we're going to have lots of great speakers, and it's going to be really a good event. It's only $25. I am attending as a Cape board member, but we would be glad to have anyone who might be interested to come to that. And then I also wanted to let you know that we have an ongoing series of learning. We call it the Business Support Network Learning Events. And our upcoming event is November 6th. And we will be talking about inspiring the leadership and how we can see the value of perspective and feel motivated to reach our full potential, with a guest speaker of Jennifer Botrell. She was a three-time Olympic gold medalist. And then there's a great opportunity for some real good discussion with a panel and lunch and closing remarks. The prior events that I've been to through this has been really, really beneficial. Lots of sharing at this event. So again, if anyone's interested, November 6th, and I can send you the information.
Okay, thank you for that. So are there any questions or comment that come out of the reports? If not, I would be looking for a motion to receive as presented. Councillor Christie.
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion to receive the council and committee reports as presented. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. The next item on our agenda is 10 point, which is the council follow-up action list. And I have to say thank you to Ms. Vanderkool for the large print version that she provided to me earlier this morning in light of my previous comments.
You could title it the 65 plus version.
There's more than just him here.
At least she has me in the right age category. So are there any questions arising out of the council action item list? See, Teresa doesn't need the large print version because she has the screen behind me. Well, I have glasses too, but. not seeing any questions coming out of the council follow-up action list, so I would entertain a motion that we accept for information as presented. Council Probst?
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion that council receive for information the council follow-up action list as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is closed session items. So we have closed session, 4 items in closed session. One under disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, section 16. 2 under section 21, which is disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relationship. And 1 under confidential evaluations, section 19. I would take a motion to go into closed session at this time. Councillor Phobes?
So moved.
Thank you. So we have a motion to go into closed session. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.